the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings
Welcome in. 9 minutes after the hour. It is the kickoff hours, the Rick and Bubba Show. Helmsy alongside Greg Burgess. Welcome in.
What up?
To a new edition. We are speedyless today.
Speedy.
He is at the beach with his wife, living his best life.
Sun in his buns.
Sun in his buns.
That's what he said he was going to do anyway.
Yeah. I actually texted him last night,
is.
and I was asking him for a phone number. I need to reach out to somebody. And he sent me a picture of the sunset.
Oh, okay.
So he was taking that in when we
Enjoying
text.
the sunset. Look at
So,
him.
how
Look
about
at
that?
son.
How about that?
What about Speedy? At the
So
beach.
he's at the beach, and
Shirtless.
He's yeah. At some point, I'm sure he will be. He's at the beach, and I got to go to a doctor's appointment today.
That's
So,
always fun.
Yeah,
What you got?
it's just a physical, just the yearly deal.
Mm.
So I got to fast until,
Let 'em
and it's a
violate
little
you.
later, and I want it. No, there's not going to be any violating, Greg.
Well,
I'm
you
not
don't
there
never
yet.
know.
I'm not there yet.
I mean, you never know.
I don't think I'm there.
45.
Am I there? Do I need to be
Are
getting?
you 45?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, yeah. That's when it started. They bumped it back. It used to be 50. Now it's 45.
Now, are you making that up?
No.
So I'll ask about that today.
Yeah.
It's not happening
Actually,
today.
I'm thinking about the colonoscopy. That's what I'm thinking.
I do think I got something going on, and that's one reason I'm serious. That's one reason I'm going today.
Yeah.
I think I got an ulcer.
Really?
Yep.
Where you getting that? Just burning all.
Amanda keeps convincing me that's what's going on.
Oh, okay. She talked you into it. Yeah.
I think it's probably just some kind of gas pains or something like that.
Acid in your stomach.
Yeah, but she's convinced it's an ulcer.
Well, we're gonna check you from head to toe.
So I don't know what that process is. I'm gonna bring that up today.
They'd go.
I've described
He'll
some-
describe you. They'll run that thing down your throat.
Well, that's not happening.
Not today.
Well,
but they'll set
that's
you in
what
a
she said, and that's why I have been
Yeah, it'll be
neglecting this.
They'll set you in a point. That ain't nothing.
Greg,
Even the other's not anything.
I don't
Knocks
want
you out, it's
anything.
over.
I don't want anything run down my throat.
I've had it done. It ain't bad.
Well,
Then you sit there and all of a sudden you see and you're like, dang, they're running that down my throat. And next thing you know, you're waking up.
Yeah, but I ain't got time for that.
Okay, I get it.
That's what I've been saying. I ain't got time for
I ain't
that.
got time for that.
And Amanda's frustrated with me because it's been like 3 weeks and I hadn't done anything. So I
Well.
finally called it because I knew all of our team got back into town yesterday or late last
No
night.
wonder you got an ulcer.
And so I know if I don't get it done today, there's no way that I'll get it in. So, and it may not be it. Just what, when I start describing, and it's nothing like I'm not in any kind of pain or whatever. There's every once in a while I get some kind of discomfort that I'm not used to getting.
Well, you check
And
it
it's
out.
time for physical anyway.
They're gonna run that line
So,
down your throat.
no,
You
they're
get
not.
ready. Not today, but get ready. That's gonna happen. It ain't nothing to it.
Why can't they just give me some medicine and tell me to move
Well,
on?
they don't know what they're dealing with.
Well, what if they give me an antibiotic for an ulcer, even though it's
ain't
not an
how it
ulcer? That's not
works.
going to hurt.
Nah, never mind.
I know.
Just forget it.
I'm living in a fantasy world on that, and I'm
Yep.
going to have
It's
that
gonna happen,
done.
buddy. And while
know.
they're there, they might as well go up to the other end too.
No.
45.
No.
That's the one they did move to 45.
I thought they wanted you to crap my box at 45, and then
No, that's your option. If you, of course, to me, that's not very pleasant either.
Well, no, it's not because you got to deal with it.
Yeah, it wasn't. You walk in the post office with it, and everybody sees it, and they know what you're carrying. You know, hey, got a box of dump here.
I gotta know. Can I get conflicting reports on this? I know I can't eat. Got it. But can I have a cup of coffee this morning?
Yeah.
Amanda says I can.
Well, you're gonna put a bunch of stuff in it, though, ain't you?
No, I won't. I won't for this. I won't put a bunch of stuff
I
in
don't
it.
think it matters.
Greg, I put 1, maybe 2 packs of sweetener. It's not even straight
Bunch of
sugar.
stuff.
It's the other stuff.
Yeah.
But for this, I won't. I just don't want to have the caffeine headache because I hadn't had any. You know what I mean?
Yeah, ain't gonna hurt you. You hear me throwing it in there?
Yeah. it ain't
May
gonna
get
hurt
that ulcer fired up, but yeah. Besides that,
Well, and I don't know. Again, I don't know. You know how your mind plays. You got things going on with Bubba and Jordy, and then the other day when Jordy was talking, I'm sitting over here and I'm thinking, God, what's going on with me? What are they going to find on me?
I know.
That's the way you do it.
I absolutely.
Told Amanda last night.
Gets in your mind.
I said, hey, just remember, I said, I'm not actually going to Jacksonville till probably after 12 tomorrow. And then we got our team meeting late. And so it'll be late when I get home. I said, of course, I got that doctor's appointment at 11. And that's probably when they'll tell me that, bad news. And she
There
said,
you
she
go.
goes, well, first of all, they're not going to tell you anything tomorrow because they're not going to know anything tomorrow. So why
That's
are
right.
why are you saying that?
Good point.
It was.
Listen, just here, if you get to thinking about it,
It'll
it's
bother
like
you.
commercials when they show
I know.
symptoms for disease and you have every one of
know.
them. You know,
I know. I think it's a little gas
I think
or
it's
acid, like you
gas.
said. Something going on there.
Give me a Rolade.
And
Why don't you get you a Rolade? That'd be good.
and it comes like it's very like the last 48 hours. Of course, this is what happens. The last 48 hours, nothing, not one symptom.
Yeah.
And I've thought, well, I'll just cancel my appointment.
It's like when you take a car that's been
Yes.
running bad and to
Yeah.
the mechanic and he goes, it's running fine.
Yeah.
But there's something there.
But I know that again, if I don't go do and I do need. It's been a year, and so I need to do my yearly physical.
That's
So
right.
I don't expect like my numbers to be off or anything like that. But I will describe what's going on, and he's probably going to go, we need to run that thing down your
That's
throat
going to happen.
so we can see if you got ulcer. or
No
not.
doubt.
Of course, my mom, I remember, and this is on me too, and this is why I'm going. So I remember my mom, I guess she was probably about my age now. I was in high school, or maybe I just started college. She might have been a little older than me, but I remember her having an ulcer and it bleeding, and her having to go have surgery.
You can't.
And it
have
was
that.
like, hey, serious deal.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
and
Very
so I don't want that to happen if that's what it is.
No. Yeah, you're right.
So they very well could run this too.
You done made the appointment, so
Yeah, I'm going.
you might as well show up.
And I don't like the
What
fact
time?
it's 11, which I don't like that because I usually leave here. We get done with the show at 10, and I literally leave at 10:03. And so now I'm going to have an hour to kill between now and then. And you know how I don't like wasting time. I do have to go to a sporting goods store and get Braden some tennis shoes, not tennis shoes, tennis shoe strings. He needs some shoestrings. Some way tennis players will do this sometimes.
Is there a special shoestring? For
Well,
tennis?
no, but there's a particular pretty durable one that this sporting goods store over here. But the way he slides on a hard court, he goes through shoestrings. He tears them up.
Oh yeah.
And so anyway,
So you
I got to
gotta get the good ones?
I got to do that. And then I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do for that 30 minutes that I have. Just sit.
You'll be.
I want to
get
go
that
to
little book out and write in it.
I want to. You don't like my little book? I got?
You got your little pocket.
It's my little book.
pocket notebook
Right.
there. I noticed.
It's a little handy in case I need something.
Yeah, something.
Don't make fun
A
of
little
me.
reminder.
Well, I just hear things. You know, I'm listening to a podcast. I hear something I want to write down real quick. I'll write it down in this. Probably should just type it up.
I think at the end of every week you should read what you put in it for that week before on the air. And let us break it down.
I don't know that y'all want that.
Let us break it
Yeah,
down.
let's not do that.
Yeah.
To give y'all plenty of material to make fun of.
Oh yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Our friends at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is my second time my doctor has danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thank you, Field of Greens. Field of Greens can't promise your doc will dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. This summer, take premium audio with you everywhere you go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds, they look, feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever you're listening to and optimized gel tips for an in-ear fit that is comfortable and is comfortable enough to wear all day. Plus, they start at half the price of other premium audio brands. No wonder they have over 56,000 5-star reviews. Right now, get 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. Looking for an easy way to banish the end of summer blues? Get HelloFresh. You won't need need to stress about how you'll handle all this fall because HelloFresh has dinner taken care of. They do the meal planning and deliver pre-portioned ingredients and tasty recipes right to your home, so whipping up a homemade meal is a cinch. Try America's #1 meal kit today and take 50% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
Who's squeezing in one last getaway this summer? Before you take off, protect your home with Simply Safe's new 24/7 Live Guard protection. If an intruder breaks in, Simply Safe monitoring agents can see, speak to, and deter, warning them that police are on the way. Right now, you can get 20% off any Simply Safe system when you sign up for a free month trial of Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes after the hour. It's the kickoff hour. Helmsy alongside Greg Burgess, just getting things started for the boys to roll in at the top of the hour. Rick, Bubba, Adler. We got you covered. Speedy
Anybody
is taking a little mini vacay.
He's at the beach. Kick
Out at
back.
the beach.
Probably asleep at the moment.
Probably.
I would be.
Cooler full of cans. No,
That's
I'm
it.
just kidding.
Pounding a few.
Questions from the audience.
Got a few questions out there?
Well, there's a few.
One or two?
We've neglected this over the past couple days. Did you ever take karate as a kid?
I did not. No. Taylor did. He was real little.
I didn't. That's one of those things where,
Of course,
I think I would have. When we were when I was growing up, I guess probably a little before your time, it was the peak of Karate Kid starting.
Oh, yeah.
So it was always intrigued, but I never went that route of going, hey, Mom and Dad, I want to take a karate class.
Yeah, I didn't either.
So I knew there were a couple of my friends that did, but,
And what's funny is you thought, well, man, that means they're like lethal. But if you've ever been involved, it's especially when they're kids, they're not very lethal.
Johnny was not in the class.
Yeah.
It was not Cobra Kai.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Sensei.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's not a bad thing. Discipline and all that work and blah blah blah.
I probably could have used it as a kid, and my kids never did it.
No.
So Taylor did.
Yeah, but he was real young. I think he wanted to be a Power Ranger. That's the only reason he did it.
Power Ranger.
Yeah, he was into that. You know, they did all that.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So I guess it does. So there was two things that stood out to me. It was Karate Kid the movie, and then Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
See, I
was all about that.
Now the Karate Kid, the original. I remember when I was in high school, or maybe a young adult right out of high school. I can't remember exactly, but it was in the 80s, and then of course they had them sequels. I don't know how long they went, but.
And I don't know what this says about me, but I actually wanted to be a part of Cobra Kai, and not Mr. Miyagi.
Well, they had a cooler gi.
They did.
Let's be honest, and they looked a lot more athletic.
They did.
I know it's just a movie, but come on.
I know.
I mean, you're going to learn all this against these people that are being trained. You're going to go paint the fence, and now you can beat them. Come on.
Good point, Greg. This is a question.
But it's a great movie.
It is.
And I'm looking for, when's the series? You know, this is the final series.
I still haven't watched all of the one that's out now. I know.
Lost your mind.
I know.
They got one more coming, and that's it.
Well, there's just so much there. I mean, that is one thing. There is so much out there right now that you can so I hadn't had time for it. Do you still write in cursive at all?
Yeah, I will say this. I've kind of gotten away from it because it's no longer required. When I write a check, I don't write in cursive.
Do you not?
Mm-mm.
Interesting.
One, you can read it better.
Well, yeah.
Because I'm talking about my writing.
Yeah.
It's not very good.
How about I just kind of always thought this is how stupid I am. I kind of thought I needed to write it
now,
in
my
cursive.
signature I do.
No, I know, but I mean, I feel like that the check's not valid if I don't write in cursive.
No.
And I know that's not right, but that's just my mentality. And I do.
I don't have great handwriting is kind of what drove me to that.
Yeah.
Lisa, my wife, she has it's really beautiful handwriting, and it's a hybrid. It's part cursive and part printing. She's always been that way. It's really nice handwriting, but it takes both disciplines, for lack of a better word, and combines them.
I like the word discipline on this front.
You know, but yeah, I've just in the past few years when I write a check, which I don't do most stuff I can pay online, but there's still things I send checks to, and I've started printing. So I thought, well, if it's good enough for the kids coming up, they don't have to write cursive.
Yeah,
Why should I?
I know. I guess I don't have to either. But I feel like I can still write pretty good.
No, I've never been able to write good. That was always my downfall.
Sometimes I'll get locked up. Like, I'll be flying through it, and then all of a sudden I'll come to something, and my brain's like, okay, Helms, finish it, buddy. You get that pen moving. You can do this. But then it kicks in.
You know, now that I think back, why did we need two different? Either go cursive or go printing. Why did we? I know printing's how you started. I guess what was the point in changing it anyway?
I don't know what the point was having cursive in the first place.
Yeah, they should have just left it print.
I think it was because it was the way that.
Which that's what they're doing now. Of course, now most people don't write nothing.
We don't write at all. When's the last time you've written like a thank you note or something?
Good Lord, never.
That's me. It's probably been. Well, I mean, if you can send an email or text saying the same thing, why wouldn't you?
I know.
I don't know. Look, it does look good and all that, but I don't know why. Like, does anybody have the answer of why we did it other than that's the way we did it when George Washington was around and Abraham Lincoln was around? That's not a good enough answer for me.
I know.
So I don't use it other than writing checks, and based off this conversation, probably won't do it other than sign my name from now on out.
That's the only time I do.
There's no need for it.
Yeah.
When is the last time you have stayed up all night?
Stayed up over 24 hours?
Yeah, from the time you wake up to the next morning, same time.
Used to do it all the time in my old job.
Oh, okay.
All the time. Oh,
glad to specify that.
But no, it was once or twice a week. But I don't know. I can't think. It may have been back last time I was up is when I worked for the power company, probably. Now, I've had nights where I've slept like 3 hours.
Yeah, that's me. That was last year with the tennis season and driving around and all that. Yeah.
And like I say, I used to, when Taylor was coaching ball in Georgia, I'd get up at 2 whatever and come to work here, and then drive to Georgia, watch a ball game, and then drive back home after the game.
Yeah.
And get home nearly 24 hours from when I got up. It'd be close.
I've done that a couple of times. It's been real close.
That's probably as close as I've been.
Probably the last time, and I think I've shared this story on air. I know I've told it to you, but the night that Braden was out, got on that fishing boat deal, and we had the Coast Guard was involved and all that.
Wow.
And he was like missing for hours and hours, longest night of our life.
I thought that was horrible.
Yeah, it was. But that's
that
it.
would definitely
that was it. We were up. So.
Yeah, like I said, I've been close on a few, but probably just staying up.
I remember church lock-ins. You know, when you get there at night, you'd been up all day, and I didn't even know they did that anymore. And the other day,
great lock-in.
The other day, there was ran into somebody, and they were talking about how they just picked their kids up from a church lock-in and how the day was probably going to be miserable because of it.
Yeah.
And I thought, I didn't even know that we did this anymore.
You try to sleep at those, and people would mess with you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You know,
we never slept. We just played basketball all night.
Yeah.
All right. More to come. More questions from the audience and much, much more.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Have you tried the Innovatives Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Indulge me for a minute. Our friends at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this testimonial from a customer. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is the second time my doctor has practically danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thanks, Field of Greens. Each fruit and vegetable of Field of Greens was medically selected for specific health benefits. Some support vital organs like the heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others, metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're busy, don't get enough exercise, or you eat too much fast food, take Field of Greens. Look, Field of Greens can't promise your doc's going to dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. We trust it's helping our health, so let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code Bubba, and get 15% off. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com. There is a link under the sponsors button. That's fieldofgreens.com, the code Bubba. This summer, you can take premium audio with you everywhere you go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever, with 3 sound profiles to match whatever you're listening to, plus noise isolation and awareness mode so you can choose to be immersed in sound or tune into your surroundings when you need to. Listen while you travel or during a grueling workout with optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are comfortable enough to wear all day, and they do not budge. With Raycon, you also get 8 hours of playtime and 32 hours of total battery life. And here's what we love. They start at about half price of the other premium audio brands. No wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 56,000 five-star reviews. See it for yourself. You'll get the hype. Right now, you can go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and get 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba for an additional 15% off. Buyraycon.com/Bubba or go get that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Are you looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Well, then look no further than our friends at CarShield. We know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why we have CarShield. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, you can lock in your price and it will never go up. Even if your car is over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. CarShield is dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time before you're going to need repairs, so don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield today at 1-800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price and it will never go up. Call 800-465-6550 or carshield.com/Bubba to save 20%.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings
Welcome back.
me to
Welcome
my
in. Whatever the case, thank you for making us just a little part of your day here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Kickoff hour, Helmsy alongside Greg Burgess.
This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by, guess what? carshield.com/Bubba. Look, we all need our vehicle.
Yeah,
we
we
need to be
do.
able to depend on it. We use it to come to work, carpool, drag people everywhere.
Go
all
to
that.
Jacksonville State and
Go
back.
to Jacksonville State
every
and back.
day.
You know, me and you both do a lot of traveling.
Yeah, we
you know
do.
what we need? We got to be able to depend on.
We got to be able to depend on the miles.
Well, look no further than the team at carshield.com/Bubba. You know, auto repairs, like I said, they're a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs with this protection plan. Plus, your price will be locked in and never go up. That's a pretty good thing there. Even if your car is just over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. With plans to fit every budget, carshield.com/Bubba offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles, 150,000 miles or more, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. So here's what you do. Don't wait until it's too late. Getting coverage today is easy. Call 1-800-451-7776 now to save 20% on your plan, or visit carshield.com/Bubba. You'll always be prepared for the unexpected. You'll also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Thank you, sir.
So
Good
there.
job, Gregory. Tonight, Greg's favorite thing, Thursday night NFL football.
Right.
Cleveland
Preseason Thursday, even worse.
Makes it worse. Cleveland at Philadelphia, 6:30 kick, NFL Network. Friday, Greg, we got a couple games. Carolina at New York, Giants, and Cincinnati at Atlanta, and then a whole slate of games on Saturday. We got one game on Sunday. Baltimore at Washington starts Monday Night Football, and we are less than 10 days away from college football starting.
How about that?
That's amazing.
That is.
So,
I can't believe that.
And something else, and I don't want to caution the Braves fans here, but I simply want to say this: well done this year.
Yes.
I'm going to stay out of it, okay? Because what's been going on is magical, and I don't want to ruin it. And I know people believe in that. I don't, but people do.
Yeah.
I've got two very good friends right now that are huge Braves fans.
Mm-hmm.
One of them that I work with at Jacksonville State is a coach, and he is doing one of two things when he's not coaching. He's listening to this show or he's watching the Braves.
Well, they go hand in hand.
And I'm wanting to get into this little Braves discussion every day I hear, and I'm staying out of it because I'm afraid I'm going to be the jinx.
See, I
don't want to be that
following
guy.
Pretty close. Like I say, my son Taylor, he's all about the Braves, has been since he was a little boy. But to quote Billy Bean from the movie Moneyball, if you lose that last game that puts you, it ends your season, it really doesn't matter what you've done up to that point.
You're right.
You remember that?
Yes. Yeah. One of my favorite movies.
That's a good movie.
And I want to believe that that Billy Bean is just like Brad Pitt.
And I'm sure that not even close.
You know, people get frustrated with we've got an update today about the Toohey family and the Blind Side. And
This thing.
nobody in that movie, I think other than the Tooheys, were happy with the way they were portrayed. I got to think that Billy Bean thought Brad Pitt knocked it out of the park.
That's a good point.
You know what I mean?
I wouldn't have been embarrassed if he would have portrayed me because he came across as,
Yes.
I got it all together. I'm a
Yes.
pretty smart guy. I'm kind of cool.
Yes. Cool factor.
Yeah. I got this plan. It worked.
I got to think that he's like, I tell you what, it was spot on. That's the way I live my life. That's the way everything went down.
I'm like you. That's one of the movies, if it's on, I'll step and watch it because I like to see how it unfolds, the trades and all. I love the part when he's trading and they're calling back and forth. And
That's one of my favorites.
That's excellent.
And you ruined one part of that movie for me because
they took, they did.
Because he called his he didn't know it at the time when he made the phone call, but his new director to the GM or whatever, and I don't know what his position was, but it was, what's his name? Who's the actor?
Jonah Hill.
Jonah Hill. He calls him and
asked
him when he would have drafted him, and you were like, that's completely made
He
up.
made that up. It was a great thing.
It was a great thing to add. That was a great Hollywood move.
I don't think that happened.
Yeah.
But it was not so corny that it was obvious. I just thought, I don't know about that.
Pete was his name in the movie,
Yeah.
I remember. Braves
I'm
have
pointing
won
at you.
8 of the last 10.
I mean, you got to give them this. You know, baseball season, as long as it is, you have peaks and valleys. They've pretty much been at the high point. You know how I am about that? Then I go, ooh, so you're due to have
Swept the Yankees the last 3 days. I hope, has anybody checked on Greg Seitz? Big Yankees fan. And my cousin Tony Kidd, he is a big Yankees fan. So sorry about that, but the Bravos are they just keep doing it. But to your point, it's not going to matter unless you win the last game.
That's right.
And
that's according to Billy Bean.
It is.
Or Brad Pitt playing Billy Bean, they added that too. So, which is probably the case.
This question from the audience, Greg, or do you want to? Let's jump into this first. Do you want to jump into that?
Quickly, I guess we can, because you just mentioned it.
Yeah.
The Michael Orr situation. Hey, first of all, hey, press. Just giving people, just random people who have tweeted something, and it's like a quote. Why do we've covered this, and I'm not going to go off in it. Nobody. What makes it what validity comes to Billy Frank at whatever tweeting something? Now, it isn't like a sports writer or some person that should know or a legal expert or no. This is just regular people, and we take their tweets and we put them in the story. It's basically social media. They want Sandra Bullock to return her Oscar that she won by playing Leanne Toohey. Okay, first of all, no one has determined that the Tooheys did anything wrong.
It's just as much their story.
Now, we're assuming the way these people are acting, they took advantage. I'm just having a hard time finding motive here for them. When you're extremely wealthy, it'd be different if we took him in and then we were middle class and then this book got written. So how would they have known when they decided to take him in that one day they're going to write a book and make a movie about it? You know?
I know.
I mean, come on.
I know.
But again, even if let's just for the sake of argument, let's say that they did something wrong. Sandra Bullock's just playing a character.
Yeah.
She ain't got nothing to do with it. She was pretending.
This is idiotic.
Don't be stupid.
I know. This is.
What is wrong with people?
Well.
Hey, she needs to return it. Okay. Yeah, let's do that. That makes a lot of sense. Hey, she's playing a character.
What does that even accomplish?
She didn't take advantage of Michael Orr. She was playing a character.
Let me ask you this. Let's say she just wakes up today and goes, you know what? I disagree, but here y'all can have it. What's that accomplish?
Nothing. Not one thing. It doesn't change nothing. Again, the timing and everything on this, and I'm not going to be like everybody else. Let all the facts come out. But right now, I see no evidence that anybody did anything wrong. They explained why it was conservatorship as opposed to adoption.
Yeah.
Because of his age. Now, the fact that they're still over it, and again, I'm yet to see the evidence that they used that to help manipulate his contracts that he signed with the NFL. Nobody's made any of those accusations. They just said that off the movie and the book. And I guess we had her on the show, but she had written a book,
we did.
I think.
Yeah.
I'm saying now if you went around speaking,
right,
and this is the people from the Blind Side,
yeah,
you might go, well, they were using my name I don't know. But the point is, I see so far, nothing for him. But now we want Sandra Bullock to give the Oscar back because we've all decided that they did do something wrong because the evil, rich, white family was taking advantage of this poor black child that actually ended up in the NFL. Probably wouldn't have if if they hadn't met them. But anyway.
Well, there's your update there, and I'm sure the guys will talk about it at some point during the big show. Speaking of lawsuits, so my routine, got to call another plumber today too. By the way,
That's never good.
Yeah, we got something going on. That just hit me. That's why I said that out loud, because I was supposed to call yesterday and didn't because of my day. Hey, I'm gonna write it in my little note.
Put that in your little notebook.
My days here lately is call Stegall. Okay, see, I'll do it now.
What'd you
I wrote
do?
it down. One of the toilets in the girls' bathroom stopped up, and they came out 2 weeks ago and fixed it, but now the same problem's happening. So
something there.
Anyway, I don't know why I just shouted that. It was a
Write that down in your little book.
So one of the things that I've been doing, because my days are so long, is I've been getting in, between 6 and 7 o'clock at night. And one of the things I do is when I come in, I kind of go around room to room and just say hello to everybody. Braden,
hey, I'm still here.
Hey, just want to let y'all know, still alive. I know I'm absent a lot here lately, but you all need anything? Who needs anything from me the next couple of days? That's kind of what it's. So I walked in Braden's room. Braden's like, broke a string today. I need to get that restrung, and I'd like a new grip. I said, okay, sounds good. Anything else I can do? Did you have a good day? What about your birthday yesterday? Was it good? We had a chat for a minute, just catch up, maybe 5-10 minutes. Go to Caroline. Caroline's not there, so she's at Bible study or something. And not sure when she got in, but I was already asleep.
You was out.
Said something to Maddie. She was telling me about her day, and we were talking about some things coming up this weekend, and so I had a good chat with her. But one of the things I do is after I've gone through that process, Amanda and I've caught up, whatever, give the dogs a little love, I just sit down and I feel like I need 20 or 30 minutes of mindless TV.
Yeah.
Just turn the brain off and watch something. And I flipped it on Netflix, and there's a new documentary about, you brought up lawsuits, so this made me think of that, Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. So now they've put what just happened a year ago into this series. And so I gave it
wacky deal.
I gave it 20 or 30 minutes. And this is one of those things where I'm frustrated that I didn't give it enough when it was actually going on.
Because so it's a little more entertaining than you thought.
Yes, 100%. And it may be because it's
spots of it. There are some very bizarre things.
It may be because it's in a documentary form and they're giving you nothing but just big hitters every single time.
So
but
you
I'm
intrigued
it was more bizarre big time. Than we thought. Oh yes. Yes, and I'm intrigued big time on this deal.
There you go.
Now it's so sleepy, I didn't really get into it, but I will for sure. We'll be back. One more segment, and the boys will join us at the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FUN for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or any gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FUN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FUN for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
I've been taking Nutrafol 4.5 years.
My hair was thinning.
I was under a lot of stress.
I like Nutrafol because it's drug-free and the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement.
My hair feels thicker,
stronger.
Nutrafol has taken me back to the hair I was meant to have.
Join the 1 million people growing at Nutrafol.com. That's Nutrafol.com. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. Paid for by Nutraceutical Wellness, Inc.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a
lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing.
But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Taco Bell's new grilled cheese dipping taco is, well, it's completely new. It's got a fresh fried white corn shell filled with cheese and new slow braised shredded beef with even more cheese grilled outside the shell. But what makes it really special is the dip. It comes with 2 sauces and you dip in one or both. Red sauce, then nacho cheese sauce, maybe more red sauce. This is a next level taco situation that'll have you acting brand new. The new grilled cheese dipping taco. Get one on the Taco Bell app today. At participating U.S. Taco Bell stores for a limited time only while supplies last. Contact store for participation which varies.
Jim Gaffigan here with some more Straight Talk. Let's take a moment to appreciate our sweet children, loving grandparents, and eternal soulmates. Now let's use them to save money on wireless. Because with the Straight Talk Silver Plan, you get 4 lines for just $25 a month with unlimited data and no contracts. So add those human pawns, loved ones, and save money. Thanks, kids. They're finally worth it. Straight Talk Wireless, available at Walmart.
Get 4 lines on Silver Unlimited for $25 per line per month, plus taxes and fees. For data management practices and additional terms, visit straighttalk.com.
We'd all love more time, right? More time to enjoy the last days of summer and more time to spare during the busy coming days of fall. HelloFresh gets it. That's why they give you back some free time by delivering fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and flavorful recipes right to your doorstep. They take care of the grocery shopping planning and prep so you never have to wonder, what's for dinner? Simply take your pick from 40 delicious chef-crafted options each week and sit back knowing that dinner has been taken care of. And don't worry, they have meals for many lifestyles from family-friendly to fit and wholesome and even veggie. And if you're in a hurry, you can even choose 15-minute meals or more, quick and easy recipe options for a tasty homemade dinner without the hassles. Now's the right time to try America's #1 meal kit too, because right now you can get 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com, HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba. This summer, you can take premium audio with you everywhere you go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever, with 3 sound profiles to match whatever you're listening to, plus noise isolation and awareness mode so you can choose to be immersed in sound or tune into your surroundings when you need to. Listen while you travel or during a grueling workout with optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are comfortable enough to wear all day, and they do not budge. With Raycon, you also get 8 hours of playtime and 32 hours of total battery life. And here's what we love. They start at about half price of the other premium audio brands. No wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 56,000 5-star reviews. See it for yourself. You'll get the hype. Right now, you can go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and get 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba for an additional 15% off. Buyraycon.com/Bubba or go get that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Pass the gravy, please.
8 minutes to the top of the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. The boys, the big boys, Rick and Bubba and Eddie Van Adler, who is also a big boy.
He is.
Will join us soon.
When the teams run on the field and the coach is in front of them holding them back,
Yes.
that's Rick and Bubba right outside that door.
Yeah.
They're fixing to come busting in here.
Yeah.
Probably not.
Or if Bubba has his backpack on
I hope he
today.
does. If he had it on again today, that would be perfect.
Amanda asked me about that last night. She said, hey, what was that thing I was hearing about the backpack? What did Bubba do? And I explained it. She got to laughing. She said, that's something I would do. And I'm like, yeah, it actually is something you would
I know what he's talking about. Your hands are doing something your brain is completely not in tune with.
Yeah.
I've done that.
Last segment, I brought up the fact that I was watching, that I needed 20 or 30 minutes of mindless television last night and went Netflix and just happened to see this new thing with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. And now that you have your internet back, you can actually stream. And so I've got to ask you, have you seen Hard Knocks yet? And I nearly went there last night because I knew the second episode was available, and I have not seen it yet.
So there's only 2 out there because I watched the first one and started the second one.
Okay, all right.
And then I got sleepy.
All right, so last week when I brought this up, I said that it was a PR campaign for Aaron Rodgers. That we've always heard that he's hard to live with. His family doesn't like him. All these different things.
Well, his family might be a bunch of jerks.
They may be. They may be. And so I said, when you watch it, you're going to find yourself wanting to hang out with Aaron Rodgers, saying he's a good guy, saying all the right things about somebody you'd like to hang out with. And so I go to you, Greg Burgess. Was I correct?
I will go here. First of all, I've always been a fan of Hard Knocks.
Yeah.
Since the beginning. Loved it.
Yeah.
Second of all, you are exactly right. I find myself, because I'm not one of these people who's really tied to an NFL team.
I know.
I just like to watch the game. I catch myself almost wanting them to be very successful and win the whole thing.
I know.
And now that's, hey, Greg,
far-fetched, but I'm with
you.
you.
The third episode's in.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to tell you this. Get ready in episode 2 when they bring a magician in.
A magician?
A sleight of hand guy. Or
like into a team meeting or
in
something?
a team meeting, I guess, just to have unreal what he does. And looking, the players can't, but they're falling everywhere.
All right.
And,
so
but I forgot how much I liked Hard Knocks, and I didn't realize Ray Donovan. I know that's the character.
Okay.
I forget his real name, but the guy that plays Ray Donovan is the voice of it.
I brought that up, and I didn't want to tell you. I wanted you to see it. And so how caught off guard were you with that one?
I mean,
and Aaron Rodgers keeps calling him the voice of God and all that,
God.
and it's funny because he does have a great voice, and it's perfect for that Hard Knocks. He's been doing it for years.
And they gave you a little snippet of the guy that did the NFL films in the past.
Yeah.
That I always loved his voice.
Yeah.
And Ray Donovan, I'm calling him Ray Donovan. I don't know his name.
He
basically said, "I'm doing it. I try to sound like him."
Yeah.
And he does.
And I'm gonna tell you, he had some funny one-liners and some stories as he was just kind of.
What about? Did you notice that Aaron Rodgers was wanting the team to give him more?
And he would.
They were going, I mean, he's the voice of God.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the guy. He said, "Look at him." He basically said he's here and he's fired up, and y'all are giving him nothing.
I know.
Is what I was getting. So he overdid it. He tried to overdo it, giving him tons.
I would love. I'm like you. I would love to see them make a run at it for sure.
And I will tell you this, and we may have covered it when it happened, and I may be wrong, but I don't think I am. Sauce Gardner,
how about
the
that?
corner,
yeah,
out of Cincinnati.
Wow, he can play.
Remember when he went? Obviously, he was the first round pick. His college stats, and I may be wrong. He never got beat for a touchdown his entire career.
I remember hearing that too.
And there was something about it, he never gave up a pass over so many yards or something. His stats, and he lives up to it. Him and that receiver going at each other. But I remember him coming out of college, and they got to talking about, I mean, his whole college career, nobody ever beat him for a touchdown. That's pretty solid. And very hard to do.
Well, and you're right. And one of the things that stood out to me, just from a player-coach standpoint, is you got to realize these are the best in the business. And of all the great quarterbacks that we've seen, just recently, Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Mahomes, Aaron Rodgers, the way that these coaches are reacting to the way Aaron Rodgers throws a football catches me off guard.
And they've seen a lot of good balls.
They have.
I thought that it's like every one of them are going, "Oh wow!"
They're like, "Did you see
this
that?
is something I've never seen."
Did you just see that? What in the world? And so I'm like,
well, I don't know how long all these guys have been with the Jets, maybe, but I should say, or the Jets have just never had a good quarterback.
Maybe that's the case too.
And I think Zach Wilson, who was the first round pick that they took year before last, and they throw these guys out there too soon.
They do. Best thing that ever happened to him, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
And Rodgers is giving him a ton.
Oh, he's trying to help him and work with him, and the kid's obviously good, but I don't know why it's the trend now. Because think about Darnold, all these guys that were picked, they threw them out there the first year and they wash out.
Yeah,
I mean, a bunch of them. Like a lot of people were saying on this, they were surprised they didn't trade Zach Wilson, and they're like, well, no, this is actually going to work out for him. Rodgers sat behind Favre for a long time.
He did. He certainly did.
But obviously Rodgers doesn't have that many years left. But like Favre did when Green Bay took Rodgers, Favre had a lot of time left.
Yeah.
So.
When the head coach has been in football for 30, 40 years, and he's turning around to other coaches going, "Can you believe that throw?"
Yeah,
and
other players,
yes,
going, my gosh,
yeah,
we've never seen a ball like that.
And the fact that he's likable makes it the perfect package
with the right attitude.
He has.
Now, can he maintain it?
I don't know. We may be saying something different 4 episodes in. He may turn the corner. I don't know.
But he seems like he's at a really good place.
He does.
And look, sometimes it's time to move on.
Yeah.
Green Bay they were hugely successful, and it was obviously great to him, and he got to play behind Favre and developed into a unreal quarterback, one of the elite. And again, they may go out there and fall flat on their face, but you catch yourself, and I'm only an episode and a half in. You catch yourself pulling for them.
I know you said episode 2, you just started it, but there's a magician, and I wanted just to tell everybody that tonight I actually have my team meeting where all the girls are back. We're meeting. We'll start next week, all that good stuff. But actually, Eddie Van Adler is coming, and he's going to be our magician tonight.
And a lot of people don't know
a lot
about
of people don't know
his sleight of hand. It's really good.
It's unbelievable. Card tricks
He's known for it.
His card tricks.
Oh, yeah.
And you talking about rabbits out of hats?
Oh,
you wouldn't believe what he can do with a tennis ball and a racket.
Hey, and look out for a dove at any moment.
I know.
That's all I can tell you.
He is the headliner. He's the headliner, and he'll go about 6:30 tonight.
Okay, good deal.
That's news to me because really the only trick I got is this thumb trick where you look like you're
pretty good
cutting your finger off with your thumb.
I do that for my grandkids.
Yeah,
that's great.
That's it. I'm done. That's it. I'm out of illusions.
When I was a kid. I even for Christmas or birthday, I got this magic set with all these magic. I wanted to be able to do.
Greg the magician,
and I never could do them. Never.
There's two things I'm not any good at: tricks and telling jokes.
Now there was a time I was a pretty good joke teller. Of course, I can't tell a lot of them.
Right. Yeah, it depends on the audience.
I like a good joke. Now, I ain't gonna lie. I like if somebody.
Well, Greg,
I
love a good joke. I just don't tell them well.
Man, I'm telling you, I like it. If you got somebody that can tell a good one,
yeah,
nothing better.
Oh, I know some. You can tell a good joke.
I'm not bad.
Yeah, you tell some good jokes, Greg. Ain't nothing worse than somebody that can't tell a joke, and you're just like, please just get to the end.
Yes,
my
goodness. That's me, by the way.
I had a buddy. He always would leave a key part out, and I go, "No, you skipped it. You know, and you ruined. You went to the punchline."
He's a dentist. That's the important part.
Yeah, you didn't set it up.
All right, hang with us. It gets real at the top of the hour with the boys. Join us next. Hang with us. RickandBubba.com for everything Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Don't forget that.
Yeah, that's true. So that's
Helmsy said he might have loved Steve Ducey and his wife's cookbook. Maybe that was it.
Yeah. But I mean, I think if you were talking about somebody who got out there and fought for you, whatever score is the highest, that should also go to Hannity.
Right.
I mean, because Hannity, Hannity's fought and it just went on monologue after monologue and has fought pretty hard for it.
Yeah,
right.
But I guess maybe there's been one or two occasions, maybe, I don't know, that he said he did something that Hannity didn't agree with. Because I guess a 10, because if you get a 12, that means you've been all in on every single.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but I see, we're on the same time as the Deuce, so I haven't heard everything the Deuce has done. We'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. Bubba, there's is this a world record?
Rick, this world record's going to bother you. You thought the last one we talked about was bad.
Yeah.
This is really bad.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd want to be in this one.
I don't either.
All this one
That's
requires
a good-looking group right there.
It's just a lack of modesty. I mean, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He saw now who's running this documentary right now?
HBO.
There's an HBO documentary that the Jackson family has tried to stop, but it is airing. And this, and these are not allegations we've never heard before. But when you have somebody that says, I was one of the main little boys that spent time with Michael Jackson, and now that he has passed away, because one of the things, that's the first thing I was asking Greg about in the kitchen, we were talking about it, is you have to look at the motivation for these things, and I certainly don't know the truth. And the Jackson family, I understand their response, and I think it's correct, saying he's not here to defend himself. He has defended himself in the past. No one's ever found him guilty of any of this as far as any kind of.
Now, he did pay a settlement on the first one.
He did. You're right.
That hurt.
But,
some of his defense, Rick, has not been sparkling in the past.
No. I don't think any of these two were ever ones that filed against him.
That's right.
They actually testified on his behalf.
Yeah. And I think one of the things that we're finding here that is, I'm just saying it's believable. I don't know the truth, but it is okay for us to take things that are presented to us and say, well, here's my assumption, and that's all it can be, or my theory, is that these guys said the reason why they never really went after him and even helped him while he was alive is that they didn't want to see him go to jail. They actually were his friends, and they did love him, and not in any bizarre way.
Yeah.
Meaning they were connected to him, and yes, he did some things to them that they said later in life they realized, hey, that wasn't right.
Yeah.
That shouldn't have happened.
But they also had normal times with him when it wasn't that way.
Right. And they said that they didn't have a desire to destroy him. And the reason why they're doing this now is they do want to clear the air for themselves. And I think some of them are having some issues now of how it's affected them later in life, which we know that is factually true when children have been through trauma a lot of times, and or they didn't understand what was going on at the time because they were children, and now they see it as an adult. But I guess for those that are saying, like I guess I would too, what are these two guys trying to accomplish? They're one of their reasons is saying we didn't want to destroy him when he was alive because we actually liked him.
Well, here's
right.
Yeah, from what I saw, and again, I haven't seen it all.
Yeah.
But here's the part I don't understand. You can do the allegations also, but the detail they went into, I think, was a little unnecessary. Just as watching it.
Oh, really?
Because they go into detail.
So they try to do a shock factor for you.
Oh yeah. But here's another thing. I forgot about this. After the second part last night, Oprah had the two guys. There's a special with her, and it's almost like I think from what I saw that she is like. I guess she believes what they say or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Well,
was she trying to get both of them on Weight Watchers?
Right, that may have been
been
the stock drop, but it was something. But Oprah, and again, guys, I've seen only parts because I picked up part one because they replayed it. I probably saw the last 40 minutes of it, and then part two, I made it. I don't know. I kept falling asleep, but me personally, again, and I grew up Michael Jackson, blah blah blah, world's greatest entertainer at the time. But I never paid that much attention then, I guess, as I just didn't.
Well, we weren't really into that kind of music.
Yeah.
He was a guy that in a genre of music we didn't care that much about that we liked in that genre.
Yeah.
But we acknowledged his
guys,
talent, but I didn't follow his every move or have posters of him or anything like that.
But when it shows him, and this is when he's at the height of his game, I'm talking about the big as ever, and he's on tour in all these countries, and he always has a little boy with him. Not different ones, not just one, but different ones, and holding their hand, walking. And like this kid here, I think, filed a suit against him. He was one of the others. And they talk about how they got older, then they would get replaced. And then when all of a sudden he needed them to testify, then he'd come back and start, having something to do with them again. But the fact that he would parade around, first of all, looking the way he looked, bizarre. And he always was holding hands with a little boy, different ones.
Right.
I mean, shouldn't somebody went, hey, guys, something weird's going on here.
The children are the future.
Never.
Never.
But you know what I'm saying? It just, that should have been, it's like he was right there in front of you.
You didn't want to believe it, Greg. I didn't want to believe it. Look, the two things, I cannot believe I've lived long enough that I'm having to wrap my mind around two things. Bill Cosby was a sexual predator and Michael Jackson was a pedophile. Those are two very difficult things for us to want to believe.
Yeah. I mean, he's dressed up in an admiral suit, walking around with a little kid dressed up in some crazy suit. And
with one glove on.
Yeah, I mean.
So
you're
screaming
at the TV? Well, there it is.
Because you look at this, you go, okay.
Did anybody ask, why is that child with you? There were times when he had like terminally ill children and all that.
That's what
But these were not. These were just somebody's kid.
Right. Bubba. It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. Thank you for being with us today. This hour starts with the national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, we thank you for being with us today as we come to you again from the No Name Studio. living out on the bleeding edge of technology, allowing you to get the show on your own time or live every single day in a number of ways. The live options, America's boldest radio stations. We have 3 new affiliates. We'll be adding them by this fall as that group of stations continues to grow. Another way to get us live is to watch us on the YouTube channel. Eddie Van Adler now settling in, ready for that. Another way is to listen to our TuneIn app. You get that from the App Store. TuneIn is a free download. Then you just search The Rick and Bubba Show, and you get our 24/7 channel, which features the live show. But it also is part of our archive options. The TuneIn app gives you full shows archived. The YouTube channel gives you an archive of the show, and our podcast channel gives you a daily archive of the show. The podcast channel and the YouTube channel also give you a best of hour daily. One of those you can see on Blaze TV, the one there on the YouTube channel as well. So there's all the different ways to get the show and all the different platforms. Find out everything you need to know by going to rickandbubba.com. Helmsy and the real Greg Burgess have given you a kickoff hour, Speedy on vacation. And right here sits the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Welcome to the show that talks about hot water heaters.
Bubba, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
Well, I was going to ask this questions, and Helmsley probably is our best shot of getting a modern day answer on this.
That's scary.
I think the rest of us, because I think Adler's children, they're still too young, so he's not in this mode yet. Greg, Bubba, me, our kids are too old, so we never saw this. We all know as a parent, there's so many things that can be dreaded that the kids drag you into, or something they got to do, or you got to get them to something. And we all loathe the dreaded, even when I say it, a lot of you are going to have PTSD from it, or like Helmsy, he probably has some current trauma, and Adler soon will. And those 2 words are fundraiser. Daddy, I've got a fundraiser. Daddy, I've got a fundraiser. Horrible. Is there anything more? I can't tell you the number of times I've offered a one pay. How can I pay my way out of this? Yep. Can I just give a donation? So throughout times, I remember when we were kids, we would sell, chocolate covered almonds. Some candy guy would come to the school and work.
What about shampoo? Did you hit the shampoo?
I don't think we ever did that.
We
but
did that in Little League one time.
Yeah, so there's various options, but there's one that's relatively new, and I even told Sherry, we had a discussion about it over the weekend. We were riding, I saw various signs about it, and I told Sherry, I said, "Is that a successful fundraiser? It just doesn't feel like an impulse buy, the mattress sale." Do they do well with that?
I mean,
do people?
I know it goes on.
Do people go, well, hello, little fella, I think I will buy a mattress? It's one thing for it's one thing for a kid to say, would you like some candy? Sure, right. Some cookies, some donuts.
What about candy and
gum?
About a
Boston the ham and turkey and Boston butt
Boston
stuff.
Butts.
What about candy and gum?
Car wash.
Yeah.
Car wash.
Yeah.
What about a book of coupons?
Yeah, the coupons. I can't take
that card with the discount.
I can't tell you how many times that's never been used, but which is why they give them those coupons, because they know nobody's going to ever use them. But here's the other thing is, And the one that I thought was when I first thought that kid fundraisers started veering off was when people were selling fruit.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, did anybody want to buy fruit? I mean, you remember the hassle of, here's a kid back with a bunch of pears. You know what I mean? And oranges. And I remember just saying, I don't want it. Go give it to someone who is less fortunate or something. Can I just give you the money?
I've done that with Austin Bucks.
Right.
Look, I just keep the
But
buck.
but I got to go with the mattress sale. Is this successful? And, of course, I saw the signs, and I told Sherry it must be, or they wouldn't be doing it. Yeah. But that doesn't feel like an impulse buy to me. Do you realize people keep mattresses for 10, 12 years?
That's a great point. Because whoever sold them that this is a
Mr. Burgess, we're raising money for our ball team. Okay. Would you like to have a mattress? A mattress? I mean,
you got a Boston butt? What?
I mean, I got to pull my mattress out of my house. When does Billy give me the mattress? Where do I get it?
The only thing that would be strangers, maybe tires.
You're right.
That's right in the same vein.
But when is this a hassle? How do I get it?
Hey, we got some two treads here, double radials.
And how many do they sell? Because this has been going on.
Am I in a parking lot? Do I load it up? Is it ordered like Helix and come to my door? What? How does this happen?
Why did this come into your world?
I saw the signs.
Okay.
I was riding down the road, and I mean, there was a huge fundraiser marketing deal. I mean, they hit me. You know how they'll put signs all together like political signs? Mattress sale fundraiser around the corner, and I'd seen it before, and I was like, so we're hawking mattresses. And it didn't feel like an impulse buy to me.
I got caught up in one the other day. It was for a volleyball team, and they were at Zaxby's, and they're just lined up with signs. And I thought, well, maybe this is a car wash. No, you tell the Zaxby's that you want to support it, and I guess part of the
correct. I've seen that one. I don't mind that one.
I don't mind it, but I'm talking about they were crowd out there with the sign. At first, I kept trying to look and go, where's the hose pipe? Where are they washing
Zaxby's has really dialed that in. They do that over by my house a lot.
Yeah.
But in that one, I can see that's pretty simple. But you understand what I'm saying? I'm walking into the grocery store. Here's a table, and these girls have cookies, or here's a table, they have donuts. I got that. I'm walking to the grocery store. Hey, can I get you the interest share of the mattress? I'm like, I'm grabbing groceries. Mattress? What am I going to do with it?
Plus, you think, they expect to go, you know what? I do need a mattress. Most people,
how many times?
That's a purchase that you.
But I have to go back to this. I see it enough now. It must be successful.
It's not new. You're right.
I've never had to deal with this one, Rick.
Okay. But you are still in that fundraising world.
So I feel like I'm being asked about something every day.
Yeah. It's one of those things I'm glad.
Loose change day. Bring all your loose change for this fundraiser.
Yeah. Rick, remember when we were kids and we'd had to sell candy?
Yes.
And I remember we went to the private school the first 3 years ago, and they had it was chocolate-covered peanuts.
Oh, they were so good.
And we would get in trouble because we'd eat a lot of them.
Good.
Mom would have to buy them.
They were so good. They were so good.
They were delicious.
They knew because I was always a little fat kid. When I left with mine, they thought, we'll do well there.
Yeah.
Hey, and remember, we went into the assembly. And they had all them toys up there, and if you got to be the top, you know how much you sold, you got to pick something.
Oh, let me tell you,
I never got to pick nothing.
Let me tell you this: the hype man they'd send to your school, you'd come home thinking that what we're about to do is the greatest thing that's ever happened.
Boy, they were good at what they did.
And you thought deep down you was gonna get that bicycle, but you knew you weren't.
No. What about the year? I remember when they sold them spices, sneezeless pepper, onions that won't make you cry. It was a big guy. He gave us.
I do remember that
sneezeless pepper.
I forgot
all
about
that, and I think it had bacon bits, and I ate them.
Yeah, all that was missing was the painted wagon. You know what I mean? It's just
so, and then there's some good tea glasses.
Right. Yeah. The mattress thing, being a parent that's been with fundraisers, I just can't imagine how that operates. Can you imagine how you got to now go hand all your mattresses? Because remember the thing about a fundraiser, your kid sells it. So you're kind of done with it. Then it all comes in. Yeah. And then you got to distribute it. Well, how does this mattress thing work?
There's nothing worse than a fundraiser.
Oh, I hate it. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Is with Michael Jackson, the world's largest, biggest entertainer in the world, and my son's on tour with him, and they're holding hands walking through the streets.
And so
while people are screaming.
And he was such an icon that some of these parents just thought, well, how cool, Michael Jackson.
Oh, yeah, they interviewed the parents, these two, absolutely.
And that was just caught up in the celebrity.
The one mom got carried away, and they moved him from Australia. She left her husband over there, and it was just crazy.
Really?
Yeah.
But so his celebrity, this is the problem with celebrity, is people they give you a pass on things they would never give anybody else a pass on.
Yeah.
Because, we hold them in too high regard. You realize we hold people in high regard because they can sing and dance and act and play sports. Exactly. All right. So and suddenly we think that anything they want to do, they should be allowed to do, and we should never question it.
If there was any
by the way, you ever thought about that? That's an odd thing to say.
Yes, it is.
That's a strange mindset. So, but
let's say a normal person, every time you saw him, he had a different young boy with him, holding their hand, walking around that wasn't his kid. You'd be going,
if you
what is that?
If there was a guy you knew that was in construction business, and every time you went on the job site, he was holding hands with some little boy, you'd be like, hey, man.
Is that your son? No, it's a friend of mine.
Yeah.
Oh, well, there's a different one now.
Is this a kid that undoubtedly, sadly has a bad diagnosis and always wanted to be on a construction site? No, he's just a kid I like. Okay, is that your kid? No. Are you his big brother, like you in the Big Brother program? No.
No.
Are you his mentor? No. Are you? Does he not have a dad? No. No. I just like having him around. Okay.
Yeah, it's just
okay. That ain't right. But if Michael had set up Neverland and all we ever saw were 2 to 3 times a year terminally ill children would go there, or kids from dire poverty, and he was trying to give them a nice experience, he stayed out of it. He'd get up and say a speech, thank y'all for being here. He had a staff that worked it. You could see that and go, that's a guy using his celebrity to help kids that are having a tough time. But then but that wasn't. You would see that from time to time. But what you saw,
these little trophies that he walked around.
You saw more of are just little boys that would be. He always wanted them around.
And now he also is
grown men shouldn't have sleepovers.
They touched on the
we said that
the Macaulay Culkin thing. Like one guy.
I don't know
said,
if you should use that term.
The wrong term. The one guy said, because this one guy ended up growing up and being a choreographer for NSYNC and Britney Spears, very successful, and he could dance really good when he's a kid. And he was supposed to be in the black and white video, but when he gets there, Macaulay Culkin's taking his place, so he's out. And Macaulay Culkin has testified that he's never had nothing happen to him. And then I think that crazy Corey guy same way.
Corey Feldman.
Well, you can't tell between the people who just wanted to be around him, and was there abuse, or are these people all trying to make a nickel off of it now? It's just hard to tell.
It is. But there's a lot of smoke.
A lot of oddity. I give you that.
Yeah. But just him parading them kids around creeped me out.
Yeah. Top of the hour. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, guys, I have not seen the Michael Jackson documentary, so I don't know if this was covered, but Michael Jackson's doctor said that Joe Jackson had Michael Jackson chemically castrated. Have you guys heard that?
I've never heard that.
Well, no, we did hear that when he was younger, and I don't know if it's true or not, that they gave him hormones to keep his voice from changing.
Yeah,
I
remember hearing that too, but I'd never heard what you just said.
Chemically castrated.
I've
never heard that.
I never heard that. But to me, how you start getting clarity as time goes on. And like I said, I didn't follow all this, but if you look at it, and again, to be perfectly clear, and I don't want anyone to hear anything other than this, Michael Jackson is dead now, and he is facing the judge that will decide what that knows what's true and what's not true, and he'll receive either his punishment or if he was redeemed and repented or never did any of this and had nothing in this area to repent of other than all of us got repentance. But I mean, we're all equal at the foot of the cross. But so I don't know what happened or what didn't happen. But if you just take your knowledge hat and your common sense hat and put it on, you follow this pattern. And Greg said it's actually covered in this documentary. You look at, so I'm this huge star and I'm getting away with something that's I have some deviant behavior. And we can decide where that came from all we want to or what caused it. But he had it, it appears, if he did. And so I'm doing this thing, and I'm kind of getting away with it. And when everybody's starting to close in on me, I marry Lisa Marie Presley. Now, how Lisa Marie got talked into that?
Yeah, that's strange.
I'm telling you. But
when they did those public kisses, they look, like you.
And he married that old ugly lady that had his kids.
Rick
Well,
and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is the number, and we thank you for being with us today. So we're unpacking another one. Speedy is out. He will be back with us, Lord willing, coming up on tomorrow's program.
I'm glad.
Monday's program, not tomorrow.
I'm glad Speedy's getting a break.
Yes, he needs it.
He needs it. And he may have the toughest job here, number 3, because everything rolls downhill.
Oh, it's awful. Yeah,
stop
terrible.
number 1 is Speedy's desk.
That's right. It's just that little crossroads.
Yay.
Is just
Nothing good
Speedy needs a break, and
too.
He got one too because this is a freebie, I think.
Yeah. Oh, really?
What?
Got an email. Y'all.
Oh, that's right.
I wasn't gonna say
that's
anything,
right.
I
but
knew
they
it.
emailed me and said,
No, you're right. This is that guy that always offers his place in Pensacola. And
Yes.
Speedy, of course, took him up.
He
on it.
left that out.
Oh,
or did you have to go listen?
I never doubted it was anything else. I just didn't know which one it
You're
was.
just thankful.
I thought he was
still thankful.
Yeah,
I thought he was
glad
doing
him and
that.
Terry's getting away.
I thought he was doing that where you have to go listen to them try to sell you a timeshare, but you don't have to buy it, but then you get to stay.
That's funny, Greg.
No,
They do those.
I'll read the email I got this morning.
Yeah.
From Paul, who owns the condo.
Yeah, and Paul has been very gracious with it, but he finally found him a taker.
He said we were down for the golden ticket seats in February, and in Speedy style, he found a freebie.
Yes, he did.
So
let me tell you what's not.
I remember Paul.
Let me tell you
offering
though,
that up.
for those of you that are down on the Gulf Coast, now I do want to tell you if you're in Speedy's area, what's not going to happen. You're not going to be having a great time at a restaurant and Speedy send over, hey, so-and-so over here picked up your dinner. That's not going to happen.
Or in the drive-thru. Or in the drive-thru. You know, when they pass it on. Oh, stop right there with that GMC.
No, that's not going to happen. Okay. Hey, you see the ball go over there? He said he's got it.
Yeah. Hey, it's on him.
So, yeah, Speedy found a way. You know,
He did.
But and about this, I give him props for that.
Yeah.
I give him props.
Look, he's we often joke that he's cheap. He's just very frugal.
He is.
I'd say cheap. He and I've had this debate before. You know,
I was trying to be nice. Rick,
no,
'cause he's not here.
no, there are things
he needs a break.
There's things. I agree 100%. And if I had a place at the beach, I could have give him and his beautiful wife. I would have. But because he deserves it. But and I'm thankful for people like Paul with hearts like that.
Yeah,
you know what is funny though?
We have fun with Speedy.
Yeah, and if I was down there in Pensacola and Paul emailed me this, he said, if you're ever down here speaking again, need a place to stay, you can stay at my place if it's available. Yeah. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Paul.
Now I kind of wonder all those years I offered Speedy somewhere to go and he wouldn't take me up on it.
He never did?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, well, that now you really look into that.
I need to
Was it free? Or did he have to pay the cleaning fee or something?
Yeah,
something in that's not right. Something in that's not right.
It probably was a cleaning fee.
Okay.
I took Bubba up on it one time. The cleaning fee was not that bad.
It's not that bad. What we talking about? $150?
I don't think it was that much.
Really?
That was all. No, it's
75?
nothing. Yeah, probably in that range.
Yeah. But there's some catch in there you're missing.
Yeah, I got to. I'm missing something. I'm gonna have to sit down and rethink this. I'm gonna put my backpack on and go through it.
Rick, that's like when you go hunting and everything's perfect. You're going, I can't believe I didn't see a deer. Something, I got everything I need. Something about that. It looks like a perfect situation.
I did try to get Speedy to come down and hunt, and he came a time or two.
Yeah.
And the last time
he
he came,
did.
he was there 15 minutes and shot a 12-point.
Yeah.
A big one.
Yep.
I mean,
Bubba got so mad about it. He sold the place.
He didn't get to stand good.
Yep. Upset Bubba's bad. He sold it.
He sold it.
Was that the last deer that was harvested on your property under your name?
It may not have been the last one, but it was the last year.
Biggest one, probably.
Yeah, it was a good move.
Yeah. I look back on that one. That was a perplexing move. That's almost as perplexing as Speedy not taking a free condo.
Yeah.
There's something missing there.
Oh, I have a lot of perplexing questions I ask myself.
Right.
We all do.
Birds, what are you doing? All right, so I heard just the last, because of my new, this year, I've got a little bit of a new morning routine. So I only catch usually one segment of the kickoff hour. Have y'all updated everybody on Michael Orr?
Yeah, we talked
Slightly.
about it.
We just did the part about him saying Sandra Bullock should give her Oscar back. Okay. Now understand when we say people are saying it's social media, they just grab any idiots.
Yeah, they
tweet or whatever. I mean, I love it when we act like we have this breaking news and we're basing our info on Frank from North Carolina. I don't get it.
Nice grab on Frank from North Carolina, by the way.
Yeah. You know, there's something about this story I don't understand, too. I saw where the Tuohys have come back and said, hey, we think it's time to end the conservatorship, too.
Yeah,
I had no idea that was still going on. I thought that was just going to...
That part's odd.
For a year or two.
That part is odd.
Because he's had agents. He's had all this with the NFL. I mean, he's made tens of millions of dollars.
And again, I've yet to see an accusation that they got involved in any of that.
Right.
Even though, according to this, they probably could have. Had the right. He just says anything to do with the movie.
Right.
He feels like they didn't give him his cut.
I'll say this to Michael Orr.
How about you get a cut of that NFL check to the Tuohys because you wouldn't be in that situation if you wouldn't have been with them.
And look out over there.
Why don't we do that,
Michael
Orr?
Hams.
We can play it both ways.
Oh, gonna have you got a little tone about it.
I do.
Okay.
I'm about sick of this. I'm sick of stuff like this.
Yeah, because I can't imagine the hurt. I can't because however this conservator. How do you ever say it? Conservatorship. However this was set up, I just can't get past that it's been going on this long, and Michael's just now mad about it, and it wasn't dissolved when he went into the NFL. That was the end of that, and the fact that to what you just said, Helms, I kind of felt like that everybody involved with this had always not in the movie, away from the movie. I'm looking right here; they're all sitting on a panel somewhere, coming on radio shows. Michael Orr's talks before now. It seemed like that everybody involved in this had an appreciation for each other, all the way around. Yeah. That thank you for what you did to me, and Michael, thank you for what you've done for us, and this has been a blessing to us. And hey, thank you, it's been a blessing to me. When did all this just suddenly go south, and now I'm mad?
Yeah, I don't get it. And again, it would be different if he could say, well, they've been in, since they had this, of course, he would have done away with the conservatorship, probably, if this was the case. But they've been in all my business my whole life, blah, blah, blah. Well, I haven't heard that accusation. He's just saying things tied to the movie and the book that he says they made millions, and they say we did not make millions.
Is that where the rub is?
He's somebody using his name. I even use this as an example, and I don't know if they did. Let's say I'm speaking. I get paid a bunch of money to come speak at an event.
If you're
the
Michael
reason
Orr,
you know
do.
me is because I'm talking about if I'm one of the Tuohys. The reason you know who I am is because of Michael Orr's story. I guess he's saying, well, I get a cut of that. I haven't heard that, but I'm just thinking maybe he's thinking things like that because I've yet to hear him say y'all were involved in my NFL negotiations and my contracts and any of this legal part. I've heard nothing about that.
Well, I kind of go back to what Helms just said. Yeah, people know who you are because of the story, but also nobody would know who they are if they abandoned you and didn't help you.
And so I'm supposed to believe that.
What if they didn't take you in?
Rick, we're supposed to believe the Tuohys took him in because they said one day we'll make a movie about this and make a lot of money off of it. Come on.
But people who are attacking Sandra Bullock, who played
that's weird.
That's idiotic.
Even if the Tuohys did something wrong, that's ridiculous.
No, I will say that you're mentally ill if you think that.
I think so.
Rick and Bubba.
Get to that. So I'm going through a timeline. And you said that in this documentary, these people claim he told them that Lisa Marie was nothing but to try to divert people off.
That's according to one of the kids.
Yeah, we don't know. But it would make sense to me because they didn't stay together very long. They did some really weird things together. But what I'm talking about, in the way he acted, to me, it would be plausible. That's all I'm saying. It would be plausible that you would say that looks like a strategy more than it looks like a true romance.
Well, yeah.
Because what I really need right now is a wife for people to get off my trail. And I'm going to get a very high-profile wife, and we're going to be this ultimate celebrity.
Get a lot of coverage.
Right. Now, they didn't have any children. Now, she had some children.
Yeah.
And, some people, question about I don't what happened there, whatever, why she did end up leaving. That was always kind of gray. So then time goes on, and hey, they're closing on me again, and all of a sudden, look out of nowhere, I got kids.
Yeah.
Now I've got my own kids. Now, again.
Married my dermatologist is nurse.
Stay with it. I didn't even my marriage when I finally tried to act like I was gonna get married. I didn't do anything that looked normal. And now instead of me just marrying a woman, being in love, and us having some kids, now I got to even have kids in some bizarre way that nobody can truly document or figure out. And that's gonna be weird too. But look, I got kids. I got my own kids. And so if you look at just the whole timeline, if you just sat down, let's say you came from another planet.
Yeah.
You didn't have any idea who Michael Jackson was, and somebody said, "Hey, I want you to look at some stuff.
Follow this.
Yeah, follow. I'm gonna go through this guy's life and some things that went on, and I'm gonna ask you a question at the end of it, and I want you to give me an answer on what you think. If they weren't blinded by celebrity, and you just presented this life and all these attempts to cover and all these attempts to put up an image and all the bizarreness, and then you weave in all these little boys and all this stuff over all this time." If the person had just arrived, they had no idea who Michael Jackson was, they would find him guilty.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like the life of somebody who has an issue. Now, it's not just because he was bizarre. There's a lot of bizarre people that doesn't make them pedophiles.
No.
You know what I mean? But there's a huge amount of evidence. And I'm as guilty as anybody. I don't want to live in a world where Bill Cosby's a sexual predator and Michael Jackson's a pedophile.
Yeah, no.
I don't want to really. I don't want the world to be like that. But that doesn't mean it's not true. just because I don't want it to be true. And you know, so if you just, I'm just picturing myself stepping away from everything and just going, well, look at here.
Yeah.
You know, even the marriage. And
you look at all that. Like I said, don't even have
this.
this documentary. Don't even have this.
You
And
don't
just
even
look
need
at what's there.
Yeah, because when you get to documentaries, there's somebody with the, and I don't know what's true and what's not true involving these two men. Let me be clear, but I know the talent of filmmakers and documentary makers, and there's somebody right now that can put together a documentary that'll convince you that Michael didn't do it.
That's true.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So we have to sit down and we have to look at things just like we've done with OJ, just like we did with Bill Cosby, just like we've done with other people a long time, fill in the blank. What do we always do on this show? Well, let's just talk about the things that nobody denies. Let's look at the things that we know are true, and then we can make some sort of assessment on the things that nobody denies. Right?
Yep. Right. And all I can think about is every 5 to 10 years, something like this happens. And what's next?
Well,
what's going to happen
Who's
in
the
the
next,
next
yeah.
5? Who is the next one that because we honestly, we didn't see any of this coming. We didn't see the Bill Cosby thing. We didn't see the OJ thing. But every time, I mean, guys, within 5 to 10 years, we're going to have another name that we're discussing, some crazy, horrific thing that they've done.
Yeah.
It's almost like there's this reminder that keeps showing up before us, and this involves pastors.
Absolutely.
Involves, just because somebody's a gifted pastor doesn't mean they're a great person, and or a gifted teacher or whatever. And so, how many times we've had those surprises? Mm-hmm. And it's almost like there's this reminder that keeps going off, I think, from probably our Creator.
Yes.
That says, do not put your trust here.
Right.
Do not put your worship here. All of this is supposed. The key to life is that you are trying to get to a point where your life glorifies me.
Right.
And that's it. And that's why you were created. And every time we get diverted off and we start thinking that our worship belongs somewhere else, it's like He gives us a wake up call.
Yeah.
And then just one of those. So this is what you thought. So you're right. I mean, who is it right now that'll be the next person we talk about?
And it's going on right now.
Yeah, you never know.
Good night.
I know. Bottom of the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. Other. 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big, and we are so glad you're here. LinkedIn.com/Bubba is here to help you. Have you got an opportunity? You got an opportunity? Huh? If you're trying to get a job opportunity in front of the right candidates so you can start interviewing them, LinkedIn.com/Bubba is a great tool. It helps you find the right people for your team faster and for free so you don't make the mistake and do a bad hire. Ugh. You want to make sure and be 100% sure that you have access to the best qualified candidates out there. They give you screening tools to help you prioritize who you would actually like to interview and then eventually hire. Nothing worse than wasting time in an interview with a person that you have no chance of hiring because they don't even basically meet your requirements. So let's not do that. Let's not waste our time. Let's be efficient with our time using LinkedIn.com/Bubba. And you can post your job opportunity for free right now. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Also go to rickandbubba.com. You'll find it there under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, you were mentioning that that you have actually been to these tar pits. Did you?
Yeah,
tell me
the
that?
La Brea tar pits in Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm.
Made famous by Bugs Bunny, of course.
Mm-hmm.
I was. We've got a story today about a horrific scene at the La Brea tar pits in L.A. when a group of Canadian geese, I guess, thought the tar pits were a pond and come in for a landing. And, of course, they were stuck in the tar.
Yeah.
2 of the 15 survived in this
thank
horrific incident on July 31st.
Well, if you're having to deal with these Canadian geese, like all of us are, this really isn't a sad story.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, if I could put some tar pits down at the farm, I'd love to get rid of a lot of them.
So, for folks who have not been there, the La Brea tar pits are basically big ponds, or a big pond that is full of tar and oil, and it's a natural thing. It's just bubbling up out of the ground. Think about the Clampets, Jed Clampett, when the black gold started bubbling up. And you remember Granny saying that the swamp wasn't good for anything because it was so full of oil you couldn't catch anything in there.
Yeah.
So this is it's really an interesting phenomenon there, and it shows you what's underground under L.A. A lot of oil and gas, and it stinks real bad. It smells like diesel fuel. I remember that. Betty wouldn't sit on the bus. She didn't want anything to do with it.
She wanted nothing to do with it?
Well, she said it stinks. I'm going back on the bus.
So she was not thrilled by your bus tour?
No.
Look, I realized I need to get out more. I didn't know this was a thing.
So they have a real cool museum built there too, and it's several acres of land. And it's right in the middle of L.A. I mean, you got traffic on all four sides and highways and all this, but they have pulled all these fossils out of this oil and around it over time. I mean, they've got woolly mammoth and saber-toothed tigers and all this stuff from dinosaur days, things that got trapped in the oil and died. And it's a really, really cool
Is that what
museum.
he was just showing on the?
Yes.
Is that a depiction of what kind of went on with like an elephant or something?
Yeah, they have some in there kind of showing you what it probably looked like in prehistoric times. But you see the big museum back there behind it. And it's a cool stop if you can take the horrific smell of diesel fuel.
What were you doing there?
It was on a bus tour when we were out there, and I was glad.
What were you out there for?
I think we were out there for the Rose Bowl or something.
Okay,
the championship.
Did you and I go there when we went to L.A. with Willie and Wanda?
No, we didn't.
You let that slip by you?
But we did on the same bus tour. We did go to Mann's Chinese Theater and the Roosevelt and all of that. And of course, I had to tell the story on the bus to everybody.
Oh, did you really?
Loved. Yeah.
Were you holding court?
Yeah, I was.
Did they love you?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Let me tell you, nobody likes a bus tour no better than Bill on the bus.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah.
And the La Brea Tar Pits was very interesting. I could have spent more time there, but like I say, I was. Not everybody was as excited about it.
Betty wouldn't. She wasn't stirred about it.
She said it stinks. I'm going to sit on the bus. So
she wouldn't even go in the museum.
I think she walked through there.
Did the guide call y'all down for being loud like that one did us?
No. We did not.
The guide got on the speaker and told us
we ruined the tour. We talked it over.
That was in San Francisco.
I found us to be more entertaining than him. Frankly,
he was kind of boring.
Adler,
do y'all remember on the movie Volcano with Tommy Lee Jones when the things go bad at the tar pits?
Yeah, that's where it all erupted out.
Things go real bad.
I didn't know that.
I don't remember that.
But I knew about it.
Never saw that movie.
It's just this black tar stuff, and every now and then you see some bubble, some bubbling going on again. So it's just coming up out of the ground.
But is it a bit of an overreach? Now, if you want to talk about a horrific scene, let's talk about human beings burning to death in Maui.
Yeah.
Canadian geese that all of us frankly find to be a nuisance now, and where they're overpopulated, and you try to go to where mom and dad live in the retirement community without stepping in geese dung.
Yeah.
They've overrun everything. I don't think some Canadian geese being taken out by a tar pit in the Great Circle of Life is a horrific scene. Horrific.
I think you got to think about.
You might go, gosh, that was kind of rough. I hated to see that. Horrific. I'm not sure describes it.
You got to think about today. And
Right.
but think about, you had these
And it's
geese come in and
California.
land on it, and then they got to wallowing in it and all that stuff.
You know what I would have said, boy?
probably
That's
terrible.
what I'd say. That's one way to take a bunch of them out.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
because we got too many of them.
The La Brea tar pits have killed many of animals for thousands, if not millions,
Right.
of years. So
Who are
they're,
these
they're
geese?
just another in the long line. Right?
Who are these geese to think they're more important than the woolly mammoth? They took them out. You know, there's the volcano.
Is
movie.
when it erupted, and this is based on a true story. Is that right? This movie Volcano?
No, it's
okay.
not. No.
Okay,
I don't even
so-
remember it. I've never even heard of it.
They say in this story the La Brea tar pits are an Ice Age fossil site where animals, plants, and insects became trapped in sticky asphalt,
Watch
and
out.
is now a
Careful.
popular tourist attraction.
Um,
And they're referring to the asphalt as the
Oh.
type of oil that's bubbling up. It's the lowest grade of crude oil.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that it's just bubbling up is kind of weird. You know, right there in the middle of L.A.
Mm-hmm. And what are you calling it? Are you saying that right?
What?
The name of the tar pits.
La Brea tar pits.
Is that right?
That's how I've always
well,
said
it looks like. I mean,
I think that's right.
It's not La Brea tar pits.
I don't know. That's as close as I can get.
No, I just
remember. I
wondered.
call water heaters hot water heaters.
You
That's
sure?
right.
You sure?
do.
You got corrected on
I
that.
think
my
that's
friend.
the way Bugs Bunny said it. So I'm going with his call.
Yeah, but no, I don't know how I missed this tourist spot in L.A. I missed this one.
And it
I
makes
never
me
saw it.
think if I've missed out on the tar pits, what else have I missed out?
Oh, so many things.
Well, we had talked one time. We've had several Rick and Bubba trips, and it had been brought up one time that we need to take a group, probably me, on a scientific tour of some places that people, would like to go see, and some really cool things.
Yeah.
And the problem is it would just take so long to go on it because they're spaced out.
But can I tell you this? You've been teasing our audience with them going with you on this for decades.
Hit the space centers,
Yeah. And every time I
go see Roswell, maybe Trinity. Would
Yeah.
you like to go see where they blew up the first atomic bomb?
No.
I would.
Yeah.
I'd like to go see it.
What's there? Is there anything there?
Well, there's a monument, and there's a
Right.
lot of historic sites where they were testing, and there's a little building there where they assembled the bomb and all that stuff. So.
It's
Kinda
nice.
cool.
little boy.
It's so interesting because
Could be Fat Man.
and Sherry would be the one to
Skinwalker Ranch
to confirm this with you. Sherry has actually made the statement. She said, "I thoroughly believe." She goes, because see, I'm a little more macro than micro. When I go somewhere, I just want to see the place. I want to be on the beach. I want to be in the mountains.
Right.
I want to see the rolling hills.
Right.
Sherry said on this kind of stuff, she said, I thoroughly believe that you could go on a vacation unless somebody planned and made you go to look at a monument or go a track. You wouldn't go to any of them.
You could sleep the whole time.
She goes, I do not think you'd go to any of them. I think you just like to generally be somewhere and see the surroundings,
Yeah.
but you have no desire at all to micro look at what's here.
One of
she
the
goes,
places.
she wouldn't believe the thing. She goes, I really believe that the only way you saw the Eiffel Tower is it wasn't a hassle.
Right.
Yeah, it was real tall, and you couldn't help but see it.
There's the monument at Trinity.
There it is.
Rick, I missed out on one of the things you went to when we were on a trip together. The mountains of Sedona. Is that how you say it?
Yeah.
When you went on that
was
Jeep
nice.
tour. See, I was a day late, so
Yeah.
I didn't get there for
Yeah.
that. And I've seen several stories on that. They say it's really interesting.
Yeah. Now
Grand Canyon. See, I've never been
yeah.
out west.
Yeah.
Adler's been out
Yeah.
west. See, I've never been out and seen
Yeah.
a lot of that stuff.
You remember I got into a debate with the tour guide, but anyway,
Sure.
that's the reason why Sherry said
That'll happen.
Well, no, I couldn't let that go. So we're going to talk about this place was completely underwater, and you say that proves that we evolved as from water creatures, and I said, or it could have been the catastrophic flood of the Bible.
Could have been.
Could be that. And she looked at me, and I said, well, it just could be. I mean, if you want to present both, that's fine, but there's also a documentation of a catastrophic flood that covered the entire earth, and these water levels you're showing us could be evidence of that as well.
It could be tectonic plates that are moving, or it could have been covered by water.
Could have been.
You got to.
I mean, can we talk about both?
Hey, we were not there. We didn't see it, so we got to go with
Right.
both theories, right?
Yeah.
I mean, when they found fossils of fish on top of Mount Everest,
Right.
I mean, you got to. That's a lot of tectonic plate right there,
Sherry loves to talk about that one, and then the fact that I got in a debate at the Georgia Aquarium on whether we overfish grouper or not. Because you know what happens to me, and you heard it during the podcast last weekend.
Yeah.
Sometimes I just go, "Oh, well, I'll step out."
Wow.
Yeah.
Whoa, I don't know. We can't say that now.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We'll jump into some more of those when we get back. I'll tell you,
Did
it's
I
not.
say Bachelor funny?
Yeah.
I guess we say a lot of things funny. I know. I certainly
One of the
do.
callers that said that.
Yeah. So
No stranger than Spatula.
No, it's actually very close if you think about it. Maybe you should just say spatula and then add the batch part.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go, Bubba. What all we have for Ocasio-Cortez today?
Well, Rick, we begin with a little bit of potential legal trouble. AOC and her multi-millionaire chief of staff. Doesn't seem like that would go together to begin
That's
with.
not
would
very
it?
socialist.
Apparently violated campaign finance law by funneling almost $1 million in contributions from political action committees that he had established to private companies that he also controlled, according to an explosive complaint filed Monday with the Federal Election Commission,
So what kind
or
of
better known as the FEC.
So what kind of complaint is it?
Rick, this is an explosive
complaint. Meaning this is something that's going to be controversial.
Now, according to this story, it says that AOC and her team could separately be facing major fines and potentially even jail time if they were knowingly and willingly violating the law by hiding their control of the Justice Democrats' Political Action Committee in such an arrangement that could have allowed or AOC's campaign to receive donations in excess of the normal limit by pooling contributions to both the PAC and the campaign itself. So you've got some paperwork problem here for AOC and her crew. Now, is the chief of staff, is that also her boyfriend? I can't keep them separate.
Well, I'd surely a socialist.
She gave him some position.
But a socialist wouldn't be dating a multimillionaire, would you?
Well, she's got one running her campaign.
Sounds to me like she's
now
just...
he got on the payroll. Her boyfriend got on the payroll now.
Sound like
he's on our tax. By the way, our tax dollars.
Exactly. It's just a quick learn on how things work in politics in America. Sounds like she's stepping right in there.
Moving right along.
Kind of the way it works.
Now, there's a story today too about AOC's mom, better known as Bianca Ocasio-Cortez, or now
BOC.
Who she is referring to herself as BOC.
Is she really? I was
Yes.
kidding.
Are y'all making that up? You're
the
kidding.
mother of the Soak the Rich congressman said that she was forced to leave the Big Apple and move to Florida because the property taxes were too high in New York.
Yep. That's right.
She said she was paying $10,000 a year in real estate taxes up north. I'm paying $600 in Florida. It's a stress-free environment down here. She told a local newspaper a town of less than 20,000 in central Florida is where she lives, just north of Orlando.
And she's far away from her daughter.
All right, so the notorious BOC, better known as AOC,
Bianca.
AOC's mama. So AOC,
you got Mama BOC, notorious AOC.
So AOC says the
Where's
what?
Daddy OC or whatever.
I don't know. I hadn't heard about DOC, but Daddy or Ocasio-Cortez. But anyway,
he's MIA.
Yeah. so her deal is we want a giant central government. We want maximum taxation so we can have money from people, especially rich people, so that we can give other people all the government programs. And her own mother left the state where she's representing. She leaves that state because the property taxes are too high, and she goes to Florida to pay less in property tax.
Now, in my mind, there's nothing wrong with that.
No.
I mean, that would be what you would do. But if you're the BOC of the AOC,
you're a OUT.
Yeah, would that not be kind of a? I mean, you're turning your back on the plan here, right? I mean, shouldn't you just stay there and pay your fair share?
Absolutely.
Yeah, because
help everybody out for this free education and everything we got to pay for.
What BOC doesn't understand is that AOC thinks that BOC should be paying $10,000, not $600.
Right,
Yes.
and that would be the YFS, the your fair share.
Right. So
but
really,
not really, Rick.
So
remember,
BOC
she's going to be in the ruling class. So she
Right.
when she turns it socialist like she wants to.
But AOC has told all the BOCs in the world that $10,000 a year in real estate taxes,
no biggie,
is what it should be, and she would be the first person to say that Florida has got theirs too low at $600 a year.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, they got to beef that up. How are they going to fight global warming and climate change and farting cows and airplanes with that?
You got to educate everybody for free.
You can't.
Oh yeah, got to have that.
You give people money whether they want to work or not.
You can't plug the rear end of one cow with that kind of. With
Not
such a,
even close.
You cannot do it.
But this is the thing. Again, it's that life truth we talked about. What people actually do is what they really believe. It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Here we go. It is the first phone troll of the day. And you can reach us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. The real Greg Burgess. He's finding his way into the studio there, sitting down, putting on his little headset, has that overall bright disposition. And the phones are open at 866-WE-BE-BIG as we hear from you. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. your time on the program comes to a close. We get to the next caller, and then, the good news is if you're in line, your old friend the buzzer moves everybody pretty quick. While you are calling this weekend, 5 different Rick and Bubba markets, 5 different man churches, 5 different opportunities. For you men who have keep contacting us saying, where is this happening near me? I'd love to plug in to the men's discipleship strategy that now, yesterday, got an update, over 800 churches all over the country that are doing the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. So West Mobile Baptist Church coming up Saturday with Tim Ashley. Hickory Hill Baptist Church, Westville, Florida, Saturday with Brian Gunn. And then on Sunday night, East Heflin Baptist Church with Todd Jones in Heflin, Alabama. Todd. Also Sunday night, I'll be at Indian Springs Baptist Church in Indian Springs, Alabama. And then in Stewart's Chapel Baptist Church in Flintville, Tennessee. Bubba, guess who's going there? Tony Cooper.
The Coop.
That's all. That's all this weekend, and you can find that at rickandbubba.com. You can link to the Man Church, burgessministries.com, or just go right to it. themanchurch.com under events and find a Man Church near you. All right, let's go to Russell. In Sweet Home, Alabama. Russell, go ahead.
Good morning.
30 seconds, buddy.
Good morning. How y'all doing? I'm calling from Calera, Alabama. Hey, y'all mention an old movie a lot that you seem to get a kick out of. And I found something I thought was funny you might like. If you go to O'Reilly Auto Parts website and in the search block, type this part number, 121G. Look it up. I think you'll get a kick out of it.
No way I do that. But I appreciate you bringing it up.
I'm doing it right now.
Helmsley's doing it. But we've got people on the show that are willing. I don't think there's any scenario that I would do that. But I thank you for suggesting it.
I'm worried about what you're going to find.
Yeah. Let's go to Donald in Birmingham. Donald, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Mac.
Oh, that's funny.
Hey, good morning, guys. The mattress sale for my kids' 4A school in Blount County, Aniana, was a huge success a few years ago. It's not something you can do every year, and you're not going to have the football team do it in the fall and then the softball team do it in the spring. It's not going to work. Maybe at Thompson or Hoover or somewhere you might could do it every year. But at Aniana, it was very successful. The company that they partnered with.
Yeah, people are telling me that the only draw from a parent standpoint is your kid doesn't have to go door to door. You set up at a place. The company that you hire out sets up like a portable showroom. I'm really back. I'm just shocked that many people buy mattresses as an impulse buy.
Yeah.
That is just.
Matter of fact, the one that you were talking about, Rick, I think is based right here in our town.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
One of the companies that does it?
Mm-hmm.
Thomas in Alabama. Thomas, go ahead.
Yeah, Thomas.
Hey, guys. Is the pictures I'm seeing of the Vanderbilt and the stadium, it does not appear like it's going to be ready in time for the season opener. They were talking about playing at a nearby high school. Is that plan still on, or are they going to just grin and bear it?
Helmsy, any idea?
What did he say?
He said it doesn't look like
football
Vanderbilt's
stadium.
new stadium is going to be ready by the season, and he's hearing they're going to play at a local high school.
I don't know. I know. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know why you couldn't play on the surface. But I don't know the answer to that.
I don't see anything about them playing anywhere else. A couple of stories about them playing amid construction. So it looks like they're still going to play in their stadium, even though the construction's going on.
And that's what Jacksonville State's going through, a very similar thing right now where they're going to, I mean, it looks, there's construction everywhere. One of the end zones is completely tore up. And so, but they're still going to play games there. Yeah. They'll still have everything there.
Wait a minute. You mean to tell me that contractors hired out to build something didn't make the deadline?
No, the deadline was we knew this was going to happen this year. Now, Rick, to your point, the deadline is before next season begins. We'll see if that happens.
Yeah. Like I said, I kind of look at construction jobs the way I look at airlines. My expectations are it will never be done, and I'll never get where I'm going. And so if any of that happens, I'm still happy.
Yeah.
Let's go to Josh.
Their stadium, by the way, capacity is 39,700 something.
Correct.
Hence the expansion.
Josh in Alabama. Josh, go ahead. 30 seconds.
I was reading on al.com. They said something about not eating fish in the state of Alabama because of high mercury levels. I was just wondering what y'all's thoughts was on that.
Yeah, there's a story out today warning people not to be eating fish out of lakes or rivers right now due to some recent testing. I don't know all the details. I think it's a sad state of affair when you can't go fish and eat a fish, Rick.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, honestly, I don't eat a lot of fish out of lakes and rivers. Like I did when I was younger.
Right.
So it's not a big issue. Most of the fish I eat comes from the blue water, really, more than anything else.
Well, and a lot of it is, pond raised and all that. So, yeah, it's a shame. It's these heavy metals have got into our environment, and they're very, very difficult to get out.
Yep. 866 We Be Big lines are available if you want to join us. Alan in Alabama. Alan, go ahead. How you doing?
Good morning, guys.
Hey, Alan.
I was just curious. I hear you speak a lot about the events for the man church, which I think is a really good thing, about different places you go to.
Yes, sir.
I was just curious, and maybe I missed something. Does Bubba ever consider doing some man church events?
He doesn't, no. That's the question that kind of hangs over uncomfortably the show.
Well, okay. Well, I just think it'd be, be a good thing for him to do. I think it'd be great.
Well, let me give you the answer to that. I support what Rick is doing with the man church 100%. Behind that, 1,000%. I'm just not doing any speaking things right now. I'm not a real good speaker, so I can help in other ways.
Yeah, Bubba he and I have done some things together over the past, but it kind of goes back to the gift sets of all of us in here. We all have different things that we do. There's things that Bubba does for our team that is his gift set, and they're not mine. That's what kind of makes the team good. We all kind of try to let God put us where He's gifted us to have the most impact.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so that's that's one of those. We even have guys on the team that they're writers and they write the study guides, but they're not speakers because that's not their gift set. And they've slowly got me to write a little bit, but that's not really my gift set. They have to come in there and kind of fix everything that I wrote.
I wish I was, and
Right.
in the future may do some more of that, but we're not doing that right now.
Yeah, and it really isn't nothing more than we're all trying to do what we think God's called us to and use the gift set that He gave us. It's really no more complicated than that. Yeah. But Bubba is as much a part of it because without this platform and without Bubba's help promoting it and helping, the whole team is part of it. So when the fruit of it that we see all over the country, the way this show works in concert with these opportunities and all that, it's really something quite beautiful to see.
In so many things, Rick, I help the most by getting out of the way.
Hey, you sound like Sherry talking to me. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Okay, have you made the move to do this yet? Naturally, it's clean. Can I tell you something? A lot of times, and people ask us, hey, these products, they come your way. They always send us their products. We always have opportunities to taste them and try them and see how they work. And, when I had the first meeting with naturallyitsclean.com, I knew we were going to love these people. I really, like I say, the main guy that I was talking about that runs the company reminded me of Bobby Knight. He really did. But picture like if Bobby Knight was like a really good person.
Now, he didn't throw chairs, did he?
I think he would if somebody didn't have a cleaning product that worked. But what he wanted, he said, I want to communicate this clearly. I love what y'all do. We share your values. We share your point of view. Just because our products are eco-friendly, we're not a bunch of climate. We're not in the climate cult. We're not in the carbon cult. We're not trying to save the world. We do know we're supposed to be good stewards of the world. We're called to do that. And naturallyitsclean.com, they're great products that are made from plant oils that do a better job than some of the other products who have chemicals that you may not really like being around your house. And so Bob Vila said it's the most eco-friendly cleaning product he's ever used, and that was a carpet stain remover they have, by the way, which is fantastic. My wife has used them. Our wives have used them. She said it is the best cleaning products that she has used. And, because she handles that at our house. I'm not that involved in that, but she is. So her endorsement is there. So if you would like to get yours, go to naturallyitsclean.com/RickBubba. A lot of you are already emailing. You love the products too. You can get the Essential Kit, and we'll get you 15% of that. The Essential has 4 of their most popular products. That way you get a good feel. Now, they have a product for every kind of clean you can think of, inside, outside. So go to naturallyitsclean.com/RickBubba, manufactured right here in the USA, and they support the conservative values, and also they offer 2-day free shipping. You'll like that, too. naturallyitsclean.com/RickBubba. Get yours today. And that applies to all of us. So BOC doesn't agree with AOC, or she would say, well, I'm proud to pay.
Yeah, I'll just eat it and be done with it because it's better for everybody.
It's my
Maybe
fair
one
share.
day I'll pay more.
It's my fair share.
I've always noticed that the pay your fair share crowd.
My fair share.
Yeah, the pay your fair share crowd always talks about other people, not them.
Yeah, they never look at them.
Because there is, and I have to underline this again, and this goes back to Mike Huckabee, who I thought did a wonderful job with this when he was governor. He carried in his pocket envelopes for people who wanted to donate tax money. Because if you don't think you're paying enough, you can donate some. There's no penalty in that. You can give more than what you legally owe, no problem at all. But most of these people want somebody else to pay more.
Yes.
It's always you move the chip over to the other side of the table.
Bubba, BOC.
And then it appears to be much more fair. Because fair is the key word now, guys. Fair. It must be fair.
Well, BOC.
Fair.
You know what BOC said to AOC?
What?
Not only do I not want to pay more, I don't want to pay what I'm currently paying.
Oh, yeah.
I want to pay less.
A lot less.
Substantially less.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is
maybe she could have stayed there if there were good paying jobs like Amazon would have.
Yeah, maybe if she could have got a job at Amazon, it would have helped.
Does it surprise us that the woman who produced AOC would also not have the wherewithal to not say this in an interview? I mean, she's talking about this.
If this may be true.
Nobody's tricked her. Nobody's gone to a Spain Park High School party.
Yeah,
and taped her.
She
saying
hadn't tied one on and got on Snapchat.
She's doing an interview, and she knows she's been interviewed, and is bragging about how wise she's been about minimizing her property tax.
It would have been like if Horseface, when he moved his boat, would have told everybody, well, I moved my boat because it's too much here, even though I was the one who, supported this.
It's exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
So
he helped to raise the tax on yachts in his home state, and then moved his 300 yards over the state line so he wouldn't have to pay for it.
Exactly.
That is so typical. That is so typical of the socialist left wing know it all, smarter than you crowd.
And it's very simple to dissect what's going on. I know that John Kerry did not believe that the taxes that he proposed on yachts and where you park them, he didn't believe that they were where they should be. How do I know that? Because he moved his.
Yeah.
So he must think that's too high tax to pay it because he didn't want to pay it.
Yeah.
But yet he wants everybody else to pay it.
Yeah.
So he doesn't really believe that. And you know who else doesn't believe what their dollar's shoveling out? BOC.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let's all sing it together. Coming to you from the No Name Studio, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. On various platforms, we thank you for being with us for another Rick and Bubba show. The gang all here, other than Speedy, he's out. But we have the real Greg Burgess. We've got Helmsy. We got Eddie Van Adler. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy. There he is.
Rick, glad to be here. And thank all of you for joining.
You know, it's an interesting story. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, will be recorded again today. It will be out this weekend, Lord willing, and we will interview Granger Smith. This story is extremely intriguing. Now, you know, the walkthrough, obviously, and I've read the book Like a River. If you haven't read that, it's wherever you get books. And this is about what he and his family went through. And you know, the latest thing that makes this so intriguing, Bubba, and really going to be a part of what we'll talk about with him today, is that Granger Smith, through the earthly death of his youngest son, and through the process of him finding redemption through all this, that he's made the decision that he thinks for him to be the man that God's called him to be, that really doesn't really work well with being a country music star. And he has made the decision, now that's for right now, that he will leave country music completely. He's going to seminary and is going around speaking and teaching the Bible. And he says, I just don't think I can do both, so I pick my new life in Christ.
Yeah, very interesting story. I'm a big fan of Granger Smith.
I
think I may have brought some of the Granger Smith to you early on. I know you knew him through the loss of his son, but I was a big fan of some of the comedy that he did in country music.
Yeah.
And little
Well, you know, to no surprise, you know, the way men and women are.
Can we still do
yee? I don't know. We'll ask him that.
We called this. We said that'd be the first thing you'd jump in on.
Yeah.
But what in this, you know, how men and women are distinctly
Cowboy Donnie.
Yeah, are equal but distinctly different, beautifully distinctly different by God's design. But of course, Sherry and his wife, they have networked and really been in touch and really helped each other. Granger and I, we of course hadn't connected at all.
Right.
You know, but we've connected through the unfortunate club that we're in of husbands and wives and mamas and daddies that have had to bury one of their children. So that is a connection. But of course, Sherry and his wife have done a much better job of keeping in touch. And I know that they've read Sherry's book, and now Granger has released his book, Like a River. And when we get to, because we will get, you know, it's kind of like the podcast we've been doing lately. There's no way we can cover everything in 45 minutes. But what happened to him that turned his life around through this tragedy to get into a correct relationship with God through Christ is going to speak to a lot of people, because it's, once again, cultural Christianity was completely destroyed by pain and suffering. And he was brought into a more intimate relationship with Christ through the suffering. And the moment of the turnaround is, I mean, it's gripping. So, and it's a great book too. You'll get a lot out of it. So that's coming out this weekend.
And you know his hit song, "The Lake 50 Miles from Santa Fe," is one of my favorites.
Yes,
Rick.
yeah, I know it is. You've made that.
Isn't that what he's trying to get away from?
Well, no, you know, he makes a good point, and it is very difficult.
Yeah.
And you know, reading it, you know, you're reading my email, okay, and it is.
Yeah.
Now I find it to be worth it, because I'm not in the situation he's in, because I'm fortunate enough, and we're all fortunate enough, even though we're flawed people, when we come to this office, we have very little interaction with people who don't share our faith. So that makes the environment easier.
It does. Yeah.
Everybody here is on the same page. Doesn't mean we're perfect. Doesn't mean we don't make mistakes. Now, I will say this, being on the air on a stream of consciousness and having to cover the garbage of the world and sometimes getting pulled down roads that we shouldn't be on, is, you know, that we've gotten better and better at that. We're still not there. We still make mistakes, according to our email. But, and some of that is valid. I think some of you make good points, and some of you, of course, are a little more like Pharisees. But some of you, it's valid, but it's a difficult thing. From what I gathered from reading the book, when you're a country music singer, that lifestyle
Touring,
and that road, and you're also working with crews of people that don't share your faith. And there's a lot of the worldly stuff going on that can be vices for you and pull you down bad roads and bad environment. And he probably I'm not familiar with his country catalog that much. I know he played big crowds, big stuff, and was very, very successful. I only really know the comedy side.
Yeah, I think the
more than
comedy
serious
stuff is
so. But I know
good as any of it.
But I know, like even for me, when we used to do Fat Fest, if Fat Fest were happening this week, I would look at the set list of the songs we did, and I probably wouldn't do 75% of them. Because lyrically and all that, I mean, I was so new to the faith. I wasn't mature enough spiritually to know I shouldn't really be singing that. I shouldn't be doing that. And so I think that process of sanctification, he's realizing, hey, some of this stuff I just can't do anymore. I mean, it won't work because when you leave cultural Christianity and you go to a devout follower of Jesus, you realize, okay, this is a much higher standard than I realized. And so anyway, it'll be a very interesting conversation, and I think it will be impactful. I know it was on me just reading it, because it's a tough thing. But again, as my wife clearly said in her book, I wish that sometimes I don't like God's tactics, but I can't really argue with His results. And once again, pain and suffering has been used by God to save somebody's life. And it happens a lot throughout Scripture, and it refines people, and it grows people, and it humbles people, and it's effective. I wish it wasn't, but it is, and you see that throughout Scripture, and Scripture is not solid on why it happens. That just flies all over me when people act like the Scripture doesn't speak to it. I'm like, have you not read it? I mean, it's crystal clear. And when you see that, it's when the health, wealth, and prosperity gospel is brought up. You're kind of like, are they hoping that people won't read the Bible? I mean, how are they selling this to people? How's anybody buying this? It wouldn't take very long just to jump into Scripture and go, well, no, this doesn't stand up. So anyway, but we'll have that conversation with him, and it's a fascinating journey, and I hope in the short time that we have, we can.
Yeah, he's just an interesting guy.
He is.
Yeah,
He is
very creative.
And the family, and reading their story and everything, it's really, really a great. He did a good job with it. I don't know, like we were talking about a minute ago, if he felt like he was skilled in writing, but I got to tell you, he did a really good job. I mean, it's not just a good story. He actually wrote it really well too. So we'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. So that's this weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Granger Smith, our guest, in his new book, Like a River. Bubba, we have updates on some other stories we brought you. Of course, we have, Biden clips today as usual. We got more of your phone calls coming up a little bit later when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We were looking, our screens always have different stories on them here in the studio. And I know that Helmsy has always had, this desire to be a mascot.
Desire's a stretch.
Well, I mean,
here's
you
the
like
thing.
being a mascot.
Well, I really didn't have a desire to be. By default, I was put in a few at some point and owned it.
I think
and loved it. I'll be honest, I loved it.
And I think I just saw an opportunity for you on TV4.
Yeah, I did too.
And what's happened, we have this new spring football league called the AAF, and of course our city has one of the teams.
Of course it does.
Yeah, because we're always in. Look, please look. But anyway, so
that's what they're supposed to be bringing us.
So
is the B on there backwards, or is it just me?
It does look like
That's
it's on
camera, probably.
Could it?
I think it's just you.
I think it
does look. Well,
you have it upside down.
It's upside down.
Is she wearing it
is
the
that
wrong
supposed
way?
to be a pickaxe?
I think that's supposed to be going. Is that supposed to be going out the back?
I think
no. Listen, I got. I think they printed them on there the wrong way.
You got to flip it around.
I think she's got it on back.
She does.
Yeah.
Well,
she does.
A pickaxe would be
you're
be
right.
going that way.
No, you're right.
Like your
You're
body
right.
is
You're
the
right.
handle.
It's
on
like
it.
a beak.
Guys, they put the B on there
I think
wrong.
the AAF printed them up wrong, Rick.
Well,
No, it's the other way. She's got it backwards.
Yeah, that's what.
What?
You claim the AAF printed them wrong.
I think they did.
No, I see what you're talking
She's
about.
got it on her head backwards.
So you hammer
mean
with the front
upside
end of
down?
it?
Yes.
You hammer the iron with the front end of it?
Yes.
Yeah, but
Okay.
still,
Let's
if your
look at
body,
his.
if
No,
your
that's
body is the handle, it's still upside down.
Eyebrows.
I don't
Look.
know. But what I'm saying is, so they're introducing, I guess the AAF is now putting out their mascots, running down the sideline. Because is this guy already been on the sidelines? Because I don't
There's
recall.
old Tim.
That'd
Yeah.
be Tom.
That'd be
Yeah.
Some people call him Tim.
we call
so good.
There's old Tim.
He'd have
Really?
every time.
Yeah, and so he, so he's got there's a new mascot. And
That's the Iron mascot.
it is right there. And I think Helms
He's backwards too.
Helms, I think this is you. This has got you written all over it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need to be down there, or you need to put in if the league doesn't make it, you get the costume.
Yeah, just wear it in here.
What is the name of that, by the way? Do we know?
Mr. Iron.
Billy Iron.
No.
Timmy.
Get a straight
Johnny
answer
Iron?
here.
I'm looking it
I
up.
think it's called Kenny Iron.
Well, I've been looking at it about Birmingham
D's Iron.
mascot.
It's called Kenny Irons.
I hope his name's
Called,
Pete or something.
it's called Iron.
Anonymous caller at 866 We Be Big. Anonymous, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Thank you. Glad to be on.
Glad to have you here.
So we had Canada geese in our neighborhood, and I got sick of it.
You had
So I
what?
decided I was
Canadian
gonna-
geese.
Oh,
They're,
okay.
they're actually called Canada geese. We call them.
It sounded
Canadian.
It sounded like you said you had the Kennedys in your backyard.
Yeah, it did to me.
But I knew you meant
Yeah, no, she's
Canadian
correct. It's
geese.
actually pronounced.
This is where my
Canada geese.
gift comes into
See,
play.
I hate saying Canada geese
I
because
do
I've
too.
never heard anybody ever say
I
that
know.
ever.
I do too.
So I call them.
Refuse to do it.
I call them Canadian geese.
I got you.
And
So
we'll,
that's
and
not
we'll
right.
continue to do
Canadian's
so.
not right.
No,
It's Canada. It's Canada
No,
geese.
it's Canada geese.
I've heard that before, but I'm not going to make that adjustment.
So they were in my yard all the time, and it was driving me crazy. And I had just gotten a brand new, nice pellet gun, so I decided I was going to lift my dining room window and start shooting them.
Oh, wow.
And so shot the geese. They got out of the yard. I was happy. About an hour later, we had a neighbor knock on the door, and I had completely forgotten that I had just done this. We had a neighbor knock on the door, real like granola hippie type earth lovers,
Oh yeah.
and
Smelled like
she
hemp.
was like, yeah, exactly. And she was like, I need your husband's help. A goose was hit by a car, and I've already called Oak Mountain, and they're going to take care of it. We need to take it to their, nature preserve center. So my husband goes out, helps them put this goose in the car, comes back, gives me like the biggest look of death. And he was like, do you realize what just happened? I said, no, what? The goose you shot that is now being taken to Oak Mountain because they think that they got hit by a car. And he was like, we can't tell anybody because they're protected by law. You would get fined.
So you decided to call the radio show to tell that story.
Well, because I just pulled up an article and they're no longer protected. So yay!
Oh, okay.
See, that
Can I tell you,
that
though,
needed to happen?
can I tell
that
you-
needed to happen. We got too many of them.
And Rick, I think you'll agree.
And-
Just based on your voice, ma'am, which you have a very lovely speaking voice, you don't sound like the raise the window, shoot at the geese type.
No.
No.
Well, I'll tell you, I raised my kitchen window.
Minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba. Phone calls right now. The real Greg Burgess on the phones. 866 We Be Big. You can join us. Whatever's on your mind, we would love to hear from you as well. Speedy out today. He'll be back on Monday. Kayla is out of Birmingham, Alabama. Hey, Kayla. Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today?
Doing great. How are you guys?
We're good. We're good. Okay, Kayla, go ahead.
Okay, so I just wanted to talk a little bit and see what you guys are thinking about the Michael Orr situation. Personally, I think it's terrible all the way around. This is a story that came out years ago that captivated America and everywhere else, and it's just, it was portrayed this way, and now it may be kind of portrayed a different way, and I just kind of wanted to see what you guys were thinking and if there's any kind of inside influence that may be going on. It's just really sad all the way around.
Well, there's no doubt that somebody, let me first of all say, anybody that is getting on Sandra Bullock about acting in a movie and that she should lose her Oscar, those people are mentally ill. Okay? That is the most ludicrous, absurd thing I could think of in this story. I don't know what's going on between the Tuohys and Michael Orr. It is sad. Of course, the movie is a movie. And as Michael Orr told us and others, the movie was exaggerated. But at the heart of it all, we all thought was this wonderful story. The book certainly seemed to show that. And for many, many years, Michael Orr and the Tuohys seemed to both agree that they were a blessing to each other.
Yeah.
Now, why that all has now come apart and the thing they had been doing for years suddenly is evil, and Michael thinks he got beat out of money and started trying to extort millions of dollars or put a negative story out, which is one of the reports from their lawyer. I don't know what went south, but usually if you think about human nature, like we've said on the air, Bubba, I don't know much, but I know people.
Yeah, it doesn't change over time. It really doesn't.
So somebody in here got to Michael Orr. I don't know if that would be a woman, a friend, some sort of charlatan of some kind.
An associate.
Yeah, somebody got in Michael's head and said the Tuohys, even though you think they've been good to you, they haven't. And I love that part. When somebody... You think something, but somebody tells me the way you're thinking it is wrong.
Right.
And it was your experience. But you don't understand, Michael. They're beating their bunch
You mean like the snake in the garden?
Right. They're a bunch of evil white people, and they actually are just beating you out of money. They've taken your story, and they've made gillions. Now, you have to conveniently forget, as Mr. Tuohy keeps saying, the Tuohys were wealthy whether Michael Orr comes into their life or not. They had hundreds of millions of dollars from being good business people and selling off their Taco Bell franchises.
Mm-hmm.
So they didn't really need money from Michael or to make money off Michael. But somewhere, somehow, somebody has convinced Michael that they're now evil people, and I'm with you. I think that's kind of sad. But I don't know the whole story.
Well,
so.
isn't it just kind of like the state of the country?
It is.
You know, you got two families that have done extremely well, tens of millions of dollars, who they've earned.
Yeah.
They've worked hard for it.
Yeah.
And,
Michael earned his too.
And been, that's what I'm saying. Both sides been
right,
successful. Now squabbling about something.
I know.
It's just pitiful.
We continue. Let's go to Steve in Sweet Home, Alabama. Steve, go ahead.
My name's Stephen McNabb. They call me the fish tickler, and I've got the best toe hair.
Let's go to Andrew in Alabama. Andrew, go ahead.
Hey guys, about the Georgia case that Donald Trump's involved in, I was told yesterday that Trump's trying to get that moved to a federal courtroom. Do you guys think that is possible?
It is possible, but I don't know that it's likely. I know Mark Meadows had already appealed to have his moved to federal court too. I think all of the parties feel like they will be treated more fairly in federal court, but I don't know if that's going to happen or not. That's a bunch of legal ease stuff, and I don't know if they qualify or not.
Bubba, one of the best homemade ice cream men out there, Big Head Chuck.
Big Head Chuck.
Big Head Chuck is on the program. Hello, Big Head Chuck.
What's up, fellas?
Hey, buddy.
How's it going?
We're good.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm going through the tunnel right now. I'm so afraid that I'm going to lose the signal and Rick's going to be mad at me. So
sounds good right now.
Good deal. Rick, can you do me a favor, please?
Okay.
When you finish up the book of Revelations, can you start a Bible study about when Paul was on the road to Damascus and he got shot off his horse?
Okay, Big Head Chuck, don't do this.
I'm pretty sure Tim Wilson talked about this, Jesus the Western, but I need to know more about this.
The good news is, if you go to the archives, we actually did walk through the Book of Acts several years ago, and the archive is there, and you won't find any mention in Paul's conversion of him being on a horse and being shot off of it by an orb of light.
Hey, I will tell you, you held it together very well. I started listening to it and I had to stop. I couldn't take it anymore, and then I'm like, I got to go back. I got to listen to it.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm proud of you for the way you held it together.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks, Big Head Chuck. Always good to hear from you.
Love y'all.
Love you too.
Love y'all.
Boy, did you start thinking about Butterfinger homemade ice cream just soon?
That and barbecue sauce.
Oh, my God. Oh, yeah, I forgot about his barbecue sauce. We continue. Let's go to Zach in Sweet Home, Alabama. Zach, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, fellas, how y'all doing this morning?
We're good. Good.
Yeah, good. Hey, I wanted to ask Bubba a question about the. I'm still kind of catching up on Skinwalker Ranch, but I just saw the episode last night where they were doing the drilling, and they found the different metals and the rare metals and stuff like that. They're, saying it was around like a dome shape.
Yes.
I mean, you think there's really like a tunnel, or you think it's just a natural phenomena, or do you think, they keep seeing, something flying in and out of the mesa, but, I'm just trying to get what his take on it is.
Well, there's obviously something under the ground that's not normal to the ground around it. And as you work your way through, you're going to see that they discover a lot more things under the ground. Now, we've asked the question, and Rick's asked the question, why don't they just get in some earth movers and dig it up? But we're being told that, because of the Native American Indians in the area and all of this, there's some sensitivity to disturbing these mesas. So,
Right.
but I don't know how you're going to get to the bottom of some of this if you don't go and start digging.
Right.
With more than just a, like a drill bit.
Right.
I mean, how you ever going to get to it?
I know. Jason, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, Jason.
I had a question.
Okay.
The case in Georgia, the indictment against Trump. Just for a second, if you play out what Trump was asking the Secretary of State in Georgia to do, after the state had certified the election, Trump called and said, "I need you to find me 11,780 votes, and you can just tell the people you recalculated." If we play it out and the Secretary of State actually did that, reversed the certified results, quote unquote, found all the votes Trump needed to win, do you think that would have been a just thing to do?
Well, yeah, if he really had those votes and they really were for him, and somehow they had not been counted, then yeah, sure. But he couldn't get anybody to do that, so the system kind of took care of itself.
Yeah, I think the way I understood Trump, and again, this may be from where I'm looking at it, and I give you that. The way he talks and the way he communicates is like a New York City cab driver. Okay, so that's the lingo he speaks with. When he called, and this was still as the votes were being counted the first time. They hadn't been through the whole certification process, I don't think. And he said, look, we got to find 11,000 votes. To me, he's saying, recount, surely we have the votes out there, you're just missing them somewhere. I didn't take it that he was wanting him to make up votes.
Correct.
Now, not everybody sees it that way, but that's the way I interpret it.
Understood. Yeah, and that's kind of what I was saying. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Every week and kill chipmunks because they eat my bird seed. So, yeah,
Annie Oakley.
I have a tough side. I have a tough side.
Yeah, well, what Bubba saw this. Bubba saw this with his wife. I've seen it with my wife. Women draw lines on which animals they're for and against based on what those animals do to their yard and their flowers.
Well, I'm the same way.
Yeah,
I'm the same way.
Yeah.
If I have something building a nest on my porch, I get rid of it.
Or if you have woodpeckers tearing up your lake house.
No, you can't have that. I've scared them off with the owls.
Has it worked at all?
It looks like I'm having an owl farm.
Really?
I have so many of them.
I've been
Nothing
told.
says home like a fake owl.
Some of those golf courses will put out the alligators that are fake, and it works for a time being. But then, of course, they get used to realizing, well, this thing's not real. Yeah. And so I was playing golf at a place about 5 miles from here one day, and there was a coyote, a fake coyote. And they said that this will actually keep them because they move it around to different spots every few days. And so it's really been a good thing to keep the geese off. And the key is moving it around.
Okay.
I will tell you this about my fake owls.
That scared me the first time I saw it.
I have the ones that you mount, and I've mounted them, but the head rotates. It's kind of free flowing, moving around. Well, we were sitting inside, and there was quite a bit of wind blowing the other day, and the Al's head was spinning around in one direction, just around. I said, well, do you think that will confuse them? They go, wow, that Al's got some range.
I'm glad you told me that.
That thing spun around 300 times.
I had a guy come by a practice I was coaching the other day and said, well, I'll tell you, the Bussies, they're really into Harry Potter, aren't they?
And do you ever go out and give them a Who Cooks for You? Remember we used to try that?
Yeah. That's good.
Who cooks for you? Who cooks for you all?
That's it.
The face that comes with it is priceless.
That's why Greg went like this.
The muffle sound.
The muffle sound. So, have you seen the woodpeckers go away?
The woodpeckers have not done any damage recently. I'll put it that way.
Right.
So we're still looking into that dreadful situation.
Can't have nothing.
Well, how we look cross-eyed at our hands.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Worth a try? Minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Thanks for being with us today as we move forward. Things you need to know. Yesterday's Bible study archive now available. We go through the first 8 verses of the Revelation chapter 18. So you can grab that today if you so desire, either on our YouTube channel or our podcast audio archives. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Right now, that 20th anniversary sale is going on. It's a limited edition MyPillow sale. Queen size version of the MyPillow, only $19.98. King size, $10 more. Whichever you choose, you're saving $50 right now. Also, you can get their 100% My Coffee, 100% Arabica My Coffee for 50% off, and they'll throw in a Go Anywhere MyPillow for free. Also, you'll see other items that are on sale during the 20th anniversary sale, and the savings are substantial. We call them speedy level savings. MyPillow.com/Bubba. So, Bubba, going to the break, I think you needed more time to clarify because we're starting to get more calls about this thing with Trump, and the hard break hit us. So Walk that out just so everybody understands the difference in the two things that are being said right now.
I don't. I'm not for anybody manufacturing votes, okay, on any side of the aisle, or cheating in the election. But the way I interpreted it when I first heard that was, like I have heard other politicians say on election night, "Hey, we got to find 2,000 votes, y'all.
Right.
We're behind.
Exactly.
We got to find 2,000 votes."
Right, yeah.
I didn't take it that he was telling the people in Georgia to go manufacture 11,000 votes on the spot, which I think would be very hard to do on short notice. Now, with advanced planning, you probably could do that.
Right.
But I didn't take it that way because I know the way that Trump speaks. And again, you got to go back to New York City cab driver. That's his vernacular. That's the way he talks. He talks very direct. Some people don't like that. He exaggerates and uses that almost as a comedic feature. Some people don't like that, but I understand the way he speaks and where he comes from. And we've all had friends from there that talk that way.
Right.
But I took it that he was saying, hey, guys, go look again, recount, be sure all the votes have been counted. We got to find 11,000 votes. That's the way I took it. Not, hey, guys, go make 11,000 votes so we can steal this election in Georgia. I didn't take it that way. Some people did. That's why he's got this case against him. So,
and that's what the caller was asking. Yeah, if Trump was saying manufacture 11,000, 500 votes or whatever it was. Yeah. Well, then that's wrong and that's illegal. But go back to Al Gore and George W. Bush. The Gore team and the lawyers and even
Alan Dershowitz,
they all said we want to recount and because we need to find such and such votes because Al Gore surely got those. Doesn't mean you're manufacturing or you're faking them. We want you to go back and look again because we think that we won. And we only missed it by this much, so a recount may find those votes we need. That's not illegal. So that's kind of the difference.
And Georgia is kind of a strange state right now in that you see it leaning more Democrat because of the demographics.
Because of Atlanta.
Of the state is changing and the size of Atlanta. Yeah. But yet they elected a Republican governor by a large majority, but then turned around and elected 2 Democratic senators. Right. So you could see a valid argument from either a Republican or a Democrat, whoever is behind, to look at the votes again.
If it's that close.
Right.
Yeah.
Because it's one of those states that it's kind of, they're kind of anything goes right now because of the demographics there. So, and the fact that Atlanta has got so big and it dictates so much for the whole state. So
and the stuff.
Yeah, but I think to the point of the caller, would I be happy with Trump trying to cheat? No, I would not.
No,
and I would not support that.
No one would we be happy with trying to cheat.
No, on either side.
Yeah, our elections need to be valid and they need to be pure. But we have had throughout history when elections are close, politicians and political parties saying we want to recount because we believe we should have won that, and it's so close we might find the votes that we need, and they might have been overlooked, missed, or whatever. And plus it didn't help when you see all the stuff that 2,000 Mules and Dinesh and all of those were exposing. See, that fueled the fire of, well, maybe these votes are not being counted correctly, or maybe there are some votes that have been manufactured. So you can see that, but that's the distinction. And Bubba, you really walked that out clearly. Politicians and parties looking for votes because they think it was so close versus I'm going to manufacture votes. That's 2 completely different things.
Yeah, and I think some of it's lost in the language there.
Sure it is.
It's all in the context that they say it.
Yeah. Marie is in Missouri. Marie, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go right ahead.
Sweet Marie.
Hi.
Hey.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
Love you.
Thank you.
So my question, I want y'all's take on this. So all these alien sightings we've had recently, so many sightings, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Well, a lot of talk about them for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I've been wondering how the governments of the world are going to explain away the rapture when it happens, a disappearing of a bunch of people. Do you think that they will use the aliens as a way to explain that away?
Oh, I think absolutely.
All the
that's
bad Christians got taken by the aliens, so y'all better be good.
No, I think that's a very valid
we've talked
way
about
that
a lot.
could happen. Or you would also use it to form a one world government in defense of that. I think that's a very logical walk out of that. I don't know that that'll be the case, but I think that's a very possible scenario.
Yeah, and Marie, I know that you guys don't get to listen to the show, and none of you do all the time. And I even have emailers that'll bring up this point. Just so y'all know, we have actually covered that scenario and suggested that many times on the program as a possibility. So I know sometimes you might be thinking, man, I wonder why they've never really thought about that. We actually have.
Yeah.
And we've actually talked about it a couple of times. Douglas said he just moved to the South, Bubba, and he loves the show. Well, Douglas,
welcome in.
Welcome to Rick and Bubba, Douglas. How are you today?
I'm doing just fine. And I just call myself Dougie Fresh from the Pacific Northwest.
Dougie
I don't
Fresh.
really have my accent yet.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you moved from the Pacific Northwest to Mississippi.
Yes.
Is that with job or what?
I tell people I'm in the witness protection program, and they believe it down here.
That's funny. Yeah, now you didn't bring any of the politics and worldview from there to Mississippi, did you?
Oh, no. I was born and raised in northern Maine. I'm a true blue Republican.
Okay.
And I left the Seattle area because they don't call it the left coast for nothing.
Right.
And I'm just sick of their politics. And I just wanted to see what sweet tea was all about, too.
Well, that's great. So you're discovering the show for the first time? Are you saying you've never heard it before?
A couple of months, but I decided to call in and say hi. I like the topics you guys talk about, a little bit of politics, a little bit of news. A lot of people don't listen to the news or watch it on TV, and you are their news source.
Yeah.
I'm a big talk. Yeah.
We are your media connection to the real world.
Yeah, that's right. Because you got to have one. Because the fake world, the fake world's everywhere. I mean, it really is. Well, Douglas, welcome to South. And we're glad you're here, and thank you for being so kind about the show. And we're glad you enjoy it.
Yeah, bring yourself, leave your politics.
And Rick, he's rotating that heavy these days. And
Oh,
I
yeah.
like it. I like it a lot. When
Well,
did that start?
I just
like
about
last
2
week?
weeks ago.
Yeah, 2
we'll
weeks
come
ago.
up with something and run it for a while,
Keep
and
doing
you'll
it
never
forever.
hear it again.
I told Bubba, I said, I really like that.
I do too.
Yeah. Rhonda in Georgia. Rhonda, go ahead.
Yes, sir. How are y'all doing?
We're great.
We're good.
The GOP, the Fulton County GOP, sent out an email on Tuesday, kind of explaining a little bit more about what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently, part of the issue is that the Georgia judges never gave Trump the hearing on his contest against this election. I could read y'all a couple little paragraphs, and maybe y'all could help make it out.
I'm not sure about that. If you read that, I think that'd be tough. That's a tough listen. But
Well,
yeah,
here's the thing.
Yeah.
He will have his day in court,
right?
And if there's we've always said prosecutable evidence. If
Right.
there's evidence to support his claims, that will greatly enhance his chances of being acquitted in this. So, hey, if you got it, now's the time to play the card.
Yep. All right, we'll come back. Bubba, we have shocking news in the celebrity world today. I mean, absolutely shocking. And I know that no one will believe what's happened.
I know.
It's shocking.
I am heartbroken.
I mean,
for
shocking.
about the 8th time. Is anybody keeping total on this? Anybody?
We'll be back.
How many is that, Greg?
More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, how do?
Rick, I'm very well, and to my left this morning, right out of the gate, we have an old friend
Here we do.
stopping by. Grant, how are you, sir?
Grant
I'm
Lynch.
great, guys. Thanks for having me on today.
For Talladega Super Speedway, it is this Saturday, the 14th annual Alabama Wildlife Game Cook-Off. It will, of course, feature Grant Lynch will be there. I don't know what he does other than eat, but he'll be kind of overseeing everything. We have celebrity judges They're stacked again this year, and it will include, once again, a perennial favorite from the Rick and Bubba Show, the real Greg Burgess.
Yes, I've been there. I don't know how many times.
You've been there a lot.
A lot, but it is so good. It's amazing the things they come up with. It really is.
Yeah, we want to know what you have done to Greg because he is engaged with the track in a way that it's kind of bizarre almost.
He's a target audience is what it is.
He is. That's right. I mean, we've had him do all kinds of stuff over there.
Oh, yeah.
And back to the day when Speedy was doing all kinds of stuff over there.
Sure, yes.
The great times we've had with y'all throughout the years.
25 years this year.
Well, it's unbelievable.
Let's not reflect on all of those grants.
Well,
There's certainly been highs and lows.
What a great recovery, though. What a great recovery.
It's how you finish. It's how you finish.
That's right.
Yeah, I've been in the jail.
Yeah.
They do have one.
Bubba, I think
stuff like that.
If you think about it,
banned for life.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Bubba was banned for life. No, that's pre-grant.
Yeah, right.
But we
No, I don't think it was.
It wasn't.
No.
Okay.
Rick, I didn't ban Bubba. Come on, I wouldn't have done that.
No, you didn't.
That was another time.
Rick and I have been going to that track since we were kids. Our dad took. I'm talking about probably 1971, probably the first time we went, and we just went. Watched where it was then to where it is now. Is amazing.
Yeah,
I mean,
Bubba,
it
what?
doesn't even resemble the.
I'm drawing.
Don't. Let's just move forward.
No, I got a good one concerning Greg. And I'm trying to think of his name. What is the guy who won the Pulitzer Prize from Jacksonville? Rick
Bragg.
Rick Bragg. I couldn't think of his last name. Rick Bragg. You remember he wrote a book about his dad called The Prince of Frogtown?
Yes.
Greg is the Prince of Talladega.
Yes, he is.
Okay,
got it.
Right.
But Grant, what I'm talking about, Greg questions everything.
Right.
I mean, the sun coming up from the east, he questions it.
That's not true. I'm just very aware.
But when it comes to NASCAR and Talladega, it gets an absolute pass from Greg. He never even checks up.
There's nothing to
and we
question.
don't know what you have done to achieve that.
Yeah.
Because there's other things in our world we would like to get to that level we have not been able to do.
Yep.
Well, it's just the passion he has for Talladega.
It's a magical place.
It's a magical place.
It is.
That's right.
It is. Now, so if I want to be part of this weekend, kind of tell me how this all shakes down. I mean, you can definitely come enjoy the food and all that.
Great prices. You can come out. 2 people can come in. It's very inexpensive for 2 folks to come out there as well. And it's just you get to sample all the product that the judges will be sampling in there. There'll probably be some special beverages in there in the tasting room as well.
This is becoming clearer.
No. And that tends to go on everything just to kind of wet their whistle a little bit and get them in the right spirit of Talladega.
Clear their palate.
Suddenly the clouds have parted.
That's right.
So, Greg, tell us a little bit about the. I know you're undergoing a major overhaul.
Yeah,
tell us how all that's going.
Yeah, transformation. The Talladega infield project is on schedule, even with all the rain we've had. I was telling the guys here earlier before we got on the air this morning that we've pumped about 29 million gallons of water out of the cut we did in the track.
Wow.
And it's just so wet on that end of the racetrack, and we'll continue to pump pretty much all time on that as well, as long as we have a lot of rain. But it's on schedule and everything, and then once we get through with the spring race, the tunnel will be in place for the spring race, and we got our new RV spots in there. Then we're going to pretty much everything from the media center all the way down to turn 1 will disappear. We're going to raise that whole area and rebuild all of that with the great new fan experience in there that's never been done before in our sport.
That's awesome. When you guys, we talked about that on the air when you first kicked off that idea, looking at some of the sketches and drawings and the experience that fans will have when this is finished, as you said, is unprecedented.
It is, and the big center in the middle between the 2 top garages. The top 22 teams in the sport will park on both sides, and we're going to call that place Big Bill's after Big Bill France, because nobody has ever named anything after Mr. France.
Oh, wow, how can that be?
He had the dream to build a bigger and better Daytona, and he did. It's called Talladega Superspeedway, and he did that. So we're going to name that thing after him, and we're so excited to have his name on that building.
Yeah, well, and that's perfect.
It is.
Yeah.
It truly is.
So we got links at rickandbubba.com. If you go there and click on the link, you'll see how you.
The end result. Oh my God. Yeah, that's it.
Ten minutes to the top. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big is our number. Bubba, we have what many are saying is shocking shocking celebrity news. Here we go.
We got golden fingers, and we're loved everywhere we go. We sing about, and we sing about at $10,000 a show. We take all kind of pills.
They give us all kind of thrills, but the thrill we've never known,
never knew,
is the thrill that'll get you when you get your picture on the cover of the Rolling Stone. Everybody. Britney Spears in the news. Bubba, in a shocking story.
Can't believe it.
It appears Britney Spears' latest marriage has not worked.
Say it ain't so, Rick.
They busted up.
I thought it was about 6 months. Somebody said 14 months.
Well,
which that's,
no.
That's a lifetime.
It's like dog years. If
Yeah.
Britney is married 6 months,
Right.
in celebrity years, that's 14.
Now, she's
so-
only legally been married 3 times now, but it sure
Right.
seems like 6.
One was one
It
of them
does.
when you get drunk and get married, and then the next
Right.
day forget about it.
Right,
Remember that?
right.
She had that one.
That-
That guy's still getting in trouble.
Is that one in the 3?
Yeah,
I guess
that was
so.
Jason Alexander. That
Yeah.
was 2004 to 2004.
I wonder if he got any money
But
out
not
of
the
it.
guy who played George Costanza. A different.
No,
Jason.
it's a different.
Right.
Yeah, this was
Okay,
somebody
right.
she went to school with.
Okay.
Then you had K-Fed from 2004 to
Right.
2007.
Oh wow.
And now we've had
Got 2 kids with
Sam.
K-Fed.
And how do you say his last name?
I have no idea.
I don't
It's
even know
hard to
what he
pronounce.
is.
ASGHARI.
You know, and
Say that again.
Ashgari.
Well, I'm not even going to try to say that.
I don't know if that's it. I just looked at it and threw it out there.
Yeah, I think you're mistaken. I think that was actually the name of Britney Spears' latest single. But the
and that one was from 2002. I mean, it's 2022 to 2023.
All right, so Adler, I know
K-Fed was the long haul there at 3 years.
Yeah, 3 years. I know that people are talking. You know, Britney, God love her. You know, with the whole, you know, I need to be in charge of my own career. Daddy's saying I don't think you're mentally stable enough to do it. And we went through that case over and over. Free Britney, all that. Somebody was saying that even though her marriage is now falling apart, which you know we're all shocked by today, that like she's posting things like her sitting on a horse talking about buying horses.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
she's out there, buddy.
Yeah,
she's doing some weird stuff in these videos.
Right. So many,
and it's not
so many choices.
None
about
of it
horses.
looks normal.
No,
it all looks really scary. Like she's trying to be flirty, I guess, in some of these videos.
Well,
and you're
she's
just like-
looking for number 4.
and you're like, ma'am, you're frightening people. This
Right.
is not
It doesn't help.
attractive.
Well, it seems like for several times she would just like strip off and do a post online dancing for,
Yeah.
and nobody really knew why or
Wasn't
what
sure
the deal
what- yeah.
was.
I didn't realize she was from Mississippi.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Can anybody remotely think?
Macomb,
Because let's face it.
Mississippi,
Look,
originally
people come from hard things, difficult things. There's been some really, I'm talking about traumatizing parenting that's gone on since the fall of mankind. Okay, and a lot of people have had to overcome it. Can you imagine the counselors that are being trained as we speak for her children? I mean, can you imagine that this is your mama, and the things you're going to have to be helped to work through? I mean, think about it. We got embarrassed, you know, if our mama just, you know, hollered out at a little league game.
Rick,
I mean,
we were
can-
embarrassed.
Can you?
We were embarrassed if our parents dropped us off at the high school gym so people could see them.
Yeah.
Okay?
Right.
I mean, how many times did you go, hey, just drop me off at the front of the school. I'll just walk over. It's well, why? I'll drive you. No, it's okay. I think there's some construction going on.
Elementary school and middle school is rough enough without somebody saying, "Saw your mama's latest video." You know, it just I can't.
It's not good, guys.
No.
It's just like a scary look in your eye.
Wow,
it's scary.
Wow. That's boy, that is.
How about that?
So anyway, I know a lot of you, you hopeless romantics, heartbroken today at Britney Spears' marriage busting up because I know you had so much hope for it. But also
This was the one.
So she cannot outfind her crazy at this point.
I guess not.
I mean, she just.
Well, you
can't.
know somebody
Apparently
out
not.
there is willing to try.
Oh,
Give it a
sure.
shot, yeah,
But,
for sure.
Well, the sad part is for her, and now I'm going.
Get out of there.
Now I'm going somewhat serious on this. The sad part about her, the state she is in now, And there are men ready to say, I'll give it a shot, but those are not the men you want. Because if somebody looks at the state you're in right now and says, I'm in, this is not the guy you're looking for.
Correct me if I'm
The
wrong.
guys you need won't take this on.
Right.
Correct me if I'm wrong. When she married this pal,
this pal
at the wedding, the overnight guy that she married for like a day, didn't he try to crash the
and you know what? I forgot.
Yeah, and he
about
got
that.
hauled off.
I forgot about that.
He crashed the wedding preparations.
Yeah. That's what it was.
And I
remember
think
right.
he was screaming, "Elvis married us. I'm still your husband."
Yes. I want to renegotiate the settlement.
So he's still in love with her then, right?
We made a vow in front of God and Elvis.
Elvis was standing right there.
Right there.
Elvis said, "You're my wife. How can you forget this?" Also, an update: Alec Baldwin. You know, Alec keeps being in trouble, out of trouble, then back in trouble. Alec Baldwin now they say could be charged again in the fatal Rush shooting, as a new report claims that he actually pulled the trigger. We know he pulled the trigger, right?
I'm so confused with
This
this
is a
because
confusing
I
story.
thought he was out of this. He
Right.
wasn't charged. It's just
maybe I'm missing something, but in movies, if we are the fact there was no blank, the fact you pulled a trigger with a gun pointed at somebody, there's lots of movies that happens in. How is that wrong? If I didn't know it was loaded because I had somebody who was supposed to be in charge of that.
well, they
didn't do
wasn't
it.
shooting a scene at the time though. They were just
I don't
running
know.
lines, right?
Well, here's what I
don't
don't. Well, here's what I don't get.
Who's
I
drawing it? But
always,
my point is, we point guns at people in movies and pull the trigger all the time.
Well, what I don't understand, to your point, Greg, why did this became the hill he was going to die
That's
on,
what I'm saying.
that I didn't pull the trigger. Well, everybody can prove you pulled the trigger. I would have been like, oh, yeah, I pulled the trigger, but I'm in a movie.
Yeah, I was.
That
handed
would
a
have been my
gun
defense.
and Told it was a
I
clean
was in a
gun.
movie.
I thought the gun was clean.
Right.
That's not
in the
my
movie,
job.
I was practicing the gun that I thought was fake because I'm not really a cowboy.
Yeah.
I'm in a movie. I think the people you should hold accountable are the people that gave me the gun that was supposed to be with blanks. How am I in trouble?
Yeah, even if I did pull the trigger, we pull the triggers all the time in movies.
That would have been my
How?
defense, but then he had to make the mistake going, "Oh, I never." Pulled
I
the
never
trigger."
did it.
Well, yeah, well, of course you did.
You did,
How
but you thought it had a
horrified.
blank in it like any other gun in the movie.
How horrified were you
not
when
that
you
hard.
heard that they had live rounds that they were out shooting like during lunch?
See, that's
on the
who's in
set?
trouble. Not
Can
me
you
that
believe
pulled
that?
the trigger. I was under the impression the gun had a blank in it.
Yeah,
because there's a lot of people there that are in charge of before it gets to me that I'm supposed to. I don't know.
That's back where
we
logic,
shoot each other all the time in movies.
But this is back where logic has now left our society. I can't believe that anybody would find it unreasonable for you to go, now let me make a suggestion, since we're going to have a bunch of fake guns, be firing blanks, let's not have any live rounds.
Not within 10 miles of the set.
Yeah, think about it. Is that an outrageous statement?
No.
Here, this is something I'm thinking. If we're going to have these guns that look real and they're going to fire and sound real, but we need it all to be blanks and we don't need anybody to be shot, what I would suggest while we're on this movie set, I wouldn't have any live rounds that would also go into these guns.
Could you imagine?
I believe that doesn't seem outrageous.
I believe
to me.
that's the rule.
Could you imagine like a war scene where they have hand grenades that they're going to have as props, and somebody is throwing live hand grenades at lunch?
No, over there,
You
some of those
see
are
where
live.
that would be a problem?
Right. Now, don't get that pile. That's the live pile.
Yeah.
This Gutierrez person, the armorer, really is
That's
at fault.
That's who's at fault.
Yes.
You got to. That's where it ought to be. But Alec had to go and say I didn't pull the trigger.
Right.
That was stupid.
That was.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Go and see Greg and all the other folks that'll be judging, and some of the folks that make some of the best wild game. I know, Greg, every year you just rave about it.
Oh, and the creativity they come up with on some of the way the presentation is amazing.
Grant, how many entries? What are we talking about?
We're approaching 40 teams now to cook, and more will come in the next few days. We'll get some more in. Patrick thinks we could get to 42, 43, somewhere around there. And that's plenty of folks cooking for everybody. And most everybody turns in a signature dish, but they're also doing a bowl of chili or a pot of chili. You know, there's spaghetti. You see all kinds of stuff that they do. They do some bulk food aside from their dish that they turn into the judges.
You know, we did a competition like that one time, and I think that's why we don't do them anymore. The one that got us, I think, was Spam ice cream.
Yes. Yeah, it did us in right there.
It was
that one carried us to the side of the road.
I could eat that.
If that's ever brought up, just take a pass.
I will.
Just say no.
Yeah.
As much as I love ice cream and as much as I love Spam, the two should not
Yeah,
be.
They should
you don't
not
need
be
to mix
Yeah, I don't know how long your drive home is, but it ain't long enough.
You need to have a plan.
Perfect.
You need to have a plan.
On that, I think I'll leave.
There he is. Grant Lynch is. Thanks for being here again. It's the 14th annual.
He's on the media tour today.
Yep.
He's got to run.
Go, he's out. Go, Grant, go. He's going on to the next media stop. And Greg Burgess, representing the Rick and Bubba Show, will be there again this Saturday. For those of you in Alabama are going to make your way to Talladega Super Speedway, the 14th annual Alabama Wildlife Wild Game Cook-Off with the real Greg Burgess this Saturday.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Now, Bubba, you really set up, going to the break, that one of life's big dilemmas, that we finally have the official ruling on this?
Well, if you want to go with what the Australian Consumer Organization has declared, and it's called choice, you can rest assured that this has been put to bed, so to speak. But we have this conflict in our family, and I know many families do, and that is, which way do you hang toilet paper? Do you hang it over the top or under the bottom? It's actually out the front, out the back, but it's more notably referred to as over the top or under the bottom.
If you've just joined us, we are talking about how you hang toilet paper.
Yep.
So I was, I can honestly say that, first of all, I don't know what's happened. The new trends I've noticed, our bathrooms have baskets in them with and I've noticed most of the time now there seems to be a desire to have one over on the roll, but usually they're stacked in there, just rolls stacked on top of each other. You reach in, grab you one, work it, you're done with it, put it back in there. But we still have the old rolls, and it seems that it really is all. If I'm in a hurry, I don't really have a preference. I think I'm usually an under guy if I really push.
It's funny because I grew up in an over-the-top house. And, when you have, a dad that served in World War II, I'm a little late on the tree.
Yeah.
You pretty much have a regiment you stick with for whatever reason.
No doubt.
Now, Betty came from a under-the-bottom house.
House divided.
And she always does it the other way. So over the years, this discussion has come up about one of us changing, and neither one of us appear to be willing to give on that issue.
Right.
Now, I have had some fun with it over the years. I will put the toilet paper on the roll wrong, and I will do it under the bottom and then claim Betty did it.
That's funny.
Just little games you play around the house.
If you could, I'll tell you a case you could make against under the bottom that I've noticed is when under the bottom gets a certain amount of depth into the roll, it will just start falling down.
Yeah, it'll self roll off.
Self roll off. So that's one thing I think a mark against the under people.
Well, this has been a big debate in Australia, apparently, Rick.
Okay.
And they went back and actually discovered the patent that was granted on September the 15th, Rick. Get this date, 1891.
By the way, this is interesting.
With a detailed graph clearly showing the paper going over the top.
I guess for what we just said, if you think about it, that way it doesn't roll out on its own, right?
Can you believe there was a patent 128 years ago for the toilet paper roller? Wow.
So
Quite an invention.
if you go to the people who said here is the ruling, it's over the top.
It is over the top, and so has declared the state of Australia to say if you want to do it official, it should be over the top.
So the whole country is going to go to that?
I don't think it's mandated.
No,
Rick,
right. Nobody's going to come in and give
I
you a
think
ticket.
they have just. And look, I'm for this. We've talked about. We got too many mysteries out there unsolved.
Right.
We still got Loch Ness, the Yeti, the abominable snowman, all that stuff running around. We got murders unsolved, mysteries, people leaving UFO abductions. Let's put this one to bed. It should be over the top.
Okay.
I think that's a good place to rest.
Yeah, I'm fine with over the top.
I just wish the three little people that live in my house would actually hang it on the roller.
See, I don't either. I keep it.
What do you have as a backup? I know the basket format that Rick
baskets and then just on the back.
We've got a metal can that stands up that has three rolls in it, has a top on it.
Yeah, I prefer that.
And the top fits really tight for some reason. I don't know why we're guarding the extra rolls of toilet paper that much.
Have a combination to get
and
it
you
open.
cannot get the stupid thing open, especially if you're sitting on the commode and you're trying to reach back. So usually what happens, you sling the thing off and it hits in the floor. Ding, ding, ding. It sounds like the house is coming.
See, I don't like that because you got to be able to get to it easier than that. But I prefer to sit down, face the basket that has the rolls in it, and just pick me up a roll out of there.
Yeah.
I don't really like it on the roll.
I like.
6 minutes now past the hour. From Sweet Home Alabama to the rest of the world on various platforms, including, but not limited to, America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. Got 3 new markets coming up we'll be telling you about over the next few weeks. One of them will shock you, by the way. Also, if you don't have a Rick and Bubba affiliate, you can watch us on our YouTube channel live, or you can catch the archive. You can listen to us on our TuneIn app live, or you can catch the archive. Or you can just go archive straight up on our podcast channel. All that available to you at Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com, all the details there. Speedy out, Helmsy, the real Greg Burgess, and Adler in, and there's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for letting us do what we do.
Yes, we are enjoying another day here walking through all the stories of today. Bubba, we have an update.
It's a Rick and Bubba news
Update.
It's a Rick and Bubba news
Update, everybody.
It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
So here is a story that we already brought you, but now there's an update. We all remember the Riverfront Brawl in Montgomery, Alabama. Do y'all remember that?
Oh,
one?
we couldn't get enough of it.
Couldn't get enough. I'm not moving my pontoon boat for the steamboat or the paddle boat.
Yeah.
The paddle boat crew gets in a fight with the pontoon crew. It all gets ugly.
WWE breaks out.
Yeah. Well,
A family reunion. Some of them got in it.
Yeah,
with matching shirts.
Yeah, we've all we got people arrested. We got a lot going on there. We do have an update on what all of us are referring to as the chair-wielding man. This is the WWE guy who takes a chair and is hitting people with it and hits a woman who's already on the ground with it. Boom! The man,
wow.
The man's name, Reggie Ray. He hit multiple people with the foldable chair, playing the role of a WWE star in the Riverfront Brawl. And so he has, of course, been arrested. But there, to no one's surprise, he has already received nearly $300,000 in donations for people that think that he should be exonerated, and the people who got hit with the chairs got what they deserve. So
this woman that ended up getting hit with a chair,
Mm-hmm.
what was her role? I remember we had the guys
I don't
fighting over the boat. Where'd she even come from?
I don't
right
know.
here.
I don't know.
So she just took a pretty good beating.
Yeah. Oh,
Taking another one.
There goes another one. Here comes the guy with the chair. Bam.
Oh boy.
My gracious.
Yeah.
Of all the people to beat up in this scene, that were a threat.
Look, he's still hitting her in the back of the head right
we
there.
get this woman.
Yeah.
I think that's a woman.
Is it a woman?
The blonde-headed person.
It is a woman?
Yeah, that's a woman.
Can't tell these days.
That's a woman. I
Look,
believe.
it's getting slapped. Look, guys slapping. What? All the people to be mad at during this brawl. Somehow, old Big Mama.
Why is
we ain't happy with her?
Why is everybody mad at Lady in Red Shirt? I don't know what she's done.
mean, I don't even remember her being with the guys in the initial fight.
Right. Well, and you have people that are
The whole thing is embarrassing.
When you look at some of the donations and what people are saying, it really tells you that no one has to tell you this world has so lost its way. Chairs to you, brother. Keep swinging till they see stars. There's one person that donated.
Yeah, that big threat that you hit over the head because she was really going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah. Well, and some of the things you're seeing too, it makes you sad that. And see, everybody's turned this into a racial thing, but I don't really care what color your skin is. There's behavior that no one should be doing, no matter what color their skin is. And
there's plenty of fault to pass around here at this point in the fight.
Right, and there's a lot of things that are being said here that really takes racial relations in our state, in our country, backward. See, I thought that we all agreed that needless violence is not the answer to any problem, and it's almost like everything that we tried to accomplish with the civil rights movement, there's been an attempt to undo every bit of it and then divide us up again, and I just think as people we shouldn't let that happen. And no matter what side, what color you are, what ethnicity you are, all that.
Sorry, go ahead, Helms.
No, go ahead.
The chair has become a meme. Like people are.
This is exactly what I was about to say. By the
I
way.
mean, people are selling pictures of chairs. People are saying put that chair in a museum and things like that.
I saw one
which
yesterday.
Is funny,
It
but
is
it's
funny.
not right.
Well, there was.
People shouldn't hit people with chairs.
I saw one yesterday, and it had a guy standing by a bunch of folding chairs, like at Walmart, and the description was, "I'm getting ready for my trip to Alabama."
That's funny.
I mean, that's funny.
You have to
But
laugh
if
at
you
that,
watch,
sadly.
she had already took a pretty good beat down.
She had.
She was at that point was pretty much out of the fight because she had been kicked, slammed. Now she at one point she's spinning on her back. She's kicking hard, trying to survive.
Well,
but she's pretty much no threat to anybody. And then he comes over and cracks her over the top of the head.
I know everything, unfortunately, has turned into ethnicity now, and like I said, become divisive now. But let's say that we just call everybody their A and B team, okay? A team fighting B team, B team fighting A team, or whoever these individuals are. Do any of us think, and this would include, this is not the only behavior that was bad, but I'm just saying this is the story. Is there anybody here that believes that on Team B that a female who either never was a physical threat or clearly now isn't a physical threat to a grown man should be punched, kicked, and hit over the head with a chair while being no physical threat of any kind?
Exactly.
Sitting on the ground.
Right. So that's what this person's in trouble for.
It's almost like he looked for the weakest link to hit instead of going to somebody that may take the chair from him and hit him over the head with it.
And to make it into something else really is leaving, which we do all the time now in our society. You can't keep anybody on a narrative for anything. What the courts will have to decide is, and there's other people that have been charged too on teams A and B. Okay,
yeah. And probably deservedly so.
And deservedly so. I think the guys who started the whole thing, I think they're the problem. But once it starts, and now I'm turning into my parents. But once it starts, do you say that's a license for now you to do bad things?
Yeah.
And I know I sound like our parents right now, but it really is true.
Well, you start
this woman was no threat to any grown man physically. Now, look, if a woman is coming after you trying to kill you, okay, then you have a right to defend yourself.
Well, like you said, Rick, to begin with, people were coming to rescue this dock worker or worked with a boat because he was ganged up on. Right. And then after that, it just turned into all kind of crazy stuff. Now, you justified in trying to help him. But then it just kept escalating. I mean, it got out of hand. And like I said,
they've also been doing memes. You know, remember he took his hat and threw it up in the air right as the fight was. They're doing a bunch of memes.
Well,
with
that's But
they've interviewed.
Now, was
the
he
chair
trying to
too.
save his hat, or was he?
I don't know what that move was.
Was that a signal like your dad used to have when you throw the hat? Everybody in, everybody in.
Yeah, this was my dad's.
It looked like a bat signal.
It was the bat signal, guys.
It really did. It did.
Throw your hat in the air.
And I got to give him credit. He really threw it high.
Yeah, he did. Well, but again,
he it, buddy.
But see, we've lost the narrative. Now everybody's picking sides. Like this is some get back. So if I'm black, I have to say I'm glad the white woman got hit. And if I'm white, I have to say this black man shouldn't have hit her. No, I think I want to get in a society where a grown man should hit anybody over the head with a chair that isn't a threat to them physically.
Yeah.
I don't care what color anybody is.
Yeah, it doesn't
I mean, can we not get to that world? I guess not. Don't we all think that there's, it's back to what we said before. Truth is not relative. And truth is truth no matter who you are, what you think, what you believe. There's some things that are just true. No matter what political party you're in, no matter what you're, there are just things that are just true. And I thought we lived in a society where it was true that grown men should not beat or hit women who are not a physical threat to them.
Yeah.
And
maybe she got a shot into him earlier in the video. We didn't see it,
but still,
it was going to be payback.
Still, though, if I'm a grown man, if a woman does not have
she's no threat to
a weapon coming after me, trying to stab me or shoot me, I probably can avert physically harming her.
There goes with that.
Yeah,
I mean, you can really see that hat.
I think it's fair to say there were white people beating up that black guy. That should not have happened. And then there was a lot of black people beating up a lot of white people, and that should not have happened.
And this original
that was kind of my overall point.
Yes.
Was not based on color. It was just, you know what I'm
It's
saying?
just bad behavior.
I believe that if everybody in that situation had been the same color, the same thing would have happened.
Yeah,
yes.
They were mad because he unhooked their boat and let it float off.
Agree.
They shouldn't have been in the way.
He was letting it float off. He was just moving it down the dock.
I don't want
to.
I don't live in a world that says this behavior is only bad if somebody's a certain color. If they're not, then it's okay.
Yes.
And that would be there's certain things just bad behavior.
Yeah.
And if you did it, you ought to pay for it. no matter who you are.
Well, several have been charged.
Yep.
We'll see how it plays out.
15 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up, and you can find out everything you need to know about the show by going to that website, rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's not convenient, really.
that it's there so I don't get stranded.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want that.
Branded.
Yeah. Branded.
You don't want the squat walk.
Well, we had some saying about that when I was a kid, and it was to the theme.
Stranded on the toilet bowl.
Yeah,
Stranded.
stranded on the toilet bowl.
You remember Adler said
What do you do when you're stranded
and you can't
reach
find
a
a toilet
roll?
roll? But you remember Adler said his dad sang that to him. We were the ones that introduced where it came from.
That's true. He thought it was just about the toilet bowl.
Doug in Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Doug, go ahead.
All right. There's two answers to that question. First of all, the patent states that it goes over the top.
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you're in a business, let's say, with those large roll
I hate those
holders there,
yeah,
it has to hang down away from the person so that when they tear it off, some will hang out where they can grab it.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, you use the weight of the roll to actually tear against.
Yeah.
So it's a sideways roll, like what we got here.
Yeah, which I hate those.
We got all formats in there. You can just put it any way you want.
I just like lay them around where I can find them.
Yeah.
You know, because trying to put them on the other things is a nightmare. Anthony and Coleman. Anthony, go ahead.
Hey, it's no brainer. It's definitely over the top. I mean, have you ever tried when it's under the bottom, your hand gets it's like halfway across the back, and then you're trying to find it, and
oh yeah,
it's time to go, and you digging.
Yeah, it's not
over the top. You slap it, it comes down.
Right.
I mean, it's no question, no brainer.
Yeah. We continue. Andrew in Birmingham. Andrew, go ahead.
How are you guys?
I'm good, man.
Green Acres.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Talk to me.
Well, I'm not so picky on the over the top, under the bottom. What I can't stand is, first off, I like to consider myself an experienced dumper. Let me get that out there.
Okay.
When these inexperienced dumpers install that toilet paper holder, 2 feet back behind the toilet on the wall.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
I don't want to do a 180 on the toilet. That's just.
No.
That's a bad move.
Yeah, that's not a time to exercise.
Let me tell you what that means. Whoever built your house or built the house you're living in said, good night, we forgot to put a toilet deal in here.
Yeah.
And somebody said,
Stick
where
it up.
are we going to put it? Just put it back there.
put it right
Nobody uses them anyway. And they've gotten all cheap.
I will say this. I think it's definitely been an innovation. When you have the little spring-loaded roller, I shoot that thing across the bathroom about half the time. I don't know if y'all do too.
Yes, I do.
But if you have the one that just rotates up like, 90 degrees or whatever, man, that is so much better because you never lose it.
Yeah.
I have shot those other ones. Seriously, you'd be fumbling with it. It's like I'm shooting a rocket off the launch pad.
You know what happens then?
Stranded. Stranded on the toilet bowl.
Have you ever...
Stranded.
We
Chrissy.
used to get hung out like that. You'd ask somebody for a roll and they start singing to you.
Oh, yeah. Chrissy in Illinois, go ahead.
Some help.
Good morning, Green Acres.
Thanks for the call. What's on your mind?
Love listening to you guys. I don't care which way it goes as long as people just put it back on.
Yeah.
Right.
I just want some consistency.
Do you like the just stacking them in the bathroom where you pick up the roll on your own, or you want it on the roll?
I want it on the roll. I have a roll, and I'm an under. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, I'm afraid you're misusing that device.
You are breaking the patent.
I know, but it never unrolls. You guys say, "Oh, it would unroll." I've done it for 30 years. It does not unroll.
Well, we must have heavier toilet paper.
Let me ask you this: Have you ever been
stranded? Stranded on the toilet bowl. What do you do when you're stranded and you can't find a toilet roll? Okay. So anyway,
find that video, the original.
Margaret in Woodland. Margaret, go right ahead. 30 seconds.
Hi. Does anybody remember back in the 1960s when they had printed toilet paper and you had to put it over the top of the roll to get the pattern to show when you hung it on the roller?
I was born in '64, so I was just
maybe a little before.
Yeah, I was
decorative toilet paper.
Yeah,
decorative toilet paper. Yeah, you had to hang it coming over the top to see your pattern.
Well, let me ask you this.
I don't want to get it too fancy. I know where it's going.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. If you didn't get the pattern right, were you stranded?
Stranded. Stranded on the toilet bowl. All right, so let it forever be said, the original patent showing you how to use toilet paper on a roll said that it must come from over the top.
Here is the patent right here. I'm looking at it. How about that?
So that debate's over.
That's it. Done. Put that one on the shelf.
More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba Show. All right, so look, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, a brand new one coming out this weekend. Today we record that for you with Granger Smith, his new book, Like a River. We'll interview him. That'll be out this weekend, so catch that. Yesterday's Bible study archive now available to you, the Revelation chapter 18. Man Church on the road this weekend, 5 different markets, all kicking off, except for one of them that's in year 2 of the men's discipleship strategy. The 4 others are kicking it off. You can find those by going to themanchurch.com under upcoming events. Bubba, it's time for us to look at the old Biden clips of the day. Every single day, there's Biden clips.
Hello, this is Keith
Who in the world is that? What's Keith Jackson doing on there? I miss Keith Jackson. Here we go.
Where'd it go?
There's Biden. There's
Where'd
Biden.
it go?
Biden. Basement Joe. So here we go.
Have you noticed there's a real push on right now to tell everybody, convince everybody, brainwash everybody that the economy is going gangbusters, and we're putting it under the title Bidenomics.
Bidenomics. So, Bubba, we got a couple of clips today. Do you want to start since you said
Let's
that?
just run down the list.
All right, so we're going to start with the fact that this is the 2nd anniversary of the botched Afghanistan withdrawal. What a terrible time for the president to make this statement. But here he is. I mean, he's saying this on the 2nd anniversary of this disaster. Here we go.
Name me a single objective we've ever set out to accomplish that we've failed on. Name me one in all of our history.
Getting out of Afghanistan.
Name me a single objective we've ever set out to accomplish that we've failed on.
Getting rid of the national debt.
Getting out of Afghanistan and not leaving people there. I mean,
I'm gonna tell you that scene of that of the C-130 taking off and people hanging up. That was one of the most depressing scenes I have ever seen. And I'll say this, in American history, that is crazy.
Right, putting your family in jail. We have not pulled that off yet.
And see, then they will turn around and say, we don't know why we're not meeting the recruiting numbers,
right?
Because people see the way that you're running the military. Nobody wants to be a part of that. Anybody with any sense? What do you think?
2.5 million girls were left in Afghanistan.
Yeah, there we go.
It's not a good life.
So we named a lot, Joe. So there you go. Next, Bubba, there's back to what you said. Bidenomics is just, hey, we're all just living the dream. Here we go.
Bidenomics is just another way of saying restoring the American dream.
No. Yeah, if you like paying more for things, absolutely.
No.
That wasn't my dream.
Seriously, how delusional do you have to be to say that? By the way, this week they are saying interest rates on mortgages will go up again. It'll be at 8%, the highest in 20 years.
Bubba, we have Americans, which we talked about. Credit card debt is higher than it's ever been. You know why? People are having to buy their groceries on a credit card. Groceries are up 23%. Everything costs more. People are struggling, and if we don't turn it around because of everybody having to buy everything on credit cards right now because their wages cannot cover the cost of things, this economy is going to crash and burn, and it's going to be ugly if we don't turn it around.
A lot of people are saying that's going to happen.
1C, Bubba, once again, another lie. Before he says this, I want you to know this. The Biden administration already has raised the tax burden on Americans making $20,000 a year. Okay, so it goes all the way down to $20,000. So remember that when he says this statement. Here we go.
I made a commitment, and some thought it was too much of a commitment, it was too high, that no one making less than $400,000 a year will pay a single penny more in federal taxes. It's a commitment I've kept so far, and as long as I'm president, I will keep it.
No, that's just not true. Now, I will say this for Mr. Biden. In his world, this is true. He
Yeah.
does believe this. But the only problem is if you're out there working and you make $20,000 or more, you know your taxes have gone up under the Biden administration. Not $400,000, $20,000.
Well, you can look beyond federal taxes.
Mhm.
Inflation alone has stolen people's money and their
Correct.
buying power.
Back to what we just said,
which
yeah.
is much worse than the tax rate right now.
Right. Everything for everybody costs more, no matter how much money they make. And their taxes have gone up if they make $20,000 or more. So, but again, give him credit. I do think some of the things he says, in the old days, it was just politicians lying. The world he lives in, these things are true. I mean,
In his mind.
In his mind.
The average person is paying $700 more a month. That's just the average across our country.
Right.
And that a lot of people, that's their like they don't have a margin that big.
Yeah.
It's
hey, Adam, I don't have a margin that big.
right.
Right. Yeah. So here comes Biden. This thing about ice cream.
Good night.
Yeah, I know. So he's talking to all the kids. Here we go.
I want to say one thing to your children. I know some really great ice cream places around here. And Daddy owes you. Okay? So talk to me afterwards.
You
card. Right.
He does like ice cream.
He will eat ice cream.
See, I wish he would say, I'd like to say something to your children. We're going to change what we're doing so they'll have a future. But I know some good ice cream places, and Daddy owes you. See me after.
he's Sorry he can't afford it.
We always let all the kids come up and talk to the President of the United States of America after a press conference.
If he's eating ice cream in D.C., he better have a wad of cash. I'll tell you that.
I want to say something to your children. Don't worry. We're going to stop what we're doing. You're going to be okay.
If you go to Georgetown, they charge you to walk through there.
Bubba, the delusion continues. Would you like to hear Chuck Schumer?
Please.
Yeah, I know we're done with Biden, but do you want to hear?
Oh,
yeah.
sure, Chucky, why not?
Here's everybody's friend, Chucky Schumer. Here we go.
Our economy is doing so well, and it's in good part because of the work we in the Senate and the president did over the last summer.
Prices are up 16.9% on everything. Real wages are down 3%. Gas is up by $1.48 a gallon. Credit card debt is at a record high. 20 million households are behind on their utility bills. And I could continue. So once again,
Or have you gone to the grocery store lately?
right where it's where I saw in July it was up 23%. Maybe that's gotten better, but that's what it was in July, and that's the last time they looked at it. So but politicians have always, on both sides of the aisle, they have this notion that if you just keep saying something over and over again, most people go, oh, okay, well, that's good to hear, until they actually look at their own lives and go, that doesn't feel right.
Well, there's a reason that they're not getting this stuff down and it's not taking place. And you remember the Inflation Reduction Act really had very little to do with inflation. It was a Green New Deal.
Yeah.
And John Panetta, who is one of the advisors, pretty much let you in on that here.
All right.
We have to cut the carbon pollution that's driving the climate crisis, and that's what the Inflation Reduction Act is all about.
No, it really wasn't. No, I mean, it didn't. The name of it, you should have named it the Green Movement.
Yeah, I mean, he says it right there.
Yeah.
It was more about the climate than it was inflation.
He
That's
called
why
it.
it's not doing it.
He
It's
called
not doing what it's supposed to do.
It didn't have the right name.
No,
it should have been what he said it was with his own mouth. Your phone calls are next. All 10 lines are available. 866 We Be Big, and we'll find out what is on your mind, America, when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hillary Clinton update. This didn't take long. If I recall yesterday, because I don't have to think long because it just was 24 hours ago, Bubba, you have said, and true, that the Clintons, especially Hillary, but really both of them, their behavior is so predictable because they hardly ever veer off on anything new. They do everything exactly the same way. As you said in the break, back when people used to actually hold newspapers and read them, that you could read Hillary Clinton like the morning newspaper.
Oh yeah, it's like a headline, Rick. It's not even complicated.
Right. Of course. Now,
yesterday she came out and ruled out a 2020 presidential bid. Monday, I guess it was Monday night,
We have that audio if you want to hear it.
Yeah, let's hear it. Let's just hear it from her, from the horse's mouth, so to speak.
Yeah,
Well, it's pretty quick,
Okay.
and it's pretty straightforward.
Yep.
Running, but I'm going to keep working and speaking and standing up for what I believe.
Clip, let me go back.
Clip.
Listen to this.
House run. I'm not running, but I'm going to keep working and speaking and standing up for what I believe.
Sounds pretty straightforward. Hillary Clinton said, because it was her first line, "I'm not running." Bill Bubba Bussey reminded us that is that we will find out. We didn't think 24 hours.
Rick, the most powerful drug out there is applause.
Yeah, did you say
there it is?
Did you really think we would have this update in 24 hours?
No, I was really in my mind thinking it would be about a 2-week thing.
Right.
But I think this even shows the addiction level here is even worse than maybe we thought. And look, applause is very addictive to everybody. I give you that. No one, look, to be approved by other people and to be on a stage and have people clapping and yelling for you, I think is the most addictive part of the human psyche that we can have. Now, Rick, less than 24 hours from the statement you just heard, Hillary said she was surprised by the reaction to her interview. Now, this is code name for people are begging me to run, going, "Oh, no, Hillary, don't rule this out yet."
Yeah. Which was predicted yesterday, that she is doing this so people will beg her to run, and then she'll come back and say, "Well, now I need to reconsider because everybody's begging me to run." Now, we did think it would take longer than 24 hours.
I told you that when she said that, she already had a group ready to go to beg her to run.
Back up, you creep.
She can always say, "Hey, the people have just demanded it." Of course,
I didn't want to run, but everybody's begging me.
Let me ask you this: if you're not going to be out on the road making stump speeches to the 20 or 30 people that show up for yours, what are you going to do? Go home and stay with Bill?
Yeah.
He's not looking forward to that.
No. As a matter of fact, if you don't want to be upset with Bill, you better give him a heads up. You're on the way home.
Yeah.
Don't surprise him.
No, don't spook him. Now she says in the latest interview that she was surprised.
I'm coming in the house now.
She said she was surprised by the reaction. Code name people. I want them to beg me to run.
Right.
Beg me.
And she is waiting to see what Mueller's report on the Russia findings will be.
Mueller.
Now what?
Well, I got to throw that in, Bubba.
What does that got to do with it?
Well, because I want everybody to know that
if Trump is
stole it.
Well,
yeah.
We're going to have a presidential election in 2020, no matter what.
Exactly.
Mueller finds.
Yeah, but
either in or yet.
That's speaking. That's a dog whistle because that's their favorite term. Now, that's a dog whistle to everybody. Remember,
Well,
I really won.
Let me tell you, the biggest dog whistle we've heard in a while is "I'm not running," which is code name for "beg me to run."
Right. So now she's saying that she didn't say she wasn't going to run, but she just did.
That is what
we
she
just
said.
heard it. Oh, only a Clinton would lie about something they just said.
Rick, this comes from the family that asked us what our definition of is.
I know.
Okay, and said that on video
With a straight face.
I know.
How did he not laugh during that?
I don't know.
If you look, he's close.
Smirking.
Yeah, there's just a little bit of he hears it coming out. He's like, "Oh wow."
I said that.
I have exceeded my own expectations. But so she is saying now that she never really said she wasn't going to run.
No. Well, how do you say that when you just said it? I mean, I understand how you can play this off a month later and claim you never said it.
Right.
But I mean, we still got the video. It's fresh. It's still in our browser. It's in our cache.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, here it is, right here.
I'm not running, but I'm going to keep working and speaking and standing up for what I believe.
Can I hear that first line again?
I'm not running. Yeah, let me go back. It's see here.
House run. I'm not running, but I.
Okay.
All right, there it
Well,
is.
that means you're not running, right? Isn't that what that means? I mean, I don't know.
Pass the gravy, please.
All right, 35 minutes past the hour. Your phone calls now. Helmsy's on the phone, got his headset on just like he likes it. 866 We Be Big. We'll chat with you. Whatever's on your mind. You got time to move now. Here is an email that I got from Tom. Look at this right here. Rick, I have to admit it to the guys. Field of Greens really does work. I'm 61 years old. Have had 2 months of Field of Greens. I feel better than I have in years. Had a physical. My blood work came back better than it ever has before. My doctor said it looked like the numbers of a 30-year-old. I'm hooked. At 61, this has helped me. Thanks for spreading the word. And we're talking about Field of Greens. If you haven't gone to get this yet, I just had blood work done, too, for life insurance, and the numbers came back. My doctor, the insurance company, they're like, wow. It's the best numbers I've ever had as well. Now, Field of Greens is playing a role in that. I've made a number of adjustments in my life, but I will tell you this. Field of Greens has played a key role on clean energy. It's played a key role on my immune system, and I feel better than I have felt in years. I feel better at 58 than I felt at 38. And so I will tell you right now, Field of Greens is really simple. Our body has been designed to need certain fuel. It's hard to get that in on your own sometimes on your daily eating habits. But Field of Greens, all of these vegetables and fruits have been picked by scientists for the vital organs to get what they need to operate the way they're supposed to. So go check it out for yourself. We'll get you 15% off by going to fieldofgreens.com. Fieldofgreens.com, the code Bubba, or just find the link there at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. And thanks for the great emails we continue to get. To the phones we go. Denise in Scottsboro, listening to us on 101.7. Denise, go ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba. Listen, long-time listener here since the Gadsden days.
Way back. We love it.
Very, very
I'm
much.
telling you, way back, man. But here's the thing on the Alabama brawl. Alabama brawl.
Yes.
It's not about white privilege, okay? It's about white lightning.
Well, that's true.
No, that's what happened.
At the root of all this, we found the devil's juice.
Yeah.
We found that silly water. Everybody acting a fool. We continue. 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Shane in the free state of Florida. Shane, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, buddy.
Shane. Hey, man. So I haven't talked to you guys in a while, but so I was in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm a truck driver. I was in Charlotte just a few days ago, and I was listening to a conservative talk radio show out of Charlotte, and they were breaking down the whole incident about what happened in Georgia, and I don't know this to be true. I'm just listening to what they told me, but they said that there were over 20,000 people that were not registered voters in the state of Georgia that were somehow able to vote in the 2020 election.
Well, you had, I'm sorry, it was a little rough to hear that in the Bluetooth in the truck, but you were telling me, Bubba, that we've had this thing come out, and this happens really in every election, that shows us the number of people who voted that either were not registered or were dead.
Yeah.
But that happens unfortunately in just about every election to some degree.
Well, I don't know how they're getting these numbers, but the Trump defense team has put out a list and said there was like 20,000 people that were not registered, and so many people that were dead voted, and so many people under 18 voted, and all this. So I don't know. But Rick, they're going to have their day in court now.
Right.
Before we saw
may.
a lot of talk, and they never got any prosecutable evidence. Okay, no matter what we think, you got to bring something to court that you can prove, and they're going to have their day to do it. So I hope you got your case ready when you go to court.
Steve in Alabama
didn't have it last time.
No, didn't have it last time. Steve, go ahead.
Hey, how y'all doing?
We're good, Steve. Hope you're okay, buddy.
I was just wondering if y'all heard about that Phil Robertson and Miss Kay Robertson documentary they're doing, kind of like a re-show of their early life.
Can I ask you?
Y'all heard about it.
Can I ask you? Is that a movie or a documentary? And yes, I am familiar with it, and I saw the trailer for it, and even been contacted by Phil's nephew about wondering if we knew about it. But it's a movie, right? It's not a documentary, or is it a documentary that just have actors playing them?
Right, yeah, documentary is the wrong word. My wife showed me it. It is a movie, but I guess it's supposed to be in,
it's like
documentary
a biopic.
form.
But yeah, I am familiar with it, and I really want to see it. I think it, because their story is a fascinating story. It really is.
Yeah, it looks like it's a full acted documentary called The Blind.
Yeah. Yeah,
not the blind side.
correct.
Started to say, wait a minute,
We
we've
can't
already
mention
used
the
that
blind
title.
side ever
No.
again.
No.
But because I don't know if you've ever heard Phil's. We talked to Phil, and he's given his testimony and read his book. But their story is an incredible story. It really, really is. So I hope the movie's well done. I look forward to seeing it. I really do.
I just love the way that Phil just speaks directly.
Oh,
You
yes,
know,
yeah.
I love that.
I want to see that, and I want to see The Essential Church. Did that ever get out in theaters? I never really saw it around me. I guess I'll wait for that to come to streaming, but I want to see that too. We continue. 866 We Be Big. Let's go to JR in Birmingham, listening to ZZK. JR, go ahead.
Hey, long-time listener, second-time caller, guys. Good morning.
Good morning.
Burning question. Who would win in a chair match between Greg and Adler?
All right, so I would
clearly win.
I would say Greg if they're standing, but if Greg ever sits down, I think Adler beats him because of his brilliance in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
His ground game,
His grappling ability.
His grappling, his ground game would be difficult on Greg.
It would never get to that.
I'm a shark, and the ground is my ocean.
Yeah, and I don't know how the chair helps Adler if we're on the ground.
Nope, doesn't.
But you don't want. Look, if I ever sit down,
Let's
or
just
any
try
of us, then. And by the way, Adler's trying to pressure me into taking on Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Rick,
I just simply said that you, as an athlete and as a smart person, you would enjoy it.
Yeah, well,
you got to be smart.
You know, I live
It's a brain thing.
You know, I live real close to Webby's place.
Yes.
I mean, I'm by Webby's all the time.
Webby.
Rick, don't mention that around
but
him.
he
He's no
doesn't-
longer part of that
He
team.
doesn't go over
I'm
there.
sorry. I
He's
shouldn't
with
have
them
brought-
now.
I still
there I go.
recommend Webby,
There we go.
Lionheart.
Didn't Webby grab his belt and throw it away?
Said you're with them now.
It was a white belt, so he just wrote canceled on it.
Yes, yes.
Jim in Andalusia, 1077. Jim, go ahead.
Hey guys, how you doing? I got a biblical alien question for you.
Oh, this ought to be a doozy.
Is it? Yeah, I don't necessarily believe in little green men, but is it not small thinking of us to believe that God couldn't create other beings or other life forms on other planets, considering He created us and created the whole solar system?
Well, it's true. I will say this though: if you look at some of this, and certainly that could be, and I'm not the final word on that. But if you look, Isaiah in 45:18 says this: "For thus saith the Lord, who created the heavens, He is God, who formed the earth and made it. He established it for it to be inhabited. He did not create it empty. He formed it, the earth, for it to be inhabited. I am the Lord, and there is no other." And then you have Genesis 1:14, where God says, "Let there be lights and expanse of the heavens to separate the day from the night." And He says, "And all of this you see up there is for signs, for seasons, for days, and for years." And then, of course, Jesus talks about that again in Luke 21 when He says, there'll be signs in the heavens, in the sun, and the moons, when He's talking about the end times. So it's not like the Bible never talks about that the earth was created specifically to be inhabited, and it doesn't leave us hanging on what the expansion of the cosmos are for either. Now, that doesn't mean that it's still not possible, or I hear your point, but I think sometimes we pretend that God never talks about all this expansion, and He doesn't talk real specifically about why He created the earth, but He actually did. So I tend to believe that there are no other life forms on other planets, other places. And the Bible clearly is about the earth and the people on it, and the angels and the demons and the fall of mankind. But that doesn't mean that it's not. But if you ask me if I think that, I don't. No.
And see, here's the beauty, Rick. It really doesn't matter either way. God is in control.
Right.
He's the creator.
Right.
If he did something somewhere else,
sure,
they still answer to Him. And if He didn't, that makes us all that much more important. So,
or we were such a hassle, He said, "I ain't doing that again."
That may be it.
Genesis chapter 6.
But we every year with the advanced telescopes that we have in orbit, we see just you can't even describe the size of our known universe. It is so large, and it just shows you how big God is in His creation.
Well,
it's just amazing.
Yeah, and you got to, and there's nothing wrong with wondering about all that and whatever. But I wouldn't do this. Well, I don't know what all this room. Well, maybe He needs the room. He is a creator. You don't think the cosmos and the expansion of all that is a beautiful artistic creation? Of course
no.
it is.
Yep.
But I would just say that
It's in a dance of organization.
God has not decided to talk to me about that, so I really don't spend a lot of time on it. Now, these things people are encountering.
I do hope we get a tour during eternity.
Right.
Though. I mean, I'd love that.
Well, and it goes back to what I said. When you think about that we were created by the beginning and the end, you think about that we fell and he took on human flesh to redeem us and went into the grave and raised himself from the dead. And we know that the most powerful angel we ever created tried to overthrow him and took a third of supernatural angels with him that became demons. And we have supernatural angels that are fighting a war in another dimension all around us. I don't need space people and Bigfoot. I got all the supernatural I can stand. And let me tell you, these things are in front of me. And it's like somebody asked me the other day one of these questions about, God answering to time and predestiny and free will. And they said, do you, and I said, can I just be honest with you? This is how flawed I am. Jesus told me to be a disciple and make disciples, and that takes up all my time. How about that job alone is, it takes up every ounce of free time and energy I got. Because that's what he told me to do. And he said, if I love him, I do what he says. So all the free time I got, I'm just doing that. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Of course, the president, not to miss a moment of this, with her initial announcement, tweeted out, crooked Hillary Clinton confirms she will not run in 2020, rules out a third bid for the White House. Aw, shucks. Does this mean I won't get to run against her again? She will be sorely missed.
Right. But late Tuesday.
That's a sitting president tweeting that.
But that means it wasn't even 24 hours.
Yeah, I know.
Late Tuesday, a political reporter said she spoke with a person close to Hillary and said she was not trying to close the door on running. Okay.
Well, if saying I'm not running, you're pretty much slamming the door.
Greg, let me tell you what I normally say if I haven't made a decision yet. Let's say you asked me, would you give me a ride home today?
Yeah.
And I said, I've got some things that could be in conflict, and I'm not closing the door on it. Yeah. I could do that, but I don't think I can. And then if I came back and said, hey, I can, you go, well, he said he had the door open. Yeah. The door was still open. But if you asked me if I could give you a ride home, I said, no, I cannot. And then all of a sudden the next day I said, well, hey, man, I would have given you a ride. And you said, well, you close the door on. I said, no, the door's still open. You said, but that's not what you said. You said you couldn't or you wouldn't.
Yeah.
Right?
Now, I know what that means.
Now, if I tell you I'm leaving the door, it means there's hope, right?
That's right.
Right.
Rick, keep in mind, too, Hillary,
by the way, I need a ride home
between Hillary's speaking tour and book
closed
tour,
the door on it.
But between her speaking and book tour, she has given reason she lost the election. You remember
Of course.
this?
Oh,
yeah.
By the way,
Everybody.
how's that Hillary and Bill speaking tour going? Have y'all heard any more about
It kind of died down.
Not making a
I
lot
hadn't
of
seen
press.
it on the news.
Can I tell you why I know it's not successful? There's nobody mentioning it.
That's true.
Well, yeah, that's right.
If people were packing out the arenas, we'd get wall-to-wall coverage, and we'd have Anderson Cooper crying.
Do you know between the speaking tour, the book, and interviews, she has given us 43 reasons she lost the election.
How many?
43,
Wow.
and it's documented.
One or two would have worked.
James Comey, the FBI, Putin, the Russians, WikiLeaks, low information voters, the Electoral College, anti-American forces, everyone who assumed she would win, bad polling numbers, Barack Obama, white women, the New York Times, Joe Biden, Bernie Sanders, Bernie Bros, people wanting change, misogynist, television executives, Netflix, Facebook, Twitter, content farms in Macedonia, I don't know what that is, campaign finance, the media, Steve Bannon and his group, the Democratic Party, the Republican Party, Cambridge Analytical, women protesters, Matt Lauer, white voters, Democratic documentary makers, Benghazi investigators, voter suppression, Mitch McConnell, the Supreme Court, fathers, husbands, boyfriend, and male bosses, the invisible state, and Pizzagate.
Nowhere in there does she blame herself.
No, nowhere in there is there one list that Hillary was a bad candidate. You're not going to find that one.
Pizzagate. The claim that members of the Democratic Party, and particularly the Clinton campaign, were running a pedophile child trafficking ring out of the basement of a Washington, D.C. pizza restaurant.
I never even heard of that.
What the?
Bob Seger brings us back. And Greg had a bone of contention about this song, didn't you?
Yeah, got a new. All right, 8 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is our number.
Hi, this is Jeff Foxworthy, and you're listening to two of my favorite rednecks, Rick and Bubba.
So Foxworthy in the news today, Bubba, and I'm so sorry what's happened.
Well, Rick,
Bubba.
we see, and this is an online post, I believe, from one of his kids. They said that Dad had to spend 36 hours in the hospital because he'd been bitten by a copperhead snake on his foot in the backyard. He stepped on it barefooted.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, the copperhead...
He is now great. He's back at home, and he's doing good. And they said, thankful, he's tough as nails.
Well, you know, the copperhead, really, for you, Bubba, and your terror of snakes, you should hate the copperhead the most. You know why? They'll roll up in the neighborhood, suburbia. They love to be around people.
I've killed many of them.
They'll be around people in a minute. We had a cousin get bit by a copperhead, and Greg and I were little boys. Terrified us.
Scared us to death.
Remember him sticking his foot out the window. We could see his toe where he got hit. You know where he got bit? This is going to make you sick. At the doggone baseball field.
Yep.
Really?
Underneath the bleachers.
You got him around with a big toe.
Yep.
Out there at home plate.
They're evil, ain't no doubt. Satan's little hand puppet.
Yeah, but he's doing okay.
Always into something.
He's doing okay.
Yeah, according to this, he said he is.
I understand.
They had a picture of the wound on his foot. Looks like it had been sewed up, and they had a picture of him being carried off in the ambulance. It looks like.
Yeah. Now, are you? Did you return to the scene of the evil beast? Or that at your?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Didn't you? Didn't you go back down there? Huh?
Let's get that thing off.
Look at that. Look at that. Good gracious.
I feel like I'm looking right in the pit of hell.
That's right. Well,
if you look, you see a hand back there behind it.
Well, you know, Greg, and of course, there's the only reason why you returned to the rebuilding of the lake house after the tornado destroyed it through the rough patch. Did you only go back because it was non-poisonous? The snake that was killed, the evil beast.
There's a job. There's a job to be done, Rick. And
can you get past
do it? Now, I did wear my snake boots, and I looked like I was going into deep cover.
Right.
So,
did you have?
And I had a little farm work to do yesterday too.
Oh.
So it was. And
if you think snakes are down at the lake,
yeah, I know.
You ought to go out there.
But you ought to see my new holster though. It's awesome. Chest carrier right there. I got the old judge ready to go.
I need can I know this? And I know it got. And now we're back going hot again today. And we're going to be back in the mid to upper 90s this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
But we had a brief little break in Sweet Home Alabama Tuesday, Wednesday.
Mm-hmm. Boy, it was pleasant.
It was yesterday, especially. Right. But did you? Are you down there in snake boots and the holster in shorts?
Was not yesterday. I have on some days. But I had my
That looks
I had
good.
my
I bet.
camouflage parachute pants on yesterday.
Did you really?
Yeah.
When you
Keep the ticks beat down with that.
Yeah. Do you ever go shorty shorts and the boots?
I have. Yeah.
I bet that looks good.
Yeah,
That's
it is.
sharp.
It is. Well, you know, I'm not there for show, Rick.
Right,
I'm working
right.
at the
Getting
farm. I'm
Well,
working.
I don't know how I feel about you having bare leg exposed though. I mean, what if one goes above the boot?
It would not be
What
my
about ticks?
normal. It would not be the normal procedure. You know, I wear my snake boots in dead of winter. I mean, why not? You know,
Right. Yeah, you
doesn't
do.
hurt anything.
Yeah,
I love my snake boots.
I know you do. You squeeze them tight so they'll make light, don't you? Huh?
Keep some arm's length.
Oh, sure.
You know, but if you're, you know, if you're a little portly, most hosters, you know, don't work for you, and because you know you get lost down here, you can't
Hard enough
you
keeping pants up.
and you know, getting in and out of carts and things, trucks. But you know, the chest carry here is very convenient for the judge.
Ask me something in the break
about
being portly.
Okay.
Okay. Well, because we've talked about, there's certain things that are a struggle, and one of them for the portly is to pull our pants up because it hits a ceiling before they get to where they're supposed to be.
Well, it's physics,
and they get pushed back down.
You either got to go real high or let them ride low.
And then we
talking about the equator look?
Yeah, Greg,
unless you're going to go with suspenders,
right? Like you said,
which is really the fix for it, by the way.
We do
See,
have
that's
like Bubba. See, I'm thinking you can't wear a holster there because you'd never be able to get the gun.
No, why not?
Yeah, right.
That's
snake me them bitches.
Right. I mean, but y'all mentioned the two different cultures inside our heavy community. And there's culture one, which is where Bubba and I've always been. We just pull our pants up as far as they can and just hang them right around our hips.
Yeah, let them ride.
But then we have the other portly who go ahead and get the pants big enough for the entire stomach to be in, and they're more of a
that wonderful belt they put around.
Yeah, they put and it looks like they like one of those balls you get out of the grocery store out of that cage for your kids.
Yeah, exactly.
The one that has a stripe around it
or cork.
Yeah, and so that's a different look. I've never gone with the tuck in pants big enough to get around the entire belly.
Yeah,
and usually if they need their wallet, they can just reach over their shoulder.
Yeah, well,
that's
I've seen some older guys do that, and they would pull out to get their wallet to pay, and I thought, I don't know if that's for me.
Is that? I wonder if that's comfortable. I've never done it before. It doesn't look comfortable.
I don't know what.
Have you ever used? Have you ever?
But your pants not being able to pull your pants up is not comfortable either.
You ever wear suspenders?
I do not.
See, I have with my dress clothes, and that's a good. It's a good. It works good. As far as easing that problem.
Well, I tried it one time, and it felt like somebody was giving me a wedgie. I guess I had.
Well, you got them too tight.
I don't think I had.
See, look, Chris Christie pulls his up too
right,
far. So
yeah.
He goes all.
He's
in.
going the equator.
I think I had the tension wrong, and it just pulled my pants up in my crack. You know it. Yeah.
You gotta.
That's
you
perfect
gotta
shot right there.
You gotta
now, see that right there. What Chris Christie's doing ought to be outlawed. Yeah. I mean, there ought to be a law against that.
Yeah, I think I'd rather go the other way.
Right.
Yeah. And I do.
Yeah, we do. Yeah. I've never seen us go that look.
Well, I mean, you shouldn't. Your belt buckle shouldn't be that close to your chin.
No,
it just really should.
It feels terribly close. It feels terribly close.
Yeah.
And
you shouldn't be able to use a belt buckle for a plate. You know what I'm saying? It's just
no.
I mean, I've just kind of draw the line with that.
Yeah,
not a good look.
Well, and we all have different looks and different styles. Sherry says that I tend to be a little flashy with my style. But that's kind of my thing. It doesn't mean that, it goes back to this. Others may not think it looks good, but if you think it looks good, then more power to you.
Yeah.
Well,
look, we're all just
self-confidence.
We're just trying to get through.
Right. Yeah. I kind of noticed that some of the people in our heavy community have started tatting their legs. That seems like a waste of time.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
real stretch now.
Do you want a tattoo you can never see? I mean,
You mentioned something. I think it was yesterday about the addictive nature of tattoos.
Yes.
Because you hardly ever see anybody that goes, "Hey, I got one and I liked it, and that was it."
Yeah, I know.
I mean, it seems like it's an ongoing process until there's no more canvas to work with.
No, I've told the tat community less is more. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bob Seger double CD of greatest hits, and this isn't on it.
Even now,
you're gonna give me Shakedown, but you're not gonna give me this.
too.
Sure
wasn't
it is.
Yes, Rick.
To the
Shakedown.
Oh, I hate Shakedown.
It's terrible.
To me, Bob should be ashamed of that song.
But see, I love Shakedown Cruise, Jay Ferguson.
Oh,
I
now
like
that,
that.
now we like.
Jay Ferguson had he had two dandies. Was that all he ever had?
Yeah, pretty
that's
much.
about it.
And both of them were basically this kind of the same.
You want a really deep trivia, and I may be wrong on this, but I think I'm right.
Here he goes.
Jay Ferguson was in Spirit, the band that sued Led Zeppelin over Stairway to Heaven. Remember
Greg,
that?
now that's quite a little. You know,
I think I'm right.
Tell you what,
You may wanna
pal,
check
we're gonna
that.
have to Google that.
No,
better
Bubba,
check
you
that.
can if you go to see Jay Ferguson, you need him to warm up for the band you're really there to see because he's got two
He's got
songs,
two.
and after
But
that,
they're dandies.
They're dandies,
But he may play a
Is he
couple
still
Spirit
with us?
hits.
Is he still around?
He's probably dead.
You can't tell you why I think Greg's right. Because you know how whenever you say something sharp and you take a sip of drink, like whatever you're drinking, he'll shift himself in the seat when he thinks he's right.
Oh, that's
so
true.
he'll,
Like a good
like
point.
he'll say something and he'll say,
if he moves around his seat, he's got it.
that means he's on.
Hey, look at that.
It's a sit down version of that strut he does. If he's in the kitchen, he struts.
Right, right.
He's got a little he's got a little different walk.
All right.
You know what's funny?
You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, I do.
We were talking about Googling those facts and looking at things. When the show started 25 years ago, there was no such thing as Google.
No, not even.
And there was no such thing as the internet.
No.
We had newspapers
Did y'all get
everywhere.
anything right?
And they're just
We
barely.
don't get much right now.
No, we were actually more accurate than.
They go buy newspapers, I can tell you that.
Yeah, we actually had journalists back then.
Right. That's a
And
good
most of them, they may have had leanings, but they were not obviously trying to sway public opinion like they are now. But it's funny. There was no internet and barely had cell phones.
And you didn't have to worry about doing old stories because the paper came out every day.
That's
right,
You know?
yeah.
You look,
Yeah, that's it.
Right.
The
Lisa,
wire machine.
Lisa in Athens. Lisa, go ahead.
Rip and read, baby.
Oh, I love Rip and Read. Welcome to the program.
Crazy.
Green Acres, guys.
Hey.
Go with it.
Hey, you know, she's a swamp lawyer, Hillary, and she says things so fast normal people like you and I can't hear. Didn't you hear the phrase, right now we're not running?
Well, you got to look for right now. That's true.
Good to hear from Bart Simpson.
It is.
So good.
I mean, dead on.
Wow.
I thought she was going to announce.
Joshua, go ahead.
Don't put a finger on my butterfinger.
Yeah.
Hey, this is Nancy Cartwright. I'm the voice of Bart Simpson.
Exactly, by the way.
Go ahead, Joshua.
Might have been her.
Yeah, I just said what she was going to say, that you got to remember we're dealing with lawyers here, and she's going to come when she does announce she's going to run. She's not going to say that I'm not running. It was, well, I'm not running right now.
Oh, okay.
Well, she can always look. She can always come out and go, "Well, I've decided to run. I've changed my mind because it's so bad, and y'all need me to rescue you."
What's your
You'll
definition
get
of
that.
now?
I tried to rescue you last time, but
Yeah.
I got it stolen from me.
Beg me to run. Beg me to run.
Beg me, beg me, beg me.
Dan,
Watch me.
Dan in Prattville. Dan, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Watch me. Watch me.
Watch me run.
Dan, go ahead.
Oh, hey, I was going to ask Greg if he knew about Q.
Who?
Q.
Q.
The letter.
The letter
What do you mean?
Well, Q is supposedly a group of military intelligence
Oh.
that
it's a conspiracy here.
that tells you information about what's actually going on in the government, and Trump is a part of it.
Oh,
There's actually a new book out you can get on Amazon.
I didn't know Trump was part of Q.
Yeah, can you tell us a little more about this group, Dan? I find this fascinating.
I do wish we had somebody with a little more tempo, but go ahead.
Well,
Yeah, go ahead,
Dan,
buddy.
go ahead. It's you.
Trump is actually Q plus, and
Q plus?
Q plus.
Okay,
Wow.
that's Q, but another level, Q plus.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
But yeah, look into it. It's very interesting, and but anyway, there's a book out on Amazon that tells you all about it. It's #1 seller in political.
Okay.
Is it just called Q?
It's called "Welcome to the Great Awakening." I believe.
Okay. All right. Thank you, man. Appreciate your call.
Q plus.
Welcome to the Great Awakening. Is that what he said?
Yep.
All right.
Greg, you not know anything about this?
I'm not sure.
Come on,
about
Greg.
Q, and I didn't know.
I'm out of the loop.
Or
on
Q plus as far as that goes.
Well, you got to have Q before you have Q plus.
Absolutely.
Randy,
If I'm gonna be a secret organization that's gonna run the world
like it. Yeah.
from inside, I'm getting a better name.
Yeah, Q's not very. I mean, that's.
It looks like it's QANON.
So
and they're just calling it Q.
You go,
And I don't know how to
well, you have to
pronounce
hip it up.
QAnon.
Is this the
What about the cabal?
Q Anonymous?
Quanon.
Yeah.
Is that what they're going for here? I don't know.
Is this just the
Is
modern
this
cabal? Is this the Trump
Skunk
version?
says Q Anonymous.
Is this the Trump thing that we heard back during the Bushes on the Bohemian Grove? Is this Bohemian Grove?
Well, that's just
all
where
over?
they went, Rick. That's where
that's just
the
where all them
what was the name of that group that ran the world?
The Bilderberg Group.
No, but they they went to
Illuminati.
Well, didn't they have another name though?
There's something. They had an owl on their hat.
Yeah,
that's
was
the Bohemian Grove.
Yeah, that's where they went for vacation.
Yeah,
Rick.
some
that's where they
weird
did.
rituals
That's where they did human sacrifices.
All this weird
Well,
stuff.
they threw a doll in the fire to get rid of your fears or something.
Did they? It is 7.5 minutes past the hour. You got another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. You can join us at 866 We Be Big as we unpack the stories from today, actually from the real world, not from a fake world. Speedy out today, back Monday, Lord willing. Adler here, Helmsy here, Greg here, and welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. All we ask for is 5 hours each and every day. I don't think that's too much.
No, you got that to spare, don't you? Ramaswamy. So Ramaswamy is on the move. The headline here, a new Fox News poll, Ramaswamy rising and DeSantis losing ground.
So,
Ramaswamy.
Donald Trump still in command
Of
of the
course,
GOP.
Of course. Until
53%.
If he doesn't get put in jail, he's going to be the nominee.
Yeah.
DeSantis is second, a distant second at 16%. Ramaswamy is at 11%. Mike Pence 5, Nikki Haley 4, Chris Christie 3, and Tim Scott 3. I really thought Tim Scott would do better than he's doing too, because I really like him. All of them quality, but obviously Trump running away with it. DeSantis has dropped from 22% back in June. As you said, Ramaswamy is the big mover here. He went from 5 to 11%, so he pretty much doubled. But now here is the other information. All of these folks in a direct matchup against Joe Biden lose, including Trump by 3 points.
That's crazy.
In the latest one, right? Because didn't we finally have one the other day where he for the first time ever, showed him to win, but now that's gone away, hasn't it?
Yes.
All right, so there you go. And
Ramaswamy.
Vivek, is that right? Vivek, did you ever figure that out?
It's Vake.
The Vake.
Like cake.
Rhymes with cake.
Vivek.
Y'all don't know that. I'm just telling we had a guy explain this to us.
Yeah, but who is that? Paul from Missouri?
They said that's how he says it.
Okay. All
right. So,
by the way, if you ever want to know who's paying attention in the studio and who's not, do one of the chants and see who claps.
No, you're right.
I always watch on that, and sometimes I'm the guy that doesn't clap, but I made sure I was on point.
I tell you what's really bad is when you're on the one mic and you're not paying attention.
I felt like I really needed to dial in my clap with Speedy gone.
Well, I know on the wheel sometimes we have so many things. Sometimes we get confused and we'll look to each other and you hope somebody starts to chant before you have
Well,
to.
the wheel though is that's expected. Chant.
Lot of chants.
That's expected mania. But just going through, we've been rolling a couple hours, and you need to know who's dialed in and who's not.
Right.
Just to find a way to chant and see who claps.
Yep, no, you're right. It's good.
Grandma.
And
so, Greg was even in. We were all in.
I know we've tried to touch this before. I know we tried to touch on this before.
Oh boy!
But why do you think DeSantis is falling away like he is?
The timing. I just.
Rick, I think here. I don't know that it's just DeSantis. I think Trump is just so much bigger, and he is saying the things that people are thinking, and he's just overshadowing the whole field.
Right.
You know, I think it's just. I think he's just blanketing the whole field. Now, here is a scenario. What if one of these trials, they actually get a conviction and part of the sentence is that he cannot seek public office?
Mm-hmm.
And you see the Democrats are trying to get these trials scheduled before the primaries start to do maximum damage, which it has not damaged him so far. But if they get a conviction on that, that would hold pending appeal. So then you would have an argument about can he seek office while waiting on appeal or not. So, I mean, you just see there's going to be so many constitutional crises through this, and you're going to have federal judges contradicting each other. It is going to be an absolute zoo.
Well, I'm going to go as far as I think I agree with the emailer that just came in, and you're right. I haven't really thought about that in this world we live in. There's a scenario that Donald Trump could be in jail and still win the nomination.
Well, he could.
I know he couldn't do it, but I thought the people would do some sort of protest, and he'd be voted in anyway.
Honestly, jail is not the one that will hurt him the most. It is cannot seek public office.
Right.
That's the one that's going to hurt.
Yeah. Right.
You're
right.
But yeah, I mean, theoretically, he could be running for president and be locked up somewhere, I guess. I think there'll be enough appeals to whatever happens that they won't get to that stage, but who knows? Who knows? You can't say for sure you know anything now, especially in politics.
Yeah, well, I will tell you that Ramaswamy, watching him the other day interact with someone from the LGBTQ community, he handled that so well.
Yeah.
And I think what he's showing is he can be as good a communicator as DeSantis, but maybe even better.
Well, and
in
several
certain
people,
situations where he diffuses things.
Right. Yeah. Several people had told us, though, before you go all in on Ramaswamy, that you need to look at all of his positions, and a few we may not be in line with. So
I know nothing about it.
No, I don't either. But I agree with you. He is a very good communicator to his position.
From the very limited things I've seen.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know much about him at all. I'm trying to figure out this rise in his popularity.
How do you think Trump would answer that question?
Oh.
Been a little different, probably.
I could do an impression of it if you like. But you see, he took the time to say, I understand where you are, but let me tell you what I don't think is good about this new mob mentality.
Yeah.
And
you made perfect sense.
You're only looking at it from your point of view. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to explain my point of view, but you need to understand, kind of like the time Bill Maher said that about the abortion on demand issue. Until you understand that people who oppose you think you're murdering someone, you're never understanding the argument.
Yeah.
And so
about women's health or whose body or whatever.
Right. And so anyway, that's the latest on the Republican side. On the Democratic side, I'm still trying to wonder, and maybe some of you, the handful of Democrats that enjoy the show and just tolerate the political part of it, y'all can't walk Biden into this again. Now, what are y'all going
Rick,
to do?
The poll says if the election was held today, he would be president again.
But you're going to have to look out for America. We may be dumb enough to do that, but y'all got to keep that from happening. We can't. Y'all going to have to protect us from ourselves.
We the people.
Right.
I guess they have Bidenomics has made the world better for them, and
Name one
they've got
thing.
more spending power, and They're buying more at the grocery store. Why not? Right?
Right.
It's wonderful.
Yeah, so there we go. All right, we'll come back. 866 We Be Big's our number. We'll continue to walk through the stories of the day and get your phone calls part of it too before the hour is over. 866 We Be Big. Check rickandbubba.com. You know, football season is upon us. There's some cool tailgating stuff that's got the Rick and Bubba swag logos on it to get you ready for the fall. Go look for those at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You anonymous.
And you had to check your cell phone at the door, only there and at the apartment of what was the guy for the Yankees where you used to check
Derek
your phone?
Jeter?
Derek Jeter. Yeah, and you know, you realize
for the Yankees?
Hey, and you realize
Mickey Mantle,
Derek Jeter, but you realize he never had a problem with anybody taking pictures.
No,
you know,
he didn't. No. I think we debunked that, but that's okay.
But hey, nobody ever got pictures.
Randy in Atlanta. Randy, go ahead.
I think he's in queue.
Hey, fellas, I just wanted to call in, man. I've been meaning to call for a little while. You guys on your current intern names. I think they are the best ever. I can't tell if I'm listening to Rick and Bubba or watching a racehorse, a horse race.
That's
or something.
funny.
So yeah, it's like coming around the corner is we ain't got no band, Andy, but pulling off for the win by a nose is Daddy calls me Pumpkin.
That's good.
Yeah, we need to do a contest. Racehorse name or intern name.
That's right. I like it. Q plus.
We'll be back. Bottom of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. Stay with us. We'll get more to cover when we get back. We'll get some more of your phone calls. Have you seen that? We saw some footage of this cruise ship. That
rock and roll, baby.
I'm telling you. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So we have this cruise ship situation. I know the cruise industry. They provide a great service, and there's some great experiences. And had a chance to do this before, and sent our parents on an Alaskan cruise they loved. But am I the only one that just seems like, and maybe it's just the access to information more? There seems to be a lot of cruise problems. I mean, over the last 10 years, maybe we've been doing the show.
Some reckless driving out there.
We've had some. We got
some food issues.
Trapped on ships, and
I think that's the problem,
off of
Rick.
them, too.
I think that's the problem. If it works out, it could be a great experience. But boy, if it goes wrong, you're stuck.
But
there's not a whole lot you can do.
Probably if you look at the stats, though, there's so many thousands of people take these. We only hear about the few.
Right.
But the times we went, it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. But those stories that got out there, kind of, well,
a lot of folks.
Yeah, it was fun because we had a lot of Rick and Bubba folks on the cruises we were on, so it was good people and they were fun.
Oh, they were fun, no doubt.
We had a good time.
Yeah, it's I kind of put it on my list of things that have a check mark by it. Did that, probably won't do it again.
Yeah, moving on.
But you never know. But
I just don't prefer it. Right. I don't mind it, but if I have an option of going somewhere and just staying, or getting on a boat, I'm going to the place and chill.
Right, and that's kind of me too. I mean, I enjoy boating, but not for long periods of time. I like it in little short.
3 or 4 days.
And I feel like I can't get away from people either.
Yeah, well,
you know what I mean.
You can't.
You can't. You're on a boat with them.
There's only so many. There's not a lot of privacy.
There's not.
Yeah, and so, but this one is kind of odd. We had a boat that just all of a sudden. Yeah, I know it's a ship. They hate when we call them boats.
Right, it's a cruise ship that things seemed to be fine, and all of a sudden a gust of wind came, and
so a gust of wind can make this happen.
Everything changed, and NBC4 has the story.
Moments at sea, chairs and tables overturned, sliding across the floor of a cruise ship. Even the people on board couldn't stay upright. Passengers say this scare lasted for several minutes, rocking anyone and anything that wasn't bolted down. News 4's Ray Vieta is at the Manhattan Cruise Terminal on the west side where that ship departed with a closer look at what caused all that chaos, right?
Stefan, instead of fun in the sun, it was fear in a storm for thousands of passengers who left this pier on a cruise down south. When they encountered that storm, the trip turned downright dangerous.
Oh, boy.
Realtorized.
Cruise chaos, chairs flying, passengers holding on for dear life as strong winds rocked their ship. The cruise liner, carrying thousands on its way to the Bahamas, headed right into the eye of a storm Sunday night.
We heard things falling, all over the place, and we heard them sweeping up glass, and I've never heard that much glass get swept up. That was probably the most startling thing.
The result, terrifying. The company says the Norwegian escape was struck by an extreme gust of wind. It was hurricane force wind of 115 miles per hour. The Storm Team 4 radar shows what it looked like that night. The ship was off the coast of New Jersey, not far from Atlantic City.
Walked out to the common area, and it was just all the stuff was located on one side. People were down, people were crying. It was a pretty traumatic experience.
Videos on social media show the confused passengers trying to hold on to anything stable in a
You better believe it. 20 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. We are back, and thanks for being with us. So the world of AI, my goodness, AI is going to get us. It's the latest thing to be afraid of, and people, and it can do some pretty crazy stuff. I mean, it's led to strikes and protests with the people in the entertainment business that are afraid to be replaced by it, and so on and so on and so on. But people are doing all kinds of things with it, and some of it, let's be honest, must be sin, including this. What we've done here to Johnny Cash, see, this is taking power and abusing it. This is something AI has done to Johnny Cash that we should all be gravely concerned about. So here it is. I mean, I can't.
Hello, I'm not Johnny Cash. I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. Life in plastic, it's fantastic. You can brush my hair, undress me everywhere.
Oh my gosh.
Isn't that scary?
That's very scary.
This is Johnny Cash.
Terrifying.
They can make anybody say anything.
Johnny Cash.
To the man in black. What have they done to him?
This is Johnny Cash. We got him singing the Barbie song.
Yes. With the machines did it.
We can't have this kind
I
of
like
abuse.
the way he sings it, though. Yeah?
I do too.
I don't like what the lyrics are saying about Johnny.
Let's go party, 'cause I'm in a Barbie world.
He probably should have wrote this song.
Oh my goodness.
Oh no, Bubba, they did Spice Girls too.
My lover, you gotta get with my friend.
No.
Make it last forever. No. Friendship never ends. Up in my hands, up playing my song. The butterflies fly away.
No.
This is terrible.
No.
I'm so sad.
I gotta have more of this.
No.
What?
Oh boy.
Was that a Spice Girls
Yes,
song?
it was
I didn't know
Spice
what that
Girls.
was.
And then it went to Miley Cyrus.
If you want to be my that song.
You gotta get
with my friend. That one.
That one.
Yeah, but this is horrible.
What else you got, Adam?
Yeah. It's a party in the USA.
No. I can't be part of this.
It's voice modeling, and you can take all the Johnny Cash, songs that he sung and say, this is what we want the words to be, and that the AI can get it
But
done.
Rick, think about this. You have an artist that has already gone on and checked out. They literally can record forever.
That's great.
New songs and make the charts and all of that by mimicking their voice patterns with a very sophisticated algorithm.
And that's the part I'm really struggling with. They didn't go out and find Johnny Cash saying these words because you can't find that.
No. They're just looking at the waveform.
They're taking his voice and they're duplicating it and making it say whatever they want.
Well, his voice creates a waveform, and it
Here
has
we go.
data points on it,
Wait
and they
just a
can
minute.
mimic
That's
that.
gonna cost you a button.
Yeah. They can mimic that. You know, it's incredible. It's really just good math.
You can put your holster up now.
If you want to be my lover, you got to get with my friend. Make it last
It's not funny,
forever.
Greg.
Friendship never ends.
songs.
That's not funny.
That's not funny, Greg.
I don't know how many songs we
There's
go to
nothing
Folsom
funny
Prison
about this
Blues.
musical sin we're all part of right now.
Let's hear the Mile
No,
one again.
Bubba, why would you do
Which
this?
part of
You love
USA?
this, don't you?
He would. I like his version of it.
Butterflies fly away. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a party in the USA.
Can I break your heart, Greg? Can I break your heart? I believe if you listen to the clapping in the background, that's him at Folsom Prison.
Yeah, it is. It's part of the way they're doing it.
And you're
Adler,
gonna laugh at
what
that.
other ones do you have?
And you gonna laugh at that.
That is blasphemy.
Okay.
All right, this next one is pretty great.
I had to drink this yellow water.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, Greg, we all remember it.
This is
That's why I'm upset.
Who is this, Adler?
This is actually a mashup of "You've Got a Friend in Me" with "You Can't Handle the Truth," Jack Nicholson, done with AI.
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth. You can't handle the truth. You can't handle the truth. You ordered the code red. I don't give a damn what you think you are entitled to.
That's
You can't handle the truth.
We got to put that in instant replay.
That's a good one.
We got
That's a good one.
because the whole society can't handle it.
Isn't this
Well,
nuts?
Well, this is. I'm glad we're studying the Revelation.
Wow.
Because we need to know. This is all part of it.
Well, but think about
Ooh.
this: if you're the heirs of somebody, and I'm sure Elvis will be included in this too, or Johnny Cash in this case, and you're living off of the work that he did, and you think we'll never be able to hear any new Johnny Cash songs,
right.
and then they can now go, well, wait a minute, we can hear new Johnny Cash songs.
Kinda.
Yeah.
Who gets paid though?
Well, I guess it would be the.
I mean, does
the
that fall
Johnny
under a
Cash
different
people.
a different
I-
thing
you
if
know,
you didn't have it in this format?
Who knows?
I want to hear
Who
Johnny
knows?
Cash do a little Vanilla Ice.
No.
That'd be good.
Ice,
That'd be great.
baby.
I got a nice ice baby.
Ice. It's really cold.
Check out the hook when my DJ revolves is.
That was weird.
Instead of love, it's a burning flame, is what.
So see, y'all pulled me in now. See how peer
Sure,
pressure. See you hang around with the wrong friends. What happens?
Adler, if you got any more of them,
I never
love
liked
those.
No, Bubba, please
I
stop.
love
That's
hearing
a
those.
lot.
Just
Remember
to
them
sample 'em.
mashups we used to play all the time? I never really liked that.
This is
who we got?
This is just the people that made this kind of put a little joke in here, and here's Johnny Cash kind of commenting on it.
This is what you guys call music? Well, I'll be damned.
Okay. Adler, what price do we pay today on the archive for all these songs?
I think because this is all manufactured by AI, I
Right.
think we're fine on copyright with
Okay.
this stuff. It's kind of not really the song. It's not really the artist. It's not really the song. So I think we're okay. We'll find out after the show.
What a weird world. Did you hear what you just said?
Yeah.
And that's going to open up a lot of lawsuits and unknowns that
You
What
thought
are
the
you talking
NIL
about?
was confusing.
yeah, goodness gracious.
So, Bubba, I guess what I'm thinking about, obviously you can do covers because we just heard that, but could you take this replication of his voice and write an original song and get him to sing the melody that you've written?
I think so.
Could
Just,
you?
You compare it to
Yeah.
something.
I mean, my
else.
mind's just going everywhere now.
I
Y'all hear
haven't-
what I'm asking?
Yeah, so
I
he could
haven't
be putting out
heard-
new music.
I haven't heard this one. One of the emailers said you need to hear Hank Williams sing "Straight Outta Compton."
Oh, I bet that is good. Well, she
All right,
might want to
we're
get ready to edit that.
We're causing people to say they want to wreck their cars. Okay, that's
pretty.
You really didn't like the mashup stuff, Greg?
No, when it first
There
came
was that
out,
one
I was
band
like,
that
yeah,
was-
Rock Sugar.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
You
like
didn't
theirs.
like
I like
that?
theirs. For it was a
I
nice
love
change.
that.
It was a nice change.
I just couldn't take it serious.
Whatever happened to those? Is that something you can
That's
just go download
my point
today?
exactly.
What was it? Rock Sugar? Did y'all
Yeah,
say that already?
yeah.
Okay. I can only play just 1 second of this one, but this is Hank Williams doing "Straight Outta Compton."
Oh, this is good.
I'm coming straight out of Compton.
Now that is going to cause some people to be mad.
That's over the line.
Good night.
I can't believe
That I like.
because it's so the other way.
Oh,
you
yeah,
almost have to kind
yeah.
of chuckle at it.
Yeah,
don't you?
that's unreal.
Tough movie to watch.
Good movie. It's just
Right,
wow.
just all wow
You love
language.
the business and how all that works.
Yep.
Boy.
Even Dad got up and said, "This I can't watch this."
I'm gonna play You Can't Handle the Truth one more time. I gotta hear it.
Yeah. Bottom of the hour.
That's awesome.
866 We Be Big is the number. Your phone calls are next. They're next.
Next.
All 10 lines are available. Any topic is on the board. We'll chat with you, America, right after we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth. You can't handle the truth. Oh, yeah, I'd like to ask for recess. You can't handle the truth. Did you order the code red? I don't give a damn what you think you are entitled to. You can't handle the truth.
Norwegian
That guy's still
Cruises
pouring
said
drinks.
some passengers were hurt, but not seriously. Arriving in Florida Tuesday afternoon, it was met with ambulances and first responders.
When you stood up, you couldn't stand straight up, right? You had to lean because the boat was tipping.
The ship is called the Norwegian Escape. Tonight, thousands just glad they escaped a powerful storm alive.
I had seen someone that was down, and obviously she was being attended
Greg?
to. Some blood coming down from the face. I think it was in the casino area where a slot machine had toppled over.
Good
No,
night.
everybody went for that change.
Well, I had a one-armed bandit fell on you.
Yes, it did.
It falls on a lot of people.
It sure does.
What about Sergio Dip reporting on it?
Yeah.
He tried to be sharp. The extreme. They had an extreme experience.
Jacket.
Yeah. Yeah, it was like...
I'll tell you this. That's bad, but I would rather that happen than one of them when everybody's got diarrhea.
No doubt.
That you read them horror stories, the whole ship's got diarrhea.
Yeah, everybody gets sick.
I'll
That's
take
not
getting
good.
tipped over in the wind any day.
All day long.
Yeah.
Give me one tip. Don't give me that. Don't give me a terrible ride.
No.
There's just not a good scenario, but I think I'd take that over an airplane, dropping a few thousand feet.
Yeah,
or
no
something.
doubt.
Mm-hmm.
No doubt about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, their room for error is larger.
And when that's going on, how many people in their mind start thinking about the Titanic?
Everybody.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the walking dog.
And people were going, man, I wish I'd listened to that thing about putting the life jacket.
I know.
Yeah, when they told us what to do, I don't remember.
Yeah.
Where
I
the
wasn't paying
boats?
attention. I was goofing off.
Looking back, me realizing there was no line at the bar was not the way to go.
Yep. Bad timing.
I should have been out there with everybody else.
With my life jacket on.
Yeah, that's. But I didn't realize that your cruise ship could just get a gust of wind, and you said they showed some like cartoon drawings that it went up. It went up on its side pretty.
They did like a reenactment on the news story that we saw on the television, and I'll try to find it, where they said it basically went over on its side, and you think, okay, is it just going to keep flipping? And then it came back, upright, but it was all the way sideways.
It goes upside down.
Poseidon Adventure. Ain't that what they did?
That's a lot.
Did flip?
I don't remember.
Yeah. By the way, what kind of, I'm not trying to be picky on what cruises I pick, but rolling down the coast of New Jersey is not the one I probably pick.
Heading to the Bahamas via New Jersey.
Is that where
There's
we're
got to
go-
be a closer place.
Is that where we're going?
I think that's what they said.
Well, so we just getting started then?
Oh, yeah.
Or are we coming home?
No, it said when it
No, 'cause
arrived
they
in
went to
Florida,
Florida,
the ambulances were waiting.
So
you reckon?
So Big Tess had to do the whole
Big
cruise?
Rick and Tess had her head bandaged.
The one that got hit with a one-arm
stop
bandage.
I wonder if she
had
held
the
on.
she had the patch for seasickness behind one ear and head wrapped up.
Yeah, everybody's saying that they think that was Sergio Dip. On the
He looked like.
Did we do the story a couple of days ago, staying with cruises, where the couple was on an excursion and couldn't get back, and they were seen running, and the cruise ship was leaving them?
Oh,
Yes, I saw that video.
They got stranded.
That was my fear.
Yeah, it was Royal.
They were late getting
it
back.
was Royal Caribbean Cruise. It left 2 hours early with their money, passport, and clothes.
Now,
on
why did they
board.
leave 2 hours early?
I don't know. That's
I'm
just
mad
the story.
then.
Yeah, but it shows the couple sitting there like with their hands up trying to figure out where it went. And earlier in this still shot that we have, they're running trying to catch it.
Yeah, the ship is just out of the view of that picture.
Right,
I mean,
yeah.
they
could've
got
swam
there
for
as
it.
it's pulling off.
Right.
They were running trying
Now,
to catch
what kind of breakdown in communication do we have there?
I don't know. I didn't see the 2 hour early part of the story.
That's what the headline says.
Because I could see that you go on an excursion and something happens and you don't get back when they tell you to get back and it leaves you. But if all of a sudden the ship decides to leave 2 hours early, I think you need to let the excursion people know. Look at them. They're getting left so big.
That boat is it's really kicking it up too as it turns around.
Yeah, I don't know that a ship that big just stops and backs up and comes back and gets you, does it?
No, because see now they can't even get on. And anyway, I wonder what do you do there? Do you take a helicopter to the ship? I mean, what do you do?
Well, you ruined my idea when you told me that they had your passport and your money.
Right. Now you're really stranded.
If I had that with me, I may be better off being stuck wherever I got off than staying on that ship. I might have a better time.
And here's what's even worse. Look, they're talking to him from, I don't know, let me go
You're
back
going too
out.
bad, buddy.
He's there.
Phone troll me, first one of the day, by the way. We've had some phone segments. We haven't done a troll, though. A little more difficult to work with the troll. Even though we get more phone calls on, it's going to require more discipline from you, the listener, if you are calling, because the phone troll is going to limit you to 30 seconds for you to get right to the point. If you do a meaningless shout-out, a shameless plug, a baby prediction, all those things will get an instant buzzer. So if you're getting ready to go, kind of get your thoughts together. Now, the good news is if you're in line waiting to get on the show, you're not going to have to wait as long. The buzzer actually a blessing to you. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. This is the bottom line. America's #1 meal kit. Everything you need for everybody's back to school. You're back on this schedule. If you're trying to do better, you go and pick all the meals you want for fit and wholesome. They send them to you, recipe cards, everything you need to make it. You're not even having to worry about the grocery store. You just prepare them and let's go. Maybe you just want family friendly. Got that covered. You pick what you want for the week. They send it all to you. We've got some that you can choose. I need a 15-minute meal. They got those for you. I need snacks. They got that for you. All of that with America's #1 meal kit. And right now, try it for 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba. If you go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba, use the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or find that same link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. 30 seconds a pop. We start with Kyle out of Birmingham. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Kyle, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds and go.
Yes, sir. So, with the debates next week, will it hurt DeSantis if he comes out and attacks Trump? And also, will it hurt the Republican Party if they come out attacking Trump over the indictment?
You sound so much like my friend Tom Haney. I'm thinking this is Tom Haney, and you're using a fake name, Kyle. You really sound exactly like Tom Haney.
What did he say the first part, the very first one?
I was so taken back by how much he sounds like Tom Haney, I really wasn't even listening.
I missed it.
Yeah, I think it was more of the Republicans run the risk. You can't really attack Trump, but then he could win, and I didn't really follow. He said it clearly. I honestly was so distracted by how much he sounded like Tom Haney, I didn't hear what he was saying. I was actually depending on y'all. And I see that did not happen. Frank and Meridian listening to the buzz.
All I could hear was the voice.
The lines are available to you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Frank, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Hey, guys. Long-time listener. Rick, you was talking about tattoos on the beach a day or so ago, and I was in the Dallas airport a couple of years ago, and there was a couple of young folks sitting against the wall, had purple spiked hair and tattoos all over, and an old cowboy standing over there looking down at them just said for everybody to hear. He said, I bet their folks are proud of them.
Yeah, don't you know
They got up and left.
Oh, my goodness. That's funny. Springville, Liam is standing by. There's room for you if you want to get in. Liam, go right ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, bud.
Hey, bud.
I had a question, two questions, actually. Greg could answer the first one. The Mr. Lurkey tour, who stole the admission box? And then the other one was, what happened to Greg and Ryan's off-the-air podcast?
All right,
with Ron Greenwood.
I don't know what you're talking about on the admission box. What does that mean?
Is that a story that was told one time?
On the Mr. Lucky tour, did we lose it or something?
I think somebody stole it. What they?
I don't remember that story. I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
and Greg and Ryan's podcast really went the way of, I would say, probably pretty high percentage of podcasts. you start out kind of excited about doing one, and then you realize you have to continue to do them.
It was a COVID baby.
Yeah, it was a COVID baby.
And that's a lot of those started over.
Yeah, and Ryan also took a job that really doesn't allow for him to have the time to do it anymore. And of course, Greg, just his overall disposition, he's probably not going to stay at something like that very long if it annoys him, And so, that's kind of what happened. Yeah, it's one of the reasons Bubba and I have said, and I know this is painfully true, and Bubba and I have said this many times. All of you know that Bubba and I have not gotten 30 years in January for our talent. That's painfully obvious. Really, we pulled it off not only just by under-promising and over-delivering, but by always being here. We just will come back and do another show. That grind of there's another show tomorrow, and then another show Monday, and then another show Tuesday, then another show Wednesday, then another show Thursday, then another show Friday. That grind, most people just can't continue to do it. And then you're trying to figure out, I got to find some content. I got to think about what talking about. I got to get these commercials done, make sure they're dropped in. I got to try to keep this thing on. I got to be on. Now, I have noticed that from time to time we will knock it out of gear and not be on, but most of the time we are. And that's a grind. And these podcast people get all excited because they think now any of us can do it. And then somebody says, when are you going to do the next podcast? And then the next one, and then the next one, and then the next one.
And then the novelty wears off.
Yeah, and the novelty kind of wears off with a lot of folks.
I would say if we have a talent, it is the ability to show up.
That's more of a discipline.
I think that is. I think that would be the only thing I would hang my hat on. I tell you what is kind of embarrassing is while we're not very talented, and I speak for me especially, I haven't really got any better over the years. You would think. When you start out down here,
I didn't see that
and you start out down here, and after 30 years, you think, well, you know what, professionalism probably went up, but I think it's probably going the other way.
That's funny. You keep listening on the show should eventually really get better.
Maybe this year they'll get better and quit stuttering.
We continue. Let's go to Kevin in Alabama.
Come on, Bubba, grammar, it's with us.
Right. We gave up on that a long time ago. Kevin, go ahead.
Hey, guys. I heard you talking earlier about 20,000 illegal votes were counted in Georgia. Has the legislator over there, the legislative branch, have they done anything to fix that where that won't happen again this time?
We're saying the allegation.
That's alleged.
Yeah, that's an allegation.
In one of the reports, I don't even know if that's what they're going to bring to court, but there was one report that they had said that, and so many dead people and a bunch of people under 18 and all that. Can you prove that? I don't know. I don't know.
No one has.
How do you prove that that large a number of people under 18 voted? I mean, that's a lot of research you'd have to come up with.
Yeah, so that's an allegation of 20,000. That has not been proven. Wayne,
you got to go to court and prove it, or it's just fodder for the internet.
A better question would be the things that 2,000 Mules showed us about these drop-off votes.
Right.
Have we resolved that problem? That's a fair question.
I think one of the problems, and I understand why people don't like this, and I understand why people do like it, is the thing you have to be registered to vote. And most of the time you register ahead of the election. Am I saying that wrong?
Yeah. There's a D you're dropping in there, but you always
Registered.
have. Like you said, you've been doing that for 30 years.
Registered?
Yeah.
Register?
You're saying it right now.
Okay. To vote. And some of these states have day of election being able to register. And there's the D again.
There it is.
And so basically you can fill up a bus full of people, go over the state line, sign up, and vote. And some people say, well, that's great. You get more people in the process. But if they're not supposed to be voting in that district or that state, that is not a good thing. Right. So, we've argued about that. It's just, it just continues.
Wayne in Alabama. Wayne, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Yeah, I was just wondering if y'all had heard of a PRP therapy replacement. I've got confirmed tears in both rotator cuffs, and that's when they draw the blood out of you, spin the white and red blood cells out, and put the plasma back in. I'm going on 5 months with the injections, pain-free, haven't changed any of my habits or doing anything, And I just want to know what y'all's thoughts on it was. Y'all have a good day.
I think your thoughts are more important. It
Yeah.
sounds like it's worked for
Yeah,
you.
if it
that
works for you, it's good.
Yeah, it has been.
I've had that treatment before. It did not help me when it came to plantar fasciitis.
There it
But
is.
I've heard other people. It got famous. I'll tell you when it first really got famous is when Hines Ward had a knee injury, and he went and did that procedure and got ready to play in the Super Bowl when everybody thought his season was over.
Right. Yeah, and I know that there, but
plasma, platelet-rich plasma.
Yeah.
Yep.
We continue. Let's go to Brian in Alabama. Brian, 30 seconds. Go right ahead.
Thank you, gentlemen, for the fun and information. I heard the tattoo call, and I just wanted to give advice to older fathers. Do not let your daughters get a daisy tattooed on their posterior, because when they're 50 and 60, it's going to be a sunflower.
That's funny. That's funny stuff right there.
Yeah, I think a lot of times you don't think about the changes that your body's going to go through with a permanent anything.
Right.
It can be something.
It's
else
not
later.
a new topic. Now, that was clever how you put it, but the bigger picture, kind of what Bubba's following up on, I think everybody, when we do anything style-wise, now tattoo would be included in that, you one day will be an old woman or an old man if the Lord allows it.
Yes, if you're blessed, you will be.
And so you got to think, how's this going to play then, So you and I just go ahead and dress like old people now so that we really have no transition.
Yeah, we beat the rush. You won't notice it.
Jason in Alabama. Jason, go ahead.
Yeah, guys, I was wondering, why doesn't Trump just swap parties? That way he doesn't have to deal with all the mess that he's dealing with, and just implement the policies. And really, I mean...
No, it's too late now. I mean, he's so hated by the left now. If he tried to pretend he was left, they would not allow it. It's too late.
And remember, they used to. I don't know if they still have the super delegates in play. If they do, see you literally could get more votes and not win because the super delegates have more votes than the other people do. So it makes it difficult.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let me go back. It looks like, you see here, they're talking to him. Hey, we can't. Sorry, buddy, can't do anything about it.
Well, they're not that far away. Can they not come over and get them?
I mean, they're what, about 4 foot?
Oh,
What
look,
do
there's
you
the
do?
dejected. I'm walking
Oh
on.
my goodness gracious!
Got my backpack.
That
on.
water churning though.
Oh,
Boy, dude, look now.
that story's a couple of days
It's
old.
just got.
but-
Do you think that guy?
Local?
Do you think that guy walked up's helpful?
Probably.
No, he
yeah.
tried to sell them a watch.
Okay.
They wanted to braid their hair for $1 a braid.
All right, so we have an ironic story here involving a man who sadly has been crushed by an elephant, but there's some irony to this because he's trying to bathe the elephant, and he wants the elephant to sit down. This is in southern India, and the elephant's not sitting down apparently as quick and smoothly as the trainer wants, so the trainer rears back to hit the elephant very hard with a stick. In the process of him trying to get enough swing with the stick to impact the elephant to sit on down, he slips in the mud he's created with the hose pipe and the water, slides underneath the elephant who finally says, "Okay, I will sit down."
Yeah, he just sat down.
And he sits down on top of the man, crushing him and killing him instantly.
Guys, that's horrible.
Yeah,
Look at that.
If an elephant sits on you, hey baby, it's over.
Well, the elephant did exactly what he wanted him to do.
Yeah, and the irony is that his last thing alive on this side of eternity is he takes a two-handed swing with a stick on the elephant, trying to force the elephant to sit down where he can wash it better, but slides underneath the elephant as the elephant finally responds to the command, and it crushes him.
That poor guy trying to get him up.
He gets up.
Yeah, it's too late now, my friends. Yeah, that'll do it. Notice the guy who's trying to get the body out now.
Yeah,
he wants to make sure the elephant's clear that we're done with sitting.
Yeah,
that's not. That'll be done. That'll be
Rick,
right
what
there.
in the world? And the fact it was caught on video like that.
What do you see? I don't know if there was one you can see really good. Was that it? Have you seen that he takes the swing and slide? Have you seen him fall yet? I mean, his watch. Are you? All right, now see, he's trying to get him to sit down, and he can't get him.
Can I stop it right there? The elephant looks like he's doing pretty good there.
I think the elephant's trying to oblige, and boom, bam.
Oh.
But the last.
I don't see how he fell like that.
He slipped.
Feet slid out from under
his feet. You know how you try to do something with your body. He goes to swing and he loses his footing.
You shouldn't wash an elephant barefooted.
Can I go back? Can I go back to this
That's
again?
the lesson here, Bubba.
Can I go back to this
How
again?
about don't wash the elephant at all?
That is the teaching moment.
Listen, I'm going back to this.
Let him
I
wash
think
the
the elephant was coming down anyway. I think the elephant was about to sit down. Watch right here.
Look, he's on one
Boom.
knee.
Bam.
Oh, wow.
Guys, I think the elephant was about to sit down anyway.
Yeah.
Rick, that's one of the strangest slips. I mean, it looks like a rope was around his feet and jerked him.
Look at all the water that's out there.
I got, and it looks like something on the concrete. Is that some paper or something?
I don't know. For those of you that can't see, he did a left-handed batter swing into the left hip.
Oh, I see. I do see why he
and
slipped
then when he stepped to swing, he slipped.
When it stopped, it forced his feet the other way.
Right.
That
Correct.
energy had to go somewhere. I got you.
Exactly. He's trying to do like a batter swing.
Yes.
So
Look, the elephant goes to one knee.
Don't you think the elephant's coming down?
This guy has had a bad day up until this point and took it out on the elephant.
That's why
it cost him his life.
That's why you can't get frustrated.
Have you ever slipped beside the pool, like walking by
With
the
an
pool?
elephant? Yeah, sure.
And where it's wet?
Yeah.
That's what happened.
Yeah, no doubt. Especially if you try to swing at something, hit it real hard.
Mm-hmm. Slip and fall.
Hey, let me tell you something.
Don't you know the elephant? That guy was yelling. The elephant's going, I finally sit down. Now they're trying to make me get up again.
Y'all make your mind up. What you want me to do?
Yeah.
Because the elephant doesn't know he's under.
Oh, no. To an elephant, you might as well have a piece
Did you
of
say
pine
there was no attempt to save the guy after he was up?
No, they said
It's
according
over.
to the examiner, he died instantly.
Yeah.
You know the other guy was trying to remember the word for stand up that the elephant knows.
I'm with you, Greg. The elephant's like, good gosh, make your mind
I
up.
just say, it's not easy for me to sit down and stand up.
I tell you what you could say, that once the elephant figured out, because they don't forget anything. Once the elephant figured out the deal, you think he didn't send out a message? Anybody else want to take a crow hop swing at me?
Anybody, you ain't patient enough to let me sit on my own?
Next time y'all tell me to sit, I'm sitting. Give me a minute.
Yeah, I was on one knee. What else you want?
The next guy they send out to wash him, you're going to have to go, hey, by the way.
FYI.
Yeah.
Heads up here.
Wash him standing up.
Yeah.
Use the high
Just hose
pressure
him
hose
off.
from a distance.
Yeah, just hose him off. And send
Or
him
when's the
Bubba,
next rain coming?
You made put on shoes.
Yeah, that's you
don't clean an elephant. I mean,
right?
They don't clean them in the wild. It's an elephant.
He won't. They may not have the ability to clean themselves in this enclosure or something.
What?
They usually get in the water themselves and do it.
Sure, they
The
got
elephant's
a lake
clean.
there, for Pete's sake.
I'd stand about 15
Everybody
yards
knows that.
away and just like you're saying, get a high power hose and just spray it.
It is 8 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba. Here we go. All right, so things you need to know. We will do another edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast today. Granger Smith will be our guest. His new book, Like a River, coming out this weekend. We'll talk more about that tomorrow after we've done the interview and kind of prep you for the weekend. Also, yesterday's Bible study, the Wednesday Bible study, Revelation 18, 1-8 archive is now available for you. You grab that on our YouTube channel or our podcast archives. Bubba, I know we talked about this off the air, but we never did it on the air, and that is this Belmore, Long Island, New York scene where we had a woman that was waving a gun, and then Nassau County Police took down the person. I mean, this person is like standing there with a gun, and they took her down with the car by sideswiping them. And it looks like at one point she's even got the gun to her own head.
Before I read the story, and I could not tell she had a gun in her hand, I thought, oh my gosh, the police have run over somebody, and this is going to be another national story.
Yeah.
But they're being hailed as a hero because they were able to take her down without her injuring anybody or herself.
Look at this shot right. She's got the gun pointing right at her.
The only difference between this and the story we did the other week is she's not naked. You remember the naked lady with the gun?
Right, yeah,
they didn't hit her with a car, but she was in an intersection just
No, you're
like
right. No,
this.
you're right.
She didn't even have on a pair of socks. I mean,
No,
she
you're
had
right.
nothing but a smile.
Okay, should I turn the volume down?
It's okay. I got it.
Okay, so.
Just going to hear the...
Oh, now she put it to her head.
Right.
Here, boom. That's the way you do it.
Boy, they really did it too.
She's like, my ankle.
I got to go by the intention here. If she don't jump, is he just going to run over?
Yeah. That's what I was kind of wondering too. I've heard of a pit maneuver, but not ever using it on a person.
No, it's usually on another vehicle.
But hey, you're pointing a gun at some people.
Don't be out in the intersection pointing a gun. You don't have to worry about the police running over you.
Yes.
That's the
Puts
bottom
it to
line.
her own head at this point.
Yep.
And then bam.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, she did some hopping to get out of the way.
Yeah, she's pretty quick.
So
I'll
was
give
he
her that.
just gonna? If she doesn't do that move, is she just gonna get hit? By
I
the
think
car?
so.
Up on the hood?
I think so too. Because I think he says she's a murderer now.
Yeah,
so
somebody
it's no
gets
different
shot.
shooting her.
Totally.
Yeah,
She's
yeah,
pulled the weapons, pointing it at people.
Yeah, she can't point a gun just at people in an intersection.
Have we found out what the deal is? Is she on drugs? Is she just robbed something?
Mad?
Is she angry?
I'm not messing around. She identifies as a male.
What?
Does it have something to do with Michael Orr?
Identifies as a male or as a male that identifies as a woman?
I think she identifies as a male.
Well,
she is a.
She's not anything male about her at all.
Well,
Although-
if she was an actress, I would not give her the part.
You know what? The police initially said it was a woman, but she identifies as
She's
a
not-
man. But
she's-
maybe she is a woman. Maybe it is a man.
She has the figure
No,
of
it's
a
not
woman.
a man.
I don't know, Greg.
It's not a man.
Confused.
It's a confusing world we live
boy,
in.
it really is.
Well,
really
it's really not.
Yeah, thank you, Bubba. That's a great point.
Shouldn't be. Yeah.
Must be some.
Yeah. So anyway, I don't know what the latest is on that or the update. What was wrong with the person?
She dropped the weapon after the car.
Well,
hit.
I
she
will
laid
s-
it right there on the ground.
I will say this:
You'll do that.
if you brandish a gun and you're pointing at people in traffic and you're pointing it at the police and you're pointing it at yourself, if you get hit by a car, you'll drop the gun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And really, the police officer took a chance. She could have fired through the windshield and got him.
Oh yeah, true.
So he was going to end it one way or the other.
And he did end it.
Yeah.
You know, it kind of goes back to the
Without anybody
She
being
is-
hurt, except
he
possibly
disarmed
her. So,
Yeah.
you know.
If the goal was to disarm the gun wielding person, that person was disarmed.
Yes, they were.
Oh, it's a man.
It's not a man.
It's a 31.
Is it a man that thinks he's a woman?
I think you have it back.
Well, obviously.
I don't know,
Officers
who knows?
arrived to find a 31-year-old Brooklyn man who
That don't look
also
like a man.
identifies as a woman. I think it's a dude, guys. That's a dude.
I'll say
I
this.
told y'all that.
with a.
He's
It is. Oh my goodness! It's a dude.
Easy.
All right. Well, it's a person that identifies as a female.
oh, that right there.
That's.
You actually have the
okay.
identifying thing backward.
I'm sorry.
It's a confusing world.
It is.
I'll
It's
say
a
this.
trans woman.
Whether it's a woman or a dude,
There you go, Greg.
good hands held onto that gun. She had to lay it down.
Pretty quick
Or
feet.
He had, quick feet and had to lay the gun down.
Did he hang on to the gun
I
after
thought so,
getting
'cause
hit?
I thought they just set it down. Maybe I'm wrong on that.
I think
but-
that the person set the gun
Yeah,
down
after
getting hit.
Well, this probably explains why.
By the way,
So-
Michael
Off his
Jackson
rocker.
called and wants his nose back.
He does.
Yeah, that is
He
a-
absolutely does.
Of all the surgeries you're thinking about, I believe I would get that deviated septum fixed.
Oh my goodness, that's
That's either a bad nose job or lots of drugs, because that can happen too.
Watch it now.
Oh really?
Yes, it can melt your nose away.
Can it really?
Yes, yeah. There was that one actor who had like his nose just gone.
Golly.
You're saying that with a lot
The
of
guy that used
authority.
to be on Stern. Show.
Yes. Yeah. He just basically burned his nose off of his
Yeah.
face.
Yeah, it looks
from
really
doing
rough.
so many drugs.
Yes, yes, for
Snorting
putting
so
so
much
much drugs in
Coke,
your nose.
probably.
How much of
Howard
your nose
Stern.
you got to lose before you get off the drugs?
I know. Artie Lang is the guy's
Artie
name.
Lang,
Yeah,
yeah.
his nose
Rick, I-
completely melted
I could stand to lose a little bit of my nose.
into his
Yeah,
face.
me
Really?
I got a honker.
I don't see you as a big
slope.
nose
I
person.
got a pretty
Oh.
good one myself.
So, but
I don't really see anybody.
There it
That's
is. That's
it?
Artie Lang. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I don't want that look.
Just
Ain't that
melted it
something?
away with chemicals.
Oh wow!
I mean, because like you
That
said,
almost
let's
looks
say
like somebody dropped their bubble gum.
that shows you how addiction is, Rick. I mean, because let's say when it was halfway to that position, I would go,
yeah.
"Ooh,
That's
I
what-
need
that's
to do
what-
something."
that's
That's
what-
what Rick's asking.
How much nose got to
Yeah.
go away?
I mean, I think halfway to that much damage, I'm like,
How about
something's got
this?
to be
I
done.
lose any of my nose, I stop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if a piece of my nose falls in my hand, that's it.
Yeah, I'm out. That's,
I'm now seeing it. It's a very skinny.
We got it, Adler. We
it
know.
looks like a woman to me.
It's a very skinny person with, I think, some added equipment
yeah,
up
evidently
top.
she doesn't.
Yeah.
And boom.
And look, I'm
Click.
telling you.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
Gun is
Good-
still in hand, and
yeah,
then they put
that's
it
good
down.
hands.
I think you're right.
I think
Good
that's
hands.
right.
I think you're right.
Good hands, good feet.
For all we
Could
know,
have played
we'll-
football.
might have.
Might have.
Might
Maybe.
have.
Might have.
Maybe it
Skill
was a
position.
cheerleader. You never know.
No.
Probably not.
No,
Yeah.
not that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah.
But yeah, we may find out was maybe and probably what if all of a sudden we found out that the person's job was to take top off the defense?
Well,
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know this, but Tua family tried to adopt him.
Oh, don't do that. Hey, thanks for being with us. If you're leaving us today, do you realize you can get any of the Rick and Bubba show in your own time every day? Either by watching the YouTube archive or listening to our podcast archives. The entire show every day archived for your pleasure to listen on your own time, including a best of hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.